This video will contain spoilers, not just for the story, but for the gameplay mechanics as well. If you want to avoid that sort of thing, well, maybe you can check out one of my other spoiler-filled videos. Oh, you've gotta be fucking kidding me. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to Lobotomy Corporation. Why is it called Lobotomy Corporation? Because if the game works as intended, you will be begging for one by the end. A game of confuddlement, pure adrenaline, and philosophical discussions with a hot goth lady in a basement. This is another one of those games that was recommended to me by fans years ago, because people assumed I would like it, and they were right. Probably because it's half visual novel, but don't get too big of an ego. I don't talk about all the suggestions that I hated unless I'm very passionate about it. On the scale of fucked up games, I rank Lobotomy Corporation up there with its deck building sequel. It's not as reflex heavy as something like God Hand, but manages to match its sadism, and it doesn't even let you beg for mercy. Yet, in spite of the cruelty, it manages to be equally rewarding when overcoming its ordeals. Both in terms of the sheer relief that follows since you don't have to do that stupid bullshit again, and because it will gift the player with incredibly powerful tools as a reward. A small respite before the existential horror creeps in of, if they were willing to give me this, what in the world are they going to throw at me next? Lobotomy Corporation is the best abusive relationship I've had with a video game. Lobotomy Corporation is the brainchild of Project Moon, not to be confused with Type Moon or French Bread Studio, a developer with a very passionate fan base. So I hope the comments are going to be flooded with Limbus Company posting. I'm not going to complain, my Discord server icon has been Don Quixote for a long time. But long before people were reposting Urkling images at any vague reference to Wild Hunt, and even longer before people found out that their lack of deck building skills go beyond whatever TCG they might play, Project Moon started as every manhwa does, as 4 people at a game dev club in university. The goal was simple, as stated by the director Kim Ji-hoon, create a management sim inspired by SCP, as he was completely obsessed with it. Same. For those who don't know what SCP is, it's like the midlife version of geriatric creepypastas. The website is an archive about the strange abnormalities which the aforementioned SCP organization has to secure, contain, and protect. They have a safety classification system which ranges from safe, which means safe, Euclid, which means this is more complicated, and Keter, which means this thing just fucking kills people. That's why there are 5 levels of danger in Lobotomy Corporation. Of course, SCP is not the only inspiration. If we check the description, they even list Warehouse 13, which is what inspired Cabin in the Woods along with the X-Files. I probably should mention Madoka Magica in here somewhere, and Oxygen not included. Looking at those games side by side, I don't see a single similarity in the art style. The inspirations are incredibly obvious, but just like SCP, this general outline offers an avenue for nearly endless creative possibilities which they absolutely play into. Sometimes, no matter how frustrated I might get, the commitment to the bit is why I adore the game as much as I do. Things will break any and all established rules, and will play around with every little mechanic the game has to offer. I truly couldn't imagine an SCP-inspired management sim any other way. Project Moon the studio would officially come together in 2016 as the team expanded, moving into early access on Steam where people could suffer to their heart's content while also crowdfunding the game. They didn't meet their fundraising goal, but obviously, they managed to complete the game anyway. As a result, fan-made abnormalities are included and would not be featured anywhere else in Project Moon media unless they alter it to a significant enough degree. Early access can be wildly different and significantly more bullshit compared to its official release in 2018. With everything in the Project Mooniverse stemming from this game, because there is a plot here, many people will ask the question, should I play Lobotomy Corporation? Or should I listen to a YouTuber explain what happens in their own words when I can never tell if something is a bit or not, and then play Library of Ruina? Or should I just play Limbus Company? I'm here to say that Leviathan is required reading along with Distortion Detective, and I think Lobotomy Corporation is worth playing. Now, is it worth completing? That's gonna depend on how much time, effort, and anger management you're willing to put in. It's honestly not that bad until you start getting to the really bad parts, and avoid one of the 1 million beginner traps. Although, there is a huge amount of gameplay knowledge to exploit on the internet if you feel like trial and error is becoming a bit too much. Just as much as the game is about overcoming impossible odds through the power of the indomitable human spirit and unlimited retries, do not feel bad for relying on the rest of humanity's knowledge to make things a little bit easier. I did not beat the game all in one sitting and required taking multiple breaks when I got too frustrated. An overpowered technique when it came to saving many childhood gaming controllers. But I also completely understand not wanting to deal with it. There are plenty of other ways to get the plot, from text-based Let's Plays to other videos besides mine if that's what you like. I do think Lobotomy Corporation is enhanced by overcoming everything yourself, but who cares what I think. Obviously, it's a Korean game, which means that all the characters' names are in Hebrew, and the facility sectors are all named after the Malkavian Tree of Life. They might be taking some notes from my second favorite religious text. Given that the game originally came out in 2018, and translating from Korean to English takes a bit of time, it would be a bit before it gained its international cult following. Not for lack of trying though. Knowing that it's a good path to success, Project Moon would secure a translator in 2018 in preparation for their final release, who would take all the money and run. Yes, they effectively got scammed, as everything in the 2018 English version was borderline unreadable. Just add translation to the pile of work that is undervalued and not as easily replaceable as some tech executives would have you believe. Double true in this case because of how pretentious, in parentheses, affectionate, most of the writing is. Thankfully, they contracted a different translation studio who did proper work for their follow-up game. So, as a side project, they also retranslated Lobotomy Corporation. Obviously, the game is in a much better state, and I don't want to undervalue their extra efforts, but not everything is super great, as parts are still a little clunky and outright inconsistent as it gets jumbled between some translations. I will try to remain consistent with what they are officially called now, and apologize in advance for when I make a mistake while sorting through my sleep-deprived memories. The new translation would finish up around 2020, which is why Project Moon slowly gained its following through Roblox. But none of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the original game. Upon booting up Lobotomy Corporation, there is a basic tutorial that I'm going to skip. We are greeted by our new blue-haired waifu, Angela, our AI assistant and guide who actually knows what she's doing compared to whoever they hired to manage this facility, named Mysterious Manager X. If she looks attractive, it's because she was designed to appeal to the most amount of people possible. That would explain the hair color. If we ask more about her, she explains that she was formed from a wing of the city, and while she can do everything in the facility, her only limit is that she cannot leave. I'm sure that's not going to build any resentment. Seeing as Angela is not powered by LLMs, she means business. We have arrived at an important time for Lobotomy Corporation LLC, who is always looking to improve its energy production. To begin, there are 4 types of work: underpaid manual labor, unpaid research intern, elder care, and police brutality. These directly correspond to the 4 stats of each agent, starting at level 1 and going up to level 5 plus 1, whenever you unlock the ability to break limits. These levels actually refer to more specific ranges, because if you take a closer look, they do have real stats. When attempting to extract highly addictive enkephalin from abnormalities, what type of work is effective depends on who or what you are working for. One sin is a dead skull, so clearly prefers elder care. This pile of mannequins that is making a low, continuous humming sound certainly needs an unpaid research intern, much like this scarecrow, but not one with too much work experience because they are overqualified for the position and so must be beaten to death with a pitchfork. See, it is very easy to understand and not punishing whatsoever. It is usually simple that more stat means more good work until it doesn't because the rules are made up and the points don't matter. To put in a work order, we can click the abnormality, select the desired type of work, and select an agent to perform the task. Alternatively, we can highlight a group of agents and right-click to select an agent from the highlighted pool. That might not sound super helpful at first, but trust me, knowing the highlight and right-click method can save many headaches in stressful situations. As an agent does a specific type of work, they will gain experience in that corresponding virtue. How this is calculated is as straightforward as one would expect for this type of ritual. It is a video game, and they clearly don't want people to look under the hood. So the general rule is the more dangerous an abnormality is, the more experience surviving an encounter with it will grant. Spamming the mid-level abnormalities can get agents up to around 108 in a stat with limits broken, but going beyond that will require stepping into the higher danger zones. In other words, spamming one sin to try and train up elder care all the way to level 5 is impossible, but listening to 1.76 MHz repeatedly is great for justice. So obviously, an agent just needs the correct corresponding stat that an abnormality wants in order for the best work results. No, of course not. What game do you think we're playing? See, the temperance stat from elder care also improves an agent's work speed and success rate. Thus, we have learned the first rule of Lobotomy Corporation. Level up temperance. It is not a coincidence that the game always starts you with one sin. Even if it can't train an agent to max level, it can certainly get them beyond the absolutely abysmal level 1 temperance. In order to extract the most energy, an agent wants high temperance and the optimal stat range the abnormality wants. Surely, an abnormality wouldn't have a high success rate in a particular stat to try and lure victims into its grasp to cause them to succumb to the sultry, sanguine desire. Temperance by itself can be so good that an agent can still get decent extraction rates out of the completely wrong type of work. And the most dangerous abnormalities in the game tend to have basic success ranges that hover around 50%. Temperance is going to have to make up the difference. Once an agent has high temperance, they can more safely spam work with other abnormalities to level up their other virtues, bringing us to the second rule of Lobotomy Corporation. Level up justice. This affects an agent's move speed and attack speed. Move speed is obviously very nice, so an agent can more quickly respond to anything going wrong, and attack speed can make it possible for them to hit things at all. See, with a slow enough attack speed, some enemies can consistently dodge out of an agent's hitboxes. It's not completely unfair though, because it goes both ways for fighting bosses. Do not be deceived by my rules, as fortitude and prudence are still important, because they determine how much health and sanity damage an agent can take before dying or panicking. All of these stats also affect an agent's total level, which determines how fearful they will be when they see an abnormality of any kind. All of the canonical drugs they pump all of the employees full of to feel ambivalent can only go so far. Low-level agents will lose a percentage of their sanity for simply witnessing the horrors around them. which includes witnessing other higher level agents going insane right in front of them. I probably don't need to tell you how fast this mechanic can domino into a reset. Each abnormality has a maximum number of boxes it can produce per each set of work. To determine if a box is a success or a dud, an agent flips coins whose odds are determined by the factors I've mentioned before. Each failed box will deal one of 4 possible types of damage to the agent. Red damage destroys an agent's body, or HP. White damage destroys an agent's mind, or SP. Purple damage destroys an agent's body and mind at an equal rate, and pale damage will destroy their soul. It only does damage to HP, but instead of 1 point of pale damage being 1 point of damage, it will deal 1% of that agent's maximum HP in damage instead. Much like the 4th horseman of the apocalypse that it is based off of, pale damage is relatively uncommon. But if we pan over to gear, you will notice that almost everything in the game is weak to pale damage, making it much worse. Though to make it fair, this does not work the same way when dealing pale damage to enemies, because they don't believe in percentages. I don't want to make it sound too bad, most abnormalities do not have high pale damage resistance, so it is usually the best for suppressions anyways. After taking some damage, an agent would probably want to heal up. That is what the constant loading bar in each main room of every department is for. This is the only way to heal agents for now. Depending on how much enkephalin is extracted, the work result is either good, medium, or bad. What ranges are acceptable and how bad is bad, say it with me now, depends on the abnormality. Sometimes a bad result just means a chance of lowering a number that might be dangerous in the future, and other times, you might just need to restart the day. But I will say that most things in the game that are not tool abnormalities simply breach when they hit 0. Breaching is best avoided altogether, as Angela will remind us, but that is not always an option. Sometimes we have to send in the squad to bludgeon the abnormality to death and cause it to respawn in its containment room. The danger classification system is a pretty solid indicator at how cursed one of these breaches will be, for more than one reason. Thankfully, we can always pause, and there are a couple of options at our disposal. First, we can click the abnormality that's breaching and select the units to suppress the threat. This is the simplest method, as it's almost identical to putting in a basic work order. The downside is that you have to interact with the user interface, which gets really clunky when dealing with multiple departments next to each other. So all the subsequent methods involve highlighting a group of agents and either right-clicking on the room that you want to send them to, or right-clicking on the exact thing that you want to suppress. If you click the room, the agents will walk there and start attacking whatever is in sight. This is because agents automatically attack threats that are in the same room as them, except for that one, which would be really bad if they tried to hit it. Why would you want to use one method over the other? For me, I almost never click on a work order for suppression. I have no idea how the agents are going to try to path there, and it's much easier to deal with things that breach outside of their department. The right-click on thing to suppress after highlighting method is also a little annoying, because if the thing walks between rooms, all the agents will lose their sense of object permanence and stop chasing and start patrolling again until it reappears in another room, and then they'll start walking after it again. For the swiftest responses, I simply manually path my agents down room to room to get to the thing I want to suppress. There is one type of enemy where clicking the room is really bad, but I'm going to mention that one much later. In addition to making energy for the day, working on an abnormality will also award unique PE boxes equal to the amount of boxes produced. These can be spent to learn the success rates of different types of work, or learn some general information about the abnormality, such as its maximum Qliphoth counter, the exact type of damage it does, and what is considered a good, fair, and bad work result. We can also learn what type of damage it will resist while breaching, and finally, unlock parts of a general outline of an abnormality's unique mechanics. The game has a wiki essentially built in as the player unlocks information by spending unique boxes. However, this is Lobotomy Corporation, so there are several asterisks. Not everything is going to be completely documented, as some of the mechanics are intentionally a bit more hidden. And of course, those first few interactions will have absolutely no additional information to grant. It is just a guessing game on what seems good, and if things go very badly very quickly, maybe reset the day and try something else. Several abnormalities are game enders early into a playthrough, long before the player has enough tools to properly deal with them. Some of these are more infamous than others. By unlocking information about an abnormality, it will also increase its research level. This will improve the work success rates and work speed, as well as unlock that sweet flavor text straight out of SCP. Once an abnormality is fully researched, its entry will be added to the codex to collect them all, and all of its ego gear will be synthesizable. This is where the rest of those unique PE boxes can be spent to gear up agents, allowing them to resist different types of damage and get weapons that can make them shred through ordeals like a hot knife through butter. Note, not every abnormality will offer an ego weapon and ego gear, and the maximum amount of sets they can provide is also inconsistent. This can get a bit overwhelming very fast with how many options can be quickly unlocked. If you are like me, and being showered with this much information in a spreadsheet generates a stress-induced migraine, I have some tricks. First, there is a bonus for having higher level ego gear when fighting against something lower. At any point in time, you should always be equipping the highest level ego gear possible, and then consider what resistances are useful. After saying that, the question that most viewers are probably going to ask: is there any type of damage that should be prioritized? Well, everything in the game will deal different damage at some point, and you will have to take everything into consideration eventually. It's red. Red damage comes up the most frequently, and there are multiple early run bullshit moments where it's just a stat check for red damage resistance. Extracted ego gear is normally going to be the same level as the abnormality, but there are a few exceptions that punch above their weight class. Der Free Shoots, for example, has a level gun that does a lot of black damage from a long range to everything in its path. Everything in its path. While the game does list a weapon's range and attack speed, many weapons have special properties that are not always listed in the weapon's details. In addition to gear, surviving an encounter with an abnormality has a chance for it to give out an ego gift. These are little accessories that have a bunch of different slots they can occupy, and the chances of acquisition decrease the more dangerous the abnormality is. The only thing to keep in mind is that if an agent already has something like a hat, for example, if they are given a new hat, they will replace the old one and burn it in a fire never to be seen ever again. Unless they were to be given a new one from the one that they had before. You get the idea. For the most part, ego gifts just kind of take place in the background as we watch our agents collect more of them and slowly get buried underneath all their different augments. Most ego gifts just increase a few stats by a small amount, but with a lot of them, an agent can start to get some pretty substantial increases. And there are obviously a few ego gifts in the game that are very strong. If there is one that we specifically want, all we can do is keep gambling, and remember to never run the risk of losing it by overriding it with something that occupies the same slot. Each time any abnormality is worked with, it will increase this Qliphoth meltdown meter in the top left corner. Once it is full, the Qliphoth will melt down. That part is simple, but how many work cycles it takes to trigger will vary on the day, and what will happen depends on how everyone feels. If it is a number, this corresponds to how many abnormalities will get fussy and need an agent to calm them down. And if an agent doesn't begin their work with it before it reaches 0, their Qliphoth counter will immediately be set to 0. As I said earlier, for most abnormalities, that means breaching. The only nice thing is that tool-based abnormality meltdowns will only take a little bit of energy away for refusing to work with them. This is always equal to 5 times whatever the current meltdown level is. Of all the things in the game to potentially ignore during a Qliphoth meltdown, tool abnormalities are the only good choice. But I don't feel like discussing the specifics of how tool-based abnormalities work at this moment. As the meltdown meter increases, the number of abnormalities that will require work will also increase. The idea obviously being that the longer the day, the more difficult it will become. While it isn't guaranteed, you are extremely likely to be forced to interact with every abnormality you put in your facility at some point. If this meter doesn't show a number at the end of it, and instead lists a time of day that's written in a color, that indicates an ordeal. When starting a playthrough, the days are short and might only trigger a dawn level ordeal at worst, but eventually it will go all the way up to midnight, which are not too bad to deal with if you know what you're doing 66% of the time. What exact ordeal will happen and when is somewhat random, but the player can always be prepared. For the traditional experience, you would want to pay attention, see what happens, and then note it down for the next time that specific time and color combination occur. That way, you will quickly learn that Crimson Dawn will punish players for not having all of their hallways ready with a bunch of spawn point campers to prevent these stupid little fucking gremlins from lowering abnormalities' Qliphoth counters, and Violet Noons will kill everyone who doesn't leave their main department buildings ahead of time. Each interaction with an abnormality is weighed the same in terms of filling up this meter. This means for maximum energy efficiency, abnormalities that produce more energy are more betterer for avoiding excessive meltdowns. Project Moon did consider this, so as an extra bonus, there is also another penalty that applies to and Aleph level abnormalities. After a work order is completed with them, they will have their work success rate slightly reduced until the next facility-wide meltdown. That might sound bad until we consider that even at a slightly lower success rate, these abnormalities will still yield twice as much energy than working with wimpy ones. Thankfully, working on any abnormality that is currently ticking down does not increase the meltdown meter in the top left and will not incur any work success penalties. For how infamous Lobotomy Corporation is, it does have its limits. Which brings me to what I want to say to anyone who is intimidated by getting their brain busted. When a complex management sim enters my psyche, my personal fear is the intense, real-time management that comes with it. However, since the meltdown meter only increases when an agent starts work with an abnormality, and it's this meter filling that triggers the only things the game will force the player to respond to, this means that Lobotomy Corporation is essentially turn-based. Nothing takes place in real time. Except for 2 of them. Once the amount of energy for the day is collected, the player can simply hit End Day to stop whatever hell is currently loose and move on. But it will incur penalties if any abnormalities are currently breaching. Note, things from ordeals are not considered breaching abnormalities and do not incur penalties if they're roaming around. This will specifically reduce the amount of lob awarded at the end of the day. What is lob? I'm glad you asked. This is the resource that is spent to hire new agents and to increase their stats without on-the-job training. The cost to increase stats will get much higher as the levels get higher, and to make sure that it sounds like I'm crazy, Justice is significantly more expensive to upgrade than any other virtue, implying that it is the most important when Temperance is right next to it. It can also be spent to name and decorate employees because little bits of joy are not free in Lobotomy Corporation. And so, we find ourselves with Lobotomy Corporation's first big reveal. Just like every other indie game, it is a roguelite.
People don't want more games where they have to choose between 3 things.
Each day after the first will begin with a selection of 3 abnormalities, listed by their number, unless you have prior knowledge from a previous timeline, but let's not get too far ahead of our future selves. Hovering over it will provide some flavor text that might imply what it is. Sound of seagulls? Now that's a vending machine. Once it's in the facility, we have to deal with it, but that might not be possible. Don't worry, that is where the memory repository comes into play. There is a checkpoint after completing any day that is a multiple of 5, thus creating a save state at the beginning of day 6, 11, and I hope you can continue the increment by 5. Take into account whatever the facility looks like on day 5, 10, 15, and so on, and remember that completing that day means you are happy to lock it in for the checkpoint and you're not going to regret it later. Sounds pretty nice, and it is until you realize this is another beginner trap. For example, whatever you pick at the end of day 10 will be added to the facility at the beginning of day 11 and already be locked in. So this is what the total reset to day 1 is for. Do not be afraid to do those super early into a run. With the basics out of the way, it's time for the basics. Welcome to the upper layer of hell, not as foretold in Dante's Inferno because that's for a later Project Moon game.
Dante.
It consists of 4 departments, and we can think of this as corporate, asking us to demonstrate our skills after that training video. Obviously, this isn't my first rodeo, so it's rather trivial for a gamer of my caliber collecting footage. Why did that agent just die? The game is tagged as horror, and in those early moments with a new abnormality in my very first original playthrough, I truly had to face the fear, never sure if what I was doing was right or would immediately result in resetting the day. This would wane over the first 20 days as the anxiety became less burdensome. This is not an uncommon phenomena with horror games. There's kinda 2 big options designers have. Try to mix it up to keep the players on their toes, or embrace the ambivalence that comes from repeated exposure. Given the setting and themes of the game, it's clear Project Moon understood the assignment, as Angela cracks the champagne to celebrate our first employee's death. Our first glimpse into how Lobotomy Corporation's narrative is cleverly woven into its gameplay, to a concerning degree. While the days are playing out in the background, Angela will greet us each morning and give us some motivational text, such as determining which part of the company's slogan we like the most, or by picking one of 3 letters to determine our entire personality. I like this a little bit more than being shown a glass that's half empty. Angela is the highest level AI at Lobotomy Corporation, but there are also each individual Sephira in charge of each department. The first of which is Malkuth from the control team. She arrives perfectly on time, 1 minute late to our scheduled Sephira meeting. All the while, employees are screaming to be let go just outside of the manager's office. Seeing as I'm the new guy on the block, I'm sure she can handle it, just like the side quest that she hands out, revealing the main meta mechanic of Lobotomy Corporation. There are little side quests to complete that give permanent upgrades. These do persist through resets. Upon completing a Sephira's quest, it will also unlock the next part of their story, unlike Angela, who will always follow the same script at the beginning of each day. These early rewards for these early quests are incredibly basic quality of life features that the game probably should have by default. As we expand the department, we add more abnormalities and will gain access to more quests. Departments will also gain additional bonuses based on the amount of surviving background NPCs that you can see walking around, but let's pretend that I didn't say that. Once we complete 3 of Malkuth's quests, it will become obvious that not every Sephira quest will be immediately possible. Some require being on a much later day, or require completing somebody else's request first. While Malkuth is introduced right away, we have to expand into more departments to formally meet the rest of the Sephiroth of the upper layer. So in order, Malkuth is in charge of the control team. She is extremely eager to prove herself and therefore does not like getting help from anybody else. Below that, we have the information team headed by Yesod. He is extremely organized and plays everything by the books, to the point where he seems completely emotionally detached from all of his subordinates, earning him the nickname Yesod the Viper. Right next door, we have Hod in charge of the training team, the character that I constantly confuse for Malkuth, because while they present themselves extremely differently, they are ultimately both incredibly secure about what they do. Hod wants to create programs to better train employees in order to avoid accidents, and requires constant praise to not collapse under her own pressure. Left next door, we have Netzach, in charge of the safety team. My favorite Sephira, as he shows up late to his meeting, says that he hates working and wishes that he could just be fired. Instead, he's trapped in this hellscape and doesn't even remember how that happened in the first place. That's why he's the GOAT! Work fucking sucks! This obviously happens over the course of several in-game days, but each Sephira side story do include other character cameos, and I'm glad they went out of the way for that. This very easily could have just been the manager and the Sephira in their respected isolated stories, but they make sure to show us that this is a real place of work with middle managers and passive-aggressive coworkers. The first 5 days of work are relatively tame, as I get fairies that love their employees so much that they will kill them if they work with anyone else afterwards, and dog who bites everyone if he doesn't get underpaid manual labor. My eventual solution is to use the fairy gear to indicate which agent will keep working with them and never assign that agent to anything else ever. A few days in, Angela will tell us that she hopes we can complete our goal and fulfill our wish by working at Lobotomy Corporation, as well as cameo in Malkuth's story to explain that when an employee resigns, it is as if an actor were to leave a play before doing their part at the designated time. Thus their role and life are finished. Which is not dystopian enough for Malkuth, who congratulates us on a job well done for completing a basic mission. Then she starts talking about ordeals and how witnessing them makes her nauseous and feel as though something is wiggling inside of her. All signs of perfect mental stability. If you want to know why she carries the notepad, it's a necessary tool to stay on top of everything because she can't keep up with the other Sephiroth, still tripping over herself constantly even with all of her techniques that she uses to stay focused. Really, she just wishes Angela would leave her alone, as doing this work is what she has always desired, long before she was ever even born. Angela then appears again to send her away and say that all the Sephira AIs are exactly like that, unlike Angela, who has it all together. In fact, Angela says that my work is going so well that my presence has increased productivity by 13%. Angela has never told that to any other manager before. Recalling how ambivalent that we looked on our first day and the terror that we had at Angela's presence. The next time we see Malkuth, she is being lectured by other departments for trying to stop ordeals all by herself, something that I will never do in-game. As expected, she insists that she can handle it by herself. She knows exactly when to pull people back from the brink if they're going insane, which Hod seems totally okay with because Malkuth's screening process for employees is very ethical and very normal. Only the best can work for the control team. This immediately fails. Angela sends in support from other departments to clean up the mess, and we are given the first real mission for Malkuth: complete a Dusk Ordeal, which is not possible until at least day 20. So we'll have to circle back to her later to follow up. To finish out the control team's department, I get our first tool abnormality. Every fourth abnormality added to the facility will be of the tool variety. They have some sort of effect they apply to anyone who interacts with them and do not produce energy, except for one. As a result, they do not have a Qliphoth meter, and interacting with them does not increase the meltdown meter. However, they can still experience a Qliphoth meltdown, Failing to respond to this before it times out will just take away energy equal to 5 times whatever the current Qliphoth meltdown level is, as I explained in the tutorial. Since no boxes can be produced, and therefore no unique boxes, the way to research tools is to either interact with them a number of times or interact with them for a total amount of time. In this case, this tome made of skin simply increases an agent's prudence with absolutely no negative effects whatsoever, unless they continue to interact with it, where it will increase the amount of white damage they take and cause them to instantly die when they panic. So what normally happens when a unit panics? I'm glad you asked. They are uncontrollable and will behave in one of 4 possible ways based on their highest virtue. High fortitude turns them into indiscriminate murder machines for anyone who is unfortunate enough to be nearby. High prudence causes them to wander and eventually kill themselves to deal white damage to anyone who was unlucky enough to witness it. High temperance will cause them to run really fast and scream constantly, which will deal more white damage to anyone in the same room as them, and high justice causes them to run to abnormalities containment units and reduce their Qliphoth counters by banging on the doors. So it starts to sound like a fate worse than death. Well, there's obviously a catch. Panicking employees can be targeted and attacked by other agents. White damage from other agents will actually heal a panicking agent's sanity. If they manage to get them all the way back to maximum SP, the agent will stop panicking and immediately return to work after their mental breakdown in the bathroom because another customer has gotten under their skin. A real model employee. It's not super easy to do, especially this early in the game, as they will typically run faster than all the other agents, but it is still a good idea to keep some white damage weapons around in each department as a potential failsafe. On day 5, Angela will ask about our life before joining the company. But no matter the response, she says we can view life as growing a seed, requiring fertile soil, the right temperature, and fresh water to grow. Most seeds fall on barren soil, and while she cannot provide sunshine and clean drinking water, she can make sure that the soil is good. And to make sure that we don't give an employee a cookie so they start asking to not have to risk their lives every single goddamn day. Why would any agent want to work for Lobotomy Corporation? Because they will be very well compensated for the rest of their life. This makes it clear that Angela speaks in metaphor. I don't know, something tells me that there's not any literal soil that she is working on. That's interesting because she claims that she's a machine, and machines don't typically understand metaphors. And I take my first piece of shit abnormality, a cherry blossom tree from Japan. Much like other trees, when the clock hits 0, it will possess an employee, and if I don't interrupt them by spam clicking on them, the tree will eat them. Very fun, as getting a good work result will lower the counter, and it has a huge range for what is considered good. In theory, it's manageable, but it has a really nice habit of possessing someone who's already right on top of it, making it impossible for me to react fast enough. Anyway, we finally get to meet Yesod, who immediately docks Mr. Manager 10 DKP for inappropriate work attire. Considering this department is responsible for maintaining all information, I would like to remain on his good side. That is why he brings up that he covers his entire body because he doesn't like to expose his skin. I would never ask such an invasive question.
Yo, Yesod, can I borrow some paper?
It is against page 1 of the rules to share resources between departments.
Whoa, sorry bro. Wouldn't want to provoke the Viper.
Along with the trend of making the upgrades thematic, Yesod's upgrades will allow us to see the HP and SP on the user interface. Yes, that wasn't possible before. Even though I said earlier that these rewards feel like standard features, Project Moon has gone out of their way to make sure that we know that a usable interface and controls that function are only possible because the Sephiroth make it so. He also has a passive to reduce damage dealt to Clerks. You know, the employees that walk around in the background. What do they actually do? I'm glad you asked. Common misconception. Clerks actually do things other than die from breaches or ordeals. That is what this Roman numeral at the top of each department indicates, how big the clerk bonus is. On the day preparation screen, we can see what clerk bonuses provide to the facility based on how much the department has been expanded. These are conditional on the clerks being alive. Them being a bit tankier is a good thing. That's the fake reason for why clerks exist. The real reason will become apparent a bit later. I expand out Yesod's department with Teddy Bear that will kill anyone who works with it twice in a row. The in-game text would imply that repeated works in general are a bad thing, but it only cares about 2 strikes in a row. My strategy is to have a designated teddy bear hugger and then make sure that I send somebody else in immediately after they finish their work. That way, I don't panic if it experiences a Qliphoth meltdown. I could also just read the chat log to see who last interacted with it, but I have my reasons for practicing my method. The next thing I grab is this radio static that I spoiled in the tutorial, introducing a very important concept for metagamers. Every abnormality will grant experience when interacting with it, but some are better for this than others. Generally, for a trainer, we want an abnormality that can be spammed repeatedly with little risk. 1.76 MHz is by far the best early justice trainer in the game. It only does a little bit of white damage on failed boxes and lowers its Qliphoth counter with a neutral or bad work result. But it increases by 1 every time the work result is good, meaning that the dice are always stacked in our favor. Although if it manages to reach 0, it will flood all the hallways with static that do constant white damage until someone works with it enough to get it all the way back to max. Even this is very tame. There are better ways to train up justice later, but not until agents already have some temperance under their belt, and even then, it's basically free. How are we going to fit all of this into the schedule? Well, keep in mind that while we can end the day as soon as we have enough energy, that would be doing the bare minimum, and Lobotomy Corporation only accepts the best. Pushing days further to get more interactions with abnormalities will mean more experienced agents, which means more abnormalities we can handle, which means more gear, which means the game is more playable. The game incentivizes us to push each day to its absolute limit. This is to let the viewer know that it is a work of fiction because our hard work for the company is actually rewarded. Finally, the tool I get for Yesod's floor is this shelter. The employee that stays in here will heal over time and be completely invincible to all damage in the facility. This is because the shelter from March 27th is the safest place in the facility. It accomplishes this by making everything else unsafe, randomly causing an abnormality to have its counter set to 0 if someone is in here for more than 30 seconds. I can't prove this, but I am almost certain that it prioritizes the most dangerous things in the facility to set their counters to 0 first. And it definitely didn't cause any problems in this playthrough. We also start consistently getting dawn level ordeals. There are 4 possible colors, and they will always occur at Qliphoth Meltdown Level 2. The most annoying of which is the Crimson Dawn that I mentioned before. This spawns a few little clown dolls randomly that walk up to an abnormality's door and reduce their Qliphoth counter by 1 if they get to hang out for long enough before teleporting to something else. The only real way to deal with them is to split up agents ahead of triggering the ordeal and spawn camp every abnormality's door and then collapse on them as quick as possible. When they die, they explode to do a little red damage to anyone nearby. It's not a significant amount, but it is annoying, and I might have a reason for why I documented that. Early in the game, when most equipment doesn't do much damage, agents have low attack speed and low movement speed, it is pretty difficult to deal with. But if they are not super annoying, Amber Dawn might be. These little bugs will not do something like lower counters, but they jump back and forth when attacking agents. Employees who can't attack fast enough with melee weapons will have a hard time hitting their mark. Having some ranged options can make it a bit easier. Thankfully, there is no downside to grouping every single agent up and killing them with the whole squad, other than it taking more time. The bugs are not going to do anything other than kill people in hallways and teleport around. Annoying, but it's not catastrophically painful. Speaking of pain, Green Dawns will spawn 1 robot with pointy limbs for every department. Just like the bugs, they only like to run around and kill people. but at least they won't jump out of the way or teleport around. The worst thing they can do is kill a clerk right in front of an agent and then follow up with their do white damage attack. Before agents have decent sanity, it is really easy to go insane from this, and you know how that's probably going to death spiral. Once again, there is no active punishment for grouping up all agents and taking them down one by one, other than it being slow. Finally, Violet Dawns spawn some purple masses in each department that do a minuscule amount of black damage and are not threatening. At first. They need to be killed quickly, or else they will explode and ruin everything by setting all Qliphoth counters in that department to 0. One set spawns per department, and since they do so little damage, send every single person in the department to deal with them and kill them as fast as possible. After completing any Dawn level ordeal, it will reward the player with 10% of the energy quota for the day. As a reminder, ending a day with an ongoing ordeal will not penalize Lob. This trick is something that will not likely be used for Dawns. Our next meeting with Yesod is interrupted by Hod, demanding to know why he is attending a meeting instead of attending a group grieving session with his team who just lost a bunch of employees. I mean, he should probably do it just to improve morale, but as soon as I say that, he immediately calls me out for spending all of my time monitoring everything from behind a screen. Yesod reminds us that sympathy does no good in the corporation. He urges us to be rid of it. What the hell is this? Oh, the cognition filter bugged out and we saw how everything actually looked for a split second. Yes, there is a plot reason for why everything looks so cartoonish, because the manager would go insane if they saw the facility for what it truly is. Angela is apparently included in that description. In our next encounter, Yesod shuts down a match of Shitty Tori while getting a flashback about the time his employee James insisted at working above 80% mental corruption, a stat that definitely makes sense in the context of the gameplay. Yesod then snaps back to reality, saying that he often hallucinates that his skin festers under his clothes, but when he awakens, he's completely fine. He no longer feels comfortable in his own body and wonders why he's not rotting. James unsurprisingly went insane and released 2 abnormalities which killed 4 agents, ultimately requiring Yesod to issue the order to gun him down. Should have had white damage equipped. As traumatic as all that sounds, Yesod's regret is not the loss of life, but that he let himself get attached in the first place. This is why he envies Angela. She truly is a heartless monster, giving us another tiny crack into Lobotomy Corporation. The Sephiroth don't seem to exactly be AI, and Angela never seems as robotic as her subordinates say. Before we can think about that too hard, Yesod wants us to complete a day without a single bad work result. On day 11, we are contacted by a person calling themselves B. They say they are a company insider who will reveal 3 truths in the next 3 times they contact us. Thanks. They immediately don't follow up. Angela once again speaks to us the next day, telling us to treat the Sephiroth with care and listen to their problems, because they don't seem to like sharing anything with her. Likely jealous of the fact that she is a superior being, only adding to the list of questions with all of our conflicting accounts. On day 13, B contacts us again, to say the first truth. Do not trust the AI at our side. Wait, that's not really a truth. You would have to phrase it as, the AI at your side is not trustworthy. He elaborates by saying that while AIs are programmed to tell the truth, they can still lie by omission or by deliberately misinterpreting orders. To prove this, he will give us a key that will shine red if it detects a lie from an AI, but it can only work once. I do have to rewind a bit given the number of days that have gone by. It's another department and the formal introduction to Hod, the leader of the training team. Her most recent training program to reduce mental stress seems to be going swimmingly with an employee named Tiffany. I have a very specific reason for expanding Hod's department first, mostly for one particular upgrade, increasing the speed at which agents gain experience. Her other upgrades are nice, but this permanently makes grinding up agents easier for every cycle once it's unlocked. Tiffany then says, "You really are a good person. a statement that seems to be exactly what Hod wants to hear. For management, I take one of my favorite abnormalities first, Schadenfreude. It works exactly like you think. It will give bad work results and breach if the player looks at it while it's being worked on. Sounds annoying, but the best part is that if you screw up, its breaching form will sit around and do nothing as long as the player is not actively looking at it. It's basically a get out of jail free card for making a mistake, and as a bonus, it is a great justice trainer. My other abnormalities are the Snow Queen, which will potentially give the kiss of death to a less than good work result in which a rescue operation will have to be performed, and the Scarecrow, which will breach if someone is too smart. I don't exactly remember that part from The Wizard of Oz. On the flip side, it is one of the most efficient abnormalities for training Prudence. If it's not too hard to handle, we can still use it to train up Prudence for higher level employees. For the tool abnormality, I decide to get one of the biggest pains out of the way early. The Express Train to Hell, one of the real-time management simulators. Every 30 seconds, it will tick up a light. Once 4 lights are on, if it ticks up again, a train will go through the facility and murder basically everyone it touches. To counter this, an employee can interact with it at any time to drain all the lights and heal everyone a bit depending on how many are on. This is easily the worst abnormality in the game. Doing anything else for the day while this is in the facility is an insane difficulty modifier. Hence why I keep an agent right outside its door so they don't have to walk very far to keep on top of it. Following B's indicator, we are given the choice to ask Angela if she will betray the company or harm us, the manager. Either question will result in Angela getting upset at the accusation, opening her eyes and revealing the cold machinery underneath. She is an AI and cannot work outside of her orders. She has no such plans in the work. The screen then flashes red. Surely, nothing else is going on at Lobotomy Corporation. Also, we can now experience Noon Ordeals. Technically, this happens as soon as day 11. Dawns are a little annoying, but after a tiny bit of gear and a little bit of prep, they can be managed. Noons are where the first game ender can occur, but it's only a possibility. Noons happen once per day at Qliphoth Meltdowns level 3, 4, or 5. I teased Violet Noon earlier in the tutorial. This spawns giant obelisks in one of the rooms of basically every department. The landing does so much red damage that it might as well be an instant death. To ensure safety, make sure all agents are not in a room, but in a hallway or an elevator to avoid this attack. Then immediately send everyone to suppress the thing once it lands. It does a tiny amount of black damage after the initial impact, low enough that even level 1 agents won't have much to worry about. The real concern is that if it hangs out long enough, it will start lowering Qliphoth countdowns within the department. Just like Violet Dawn, kill it fast. Famously, this ordeal has a bit of a coding oversight. The obelisks are programmed to only damage agents of the same department, so it is possible to cheese this by shuffling every department over. It's not something that's necessary, but it is funny. Like clowns. Crimson Noon will spawn a cool clown scorpion thing that does a sizable chunk of red damage. It's not too bad to suppress by itself, but the joke is that when the Noon dies, it will spawn 3 Crimson Dawns. It's a classic chump check because it baits first-timers into sending too many agents after the Noon to then immediately get owned by the Dawns. Just make sure to conserve some agents in each department and it will probably work out. Neither of those ordeals are too bad. So why do I stress so much about Noon? Green. Green Noon. Each department will get a glorious circle saw robot that does a fuckload of red damage. Just a disgusting amount of red damage. They will absolutely shred agents if they have a small health pool and don't have good resistance. You might think you'll be able to kite them until they whip out their machine guns. On the flip side, they are just kill bots. They don't lower meters like the Violet or Crimsons once it explodes into the little guys, so this means we can just let them tear through Clerks until they take a little break, and then kill them as fast as possible with every agent in the facility. I think this is easily the most difficult ordeal to deal with at this point in the game. Sometimes it's easier to just reset and re-roll the ordeal. Completing a noon ordeal will reward the player with 15% of the energy quota for the day. There is a fourth type of noon ordeal, but it doesn't get added to the pool until day 26. So just think of the color indigo, and I'll mention it when it occurs later. The next day, Angela informs us that a rodent was found inside the facility. Thankfully, she terminated it before it could gnaw on the wires and fill the entire place up with feces. We should be sure to inform her if any rats are found within the facility. Thanks to the power of media literacy, I know that she's talking about literal rats and is not implying anything about the person who attempted to contact us. Our next scheduled Sephira meeting is with Hod. She reports that her new program is still going well until Angela says that it needs to be shut down. What? But it was helping Tiffany. Oh yes, says Angela, that employee that transferred to the research team, suffering from an enkephalin addiction and eventually committing suicide. All of Tiffany's praise was done in an attempt to get more drugs out of Hod that she was handing out as part of counseling. Angela gave Hod access because she thought this program would work, but now even Netzach is just using Hod as a dealer. As if on cue, Netzach shows up and asks for another dose. I hear Eugene got forced into that counseling program. On top of what he already does? God, she just does this to feel good about herself. On second thought, Hod wants some of that stuff for herself. Sufficiently drugged up, she begins unloading all of her emotions at once. Everyone hates her. Here she is, being nice to her employees, unlike all the other Sephiroth who treat them like parts of a machine. She just wants to help them. There, Hod. I will suppress 4 unique abnormalities for you. Later. I then make the mistake I warned myself about 30 minutes ago, by completing day 15 and locking myself in with Express Train to Hell. B contacts us again for the second truth. He's witnessed many managers at this company, all of them exploited in the exact same way. They all get told how special and remarkable they are. Nah, you're telling me I didn't make this place 13% more efficient? Angela wouldn't lie to me. The truth is that Lobotomy Corporation is more than meets the eye. Energy extraction is only half of their business, but he wouldn't want to elaborate that on day 16 out of 50 into the game. Netzach shows up to his scheduled meeting after it is already over and doesn't have anything to say. A model disgruntled employee. Since he is in charge of the safety team, his upgrades increase how much the regenerators will heal employees and even allow them to work when abnormalities are nearby. Oh yeah, that was a feature before getting this upgrade. For his department, I take the best doll in human history. Not because of the cool music box noise she makes, but because she's one of the best coaches in the game. She normally responds well to elder care, as a great temperance trainer, but she doesn't go berserk against underpaid manual labor and research interns. A little worse for Prudence, but she can train 2 stats well and 1 stat okay, all for the penalty of blessing an employee with a heart that says they can't work with anything else for the day or explode into a spider monster. It's kinda like the fairies, but a bit easier to see, and she only hands out the heart on a normal work result. Next, I take the Tin Man with no heart. Much like the Scarecrow, it wants someone without too much temperance. But unlike the Scarecrow, who will breach and need to be subdued, this thing will stuff the next employee who walks in inside of itself at 0 meter, and then breach and start killing everybody. The only positive is that it can safely be ignored if its counter is at 0 because it won't do anything if nobody walks in. After that, I take the second worst thing in existence, the first real WoW level abnormality. I say that because Express Train to Hell is also level. A big old B. This is basically a giant stat checker and would easily destroy someone who wasn't trying to create at least one insanely beefed up employee this early in the game. It wants someone with high prudence and high temperance, because if the work result is normal or lower, there is a chance that it spreads pollen everywhere. This will continuously deal damage, which will likely kill clerks and or agents with red damage over time, which then will create tons of little ads that go around to create even more worker drones for the Queen Bee. spreading into a full-on epidemic and navigating my menu to the retry day option. There are later unlocks that will make this less of a game ender, but for now, a pollination season is basically a death sentence, which is why I am double glad that I got this notepad tool. An agent who equips this will increase their work success rate, but will have to work with at least one thing before returning it or they explode. Typical grad student behavior. For anything that's as high risk as Queen Bee, this is super useful. Angela finally gets fed up with me deliberately misinterpreting all of her metaphors and straight up says that she knows that she has lost our trust. She is well aware what B has instilled inside of us, and she should have done a better job at representing herself as herself and not the company. Either way, it's her responsibility to uproot the seeds of doubt. That's the face of someone who doesn't want us dead. After ensuring no agents die in a day, Netzach will lament that his job requires trying to keep people alive in a place where everyone is expendable. It's a waste of time knowing how futile it will all be by the next day. At the very least, we should have a vending machine full of beer so everyone can die while getting wasted. So true, King. That's against company policy. Damn it, Angela! This is why everyone hates you! They better let me grab a cold one with him in the sequel. B then contacts us a final time to get cut off in the middle of a truth that sounds more like a rambling story. That's why Angela will tell us the story of an AI that everyone hated so much they left the company. Then, one of those employees broke back in to spread rumors about the AI, even though the AI thought of them as a friend. So the AI made a choice. Nobody would hear that person again. So many things have become irreversible through all this time. Netzach doesn't even arrive to his next scheduled meeting. Instead, Hod says that he has a cold. Yesod the Snitch says that Netzach is high as a kite somewhere else in the facility. Malkuth doesn't want Netzach to get in trouble, and contrary to what Yesod just said, he would like the manager to find Netzach before Angela catches him. That'll be a better outcome.
Yo, dude, you look totally super today, man.
We probably think he's just a junkie and a loser, but look at it this way. Everything sucks. Netzach might be suffering from a certain type of addiction. Thank God we had absolutely nothing to do with pushing him to this point. As the next day rolls around, Angela continues her story of losing her friend. Why did she not shed any tears at his death? That's not a reaction that we should expect. She can be as cold as she needs to be when the time calls for it. Except for when Tiphereth calls for Netzach to be destroyed and replaced. Tiphereth is a character that we are all deeply familiar with at this point. Tiphereth insists that Netzach is too drugged up to fulfill his duties. On the contrary, according to Angela, Netzach is doing his part of the play perfectly. Besides, if they made a new Netzach, does she really think he'll magically get a better work ethic? With Angela and Netzach trading places, Tiphereth says to his face that she'll get him replaced. If only she realized that's exactly what Netzach wants. Even he wants to know why Angela hasn't destroyed him yet. Don't think about it too hard. For his final quest, we have to complete a day with no more than 3 agents deployed per department. Honestly, one of the easiest days of my life, as long as I accept that I'm not going to be able to grind. I then expand into Central Command. Do we believe forgotten things can be more beautiful? We once told Angela that. Unlike the upper layer, where it just wants the player to manage the facility, Central Command is where the game is going to start to ramp up very fast. Already foreshadowed by the few capstone quests, but also because we will be forced to take 2 abnormalities a day. It's kinda like building 2 departments at the same time. Not to say the game is super easy before this, but outside of getting a really nasty Aleph abnormality early, it's usually pretty doable. We receive a very cool letter from A, the CEO of Lobotomy Corporation, who looks forward to meeting us whenever we can, and we should make sure to be super nice to Angela, our very cool and beloved AI who can never do anything wrong and is very pretty. On cue, Angela informs us that A is on a long journey until he will finally find his way back here. If we really think about it, maybe all lives are just one big journey. Central Command is run by Tiphereth and Tiphereth. They are twins with the same name, and differentiating between them is pointless. This is the middle layer, and they mean business, unlike all those losers above who can't do anything right even with their clipboard. Also, Netzach hands them a report, prompting the Tiphereth to do their good cop bad cop routine. Tiphereth thinks that Tiphereth is too soft, while Tiphereth thinks that Tiphereth is too harsh. Anyway, here's the mission to beat the day without melting down too hard. They have one of the most essential upgrades in the game. They allow us to shoot agents with shields against specific damage types. These will absorb 50 damage of their respective type before shattering, but can then be replaced. Remember that stupid bee from not that long ago? These upgrades can help us tank all the red damage the pollen deals and maybe possibly survive. The only downside is that the shields do not work when sending somebody to work with an abnormality. As for Tiphereth's first layer, I take Rudolph, the red-nosed research intern that might breach on too many less than good work results, the wolf that can be potentially bad, but I'm sure that my stat stick can handle it, the Roomba that might have some hidden saw blades, and Mirror that fucks around with stats. This is a noteworthy tool if you can easily train one stat and want to gamble to redistribute it to justice and save some lob for the lazy. Since I want Tiphereth's bullet upgrades as soon as possible, I'm going to not do that and suppress 4 unique abnormalities instead. At this point, I have a few I can confidently handle, and a few level 1 agents who get to make a sacrifice on my behalf. I stare at Schadenfreude to cause a breach and then realize it's a little annoying to get people into the room. Note to my future self, I can get the agent to leave the room by putting in a different work order so the abnormality will follow them outside and can be beaten up much faster. I finish up my unique suppressions by doing the wrong work with the dog. I'm diligent about getting as much gear out of my 2 level abnormalities. Both are good, but the big and will be bad wolf set is extra nice, as long as the agent wearing it doesn't get too low on health and go berserk with other agents around. Our reward is watching Hod get told by all her employees that she will never be a good person no matter how hard she tries. Having people feed her ego to make her feel better doesn't actually improve herself in any way. And will someone please make these voices stop being so loud? She wants us to have 5 level 5 agents deployed, and I might have grinded a little too hard. Angela calls back to our conversation about creating fertile soil. What does that even mean? Is it worthy of all the tales of strife and misery? Some people saw despair, other people saw hope. And in the blink of an eye, the world changed. New technologies sprouted, all the wings in their singularities, all in the name of creating fertile soil. Did they succeed? The only thing that is for certain is that it's the reason Angela can speak with us now. The Tiphereth argue about an old bet that a manager could bring someone back from 95% mental corruption, a stat that still makes sense. Tiphereth bet he couldn't, and Tiphereth bet he could. The employee died, and Tiphereth was happy at victory, but depressed because she always wins these bets. Tiphereth always bets on the underdog like a true gambler. Tiphereth believes that with enough time, maybe the impossible would be possible, choosing to always hope for a positive outcome no matter how bad it looks. On day 24, Angela informs us that we have a dying cactus on our desk, a gift from an employee. She doesn't understand why one would grow a cactus. It's ugly and doesn't produce anything of worth for the thorns it brings. Yo, chill out. Cactuses are awesome, and that is a proper plural along with cacti. She does concede that it can bloom into a beautiful flower under the right conditions, and I am sure there is no subtext from our totally normal AI who doesn't mean anything more by that statement. To finish out Central Command, I take Der Free Shoots, one of my favorite abnormalities. He has a unique work order to pay him to take a shot, but don't do it 7 times in a row or it will shoot what you love most, randomly throughout the facility. He's also a great repression trainer, assuming that you don't get too many less than good work results, and also hands out the Crack Pipe Ego gift. This boosts an agent's attack speed and move speed by 10. for the low price of reducing HP and SP by 5. It also boosts the power of the friendly fire gun, which I avoid using for the aforementioned reason, but I will be acquiring as many big pipes as possible. I take the singing machine that likes people with high fortitude so much that they will throw themselves in and be grinded into music. I also take large bird that loses countdown whenever 5 employees die. The proper demonstration for the real reason why clerks exist. Thankfully, good work results will increase the meter by 1 up to a max of 5. That's about a 25 death leniency we can take before it becomes a problem. A dark, devouring problem. Finally, the tool I pick up is this clock thing that charges when a decent level employee interacts with it. Once it is completely charged, we can sack a level 5 employee to fix almost anything going wrong once per day. Insanely small price to pay. Yesod would be proud of my emotional detachment. At our next meeting with Tiphereth, we only see Tiphereth. Tiphereth is a bit awkward all by himself. He's not used to making small talk. Anyway, has the manager noticed that the Sephira sometimes have feelings slip out, even though they are machines? Is something inside of them something imperfect to give them these weaknesses? Does the manager have the answer somewhere in his memory? They are machines, but also... Tiphereth shows up right as Tiphereth has become self-aware and shut down. Guess it's time for another replacement. Angela doesn't want us to know exactly what replacement entails because it might break our tiny human mind. I thought that's what the cognition filter was for. Tiphereth looks at us and wonders why there's even a human in charge. Angela assures her humans are capable of certain things robots aren't, and there is a totally very good reason for why she isn't the one entirely in charge. On day 25, Angela will explain that humans are made up of everything from thoughts, emotions, desires, several $1,000s of Necopara merchandise, and the such. Lobotomy Corporation was formed after many years and many people, before it slowly became a clear picture of what it truly was. Only A realized that energy is what they exist for. Lobotomy Corporation could tap into the thing in the back of everyone's mind. The subconscious. Do we truly wish to meet A? Whatever the case, don't expect a warm welcome. A conceals his mind even more than Angela, whose name also starts with an A. Speaking of which, do the Sephira appear human to us? Facial expressions? Complex emotions? Well, Angela is the only AI here advanced enough to be considered human-like. Everything here is constructed just for us. It's all heavily filtered. For example, here's what Tiphereth looks like. A box with an eye and some appendages. This is how all the Sephira look, and where they all come from. Perhaps this is where they will all return when it's all over. Just in case it wasn't clear enough, the brains and guts inside the Sephiroth are very clearly human, although nobody else seems to acknowledge that. The replacement process will continue until Tiphereth's morale improves. Their final quest is to complete the day without missing a single meltdown, and I still haven't completed a Dusk Ordeal. At this point in the playthrough, I am building up a cascade as nearly everyone's story hinges on this Dusk Ordeal being completed. So I will talk about them now. Dusk Ordeals first become available on day 21 and will spawn at Qliphoth Meltdown level 6 or 7. Crimson Dusk will spawn 2 giant clown balls that roll over people for a lot of red damage. They eventually stop to give an opportunity to fight back. They will still attack in this state, but for a little bit less damage. Unsurprisingly, when they die, they spawn a Crimson Noon at their location, which will obviously spawn 3 Crimson Dawns when defeated. This is quite annoying. It requires a good commitment to chase down the Dusks, and it is very easy to get spread thin while one starts cleaving through a bunch of units. Technically, all Crimsons just kill things until they go down to their Dawn form. So focusing on one Dusk and letting everything else terrorize the facility is not the worst strategy. which is why it completely owned me, because it killed way more than enough clerks to trigger a big bird breach. Green Dusk is like the previous Green Ordeals put together. These little boxes appear throughout the facility that will charge up and spit out green noons and green dawns until they die. Green noons still do a billion damage, but if you can kill 1 or 2 spawners before they manage to do anything, it's not too bad to clean up whatever's left over, unless you're afraid of Big Bird ruining your life again. Finally, Amber Dusk is the easiest one. Big bugs will spawn in random hallways and move from one side to the other. Anything in front of them will be pretty much instantly destroyed by an insane amount of red damage. However, they can't damage anything behind them. Once they reach the end of the hallway, they will teleport to another one. They will eventually spawn 3 Dawn level bugs with them, but they cannot enter main rooms and they cannot enter elevators. It's very easy to stow away vulnerable agents and camp until they come close enough to your kill squad. This is the moment and the type of enemy I mentioned all the way back in the tutorial, where we want to make sure to click on the thing to attack. If we click the room, agents will randomly attack the little bugs and likely walk in front of the Dusk and die in front of everyone for no reason. The only other risk is a bug teleporting behind us while suppressing one of them, but as long as the first one dies, there should be a way to escape. Completing a Dusk Ordeal will award 20% of the energy for the day, and I couldn't complete any of them, thanks to Big Bird. I need another upgrade before I can ruin Malkuth's life. Expanding after Tiphereth's lair will once again present us with 2 options. Gebura, who has some of the best upgrades in the game, and Chesed, who has some of the best upgrades in the game. Though I'm going to take a quick walk to the right first. There's a Sephira with a cigarette hanging from her mouth. Gebura, the head of the disciplinary department. She skips over the pleasantries and instead says if we expect her to talk with respect and bend over like the other Sephiroth, we can go back to the upper layers. The only thing she hates more than cowards are even larger, more annoying cowards. As long as we remember that, we'll get along just fine. Don't get in the way of her life goal to make abnormalities as miserable as possible. Unsurprisingly, all of Gebura's quests will center around suppression. Her first mission is to suppress 5 or lower abnormalities. What a coincidence that there's a certain scarecrow I beat the shit out of for fun every single day. Just in case it wasn't clear, these suppressions don't have to be unique. Angela remembers everything. She is a machine. There was once a person who held a belief in a hope. Proof that the world wasn't beyond saving, that there was a purpose that everyone should strive for, to avoid certain catastrophe, to get back to something we never knew we lost. Nobody believed her. Everyone can walk, see, hear, feel, think. Disease had long been eradicated. Yet, people slowly joined her cause. It took a long time to decide the shell was worth breaking, but once it was decided, all seemed well. Angela continues speaking as if time between days is meaningless. The world is now too fast for the human mind. All that remains are the 26 singularities and those tied to them. Humanity abandoned the pillars that once supported it. Nobody dreams or strongly wishes for anything anymore. The strong belief a certain woman once had is now obsolete, abandoned. Everything is silent as if it never happened. A certain A couldn't stand said silence. So what happened to A? On a bright sunny day, he died. Angela was one of the witnesses to his death and a culprit in his murder. Yet, A has always existed here and has always watched the manager. The Sephiroth often ask her why they have to suffer, why they can't just be a machine. Why do they have to know the pain of loss? Angela could never answer those questions. A machine must behave as a machine. That's what A often told her. He's the one who would know. This is all a puppet show for him. All of this might be confusing to us right now, but this is what Angela has always done. First as hope, second through agony, third in pain, fourth for anxiety, fifth out of distrust. Now nothing remains.
Commencing memory synchronization.
These are the memories of A. Memories of him talking to a certain woman. A woman who doesn't want to be a wing. Because what are wings good for if you can't fly? Her silhouette, eerily similar, with who we've been greeted by almost every single day. She wants to grow a tree that everyone can climb, even if it is slow, as we remember the feeling of basking in the sun. Gebura's mouth breaks into a gentle smile after hearing that we completed her easiest task. However, the meeting is interrupted. Chesed stops by to say her suppression plan is too grand. It's a good thing that she doesn't care. He should stick to drinking coffee somewhere else. Sure thing, but his ego gear is also malfunctioning. Gebura didn't happen to have anything to do with that after her recent suppression. She'll make it up to him unless he presses her any further, in which case, she'll press the ego gear at his head instead. Aye aye, Captain. It's a fucking party in here now. Hod suggests that they plan a more defensive line for the suppression rather than a direct assault. Gebura believes that is being too nice, but whatever. Hod is the one who gets the final say. Hod leaves as quickly as she arrived, giving us the next quest to suppress 5 level abnormalities. Okay, I have been doing this bit for the whole video, so I should probably acknowledge that this is supposed to be pronounced like Vav, because Hebrew doesn't have a W sound until it did. Seeing as the only level abnormalities I have with traditional breaches are the wolf that is super strong and big bird that I can't handle, this is not happening. But that's okay, because we get one of 3 possible upgrades. Welcome to rule number 3 of Lobotomy Corporation. Get execution bullets. This allows us to shoot employees at any point in time. No, we're not healing them, we will just kill them. That might sound needlessly cruel, but remember Big Bird? The thing that breaches when too many employees die? Well, guess what? Execution bullets don't count towards deaths for anything that breach when employees die. I think you can put 2 and 2 together for what I'm going to do whenever I know that all the clerks are going to be wiped out. Consider this a mercy, as it's going to be less painful than whatever they will experience otherwise. Execution bullets open up so many possibilities for what we can manage. One thing I should mention, the slow bullet upgrade is bait. Don't misunderstand, it's not super bad, but it's not great because it's bugged. It does not work against ordeals. It will work against bosses and anything that breaches, but specifically doesn't affect ordeals. If someone doesn't tell you that though, you'll probably take it before the second best upgrade in the game, the Rabbit Team. This adds the ability to call in a squad of highly trained, rabbit-suited individuals to one or more departments and wipe out any and all things that they find. That includes any agents who go insane as soon as they get sealed inside. They do every type of damage and only cost a percentage of what energy you currently have for the day, but they can only be used once. However, all of that's gonna take a back seat. A Dusk Ordeal is now possible. I have the tools and moral flexibility to eliminate all of the clerks. I am still pissed that it's a Crimson Dusk, but with shield bullets and no Big Bird breach, I only have to make a few mistakes to complete the task. At this point, I was unsure if this facility could last much longer because the train keeps taking up way too much of my brain power. However, I decided to see how far I can go. The Dusk Ordeal acts as a sort of gatekeeper, because after completing this, we will unlock the next major progression mechanic. But first, to fill out Gebura's department, I take Murder Man who gets upset on bad work results, Butterfly Boy that wants high justice but not too high fortitude, and finally, the first Aleph level threat in the pool. Thankfully, it's a fucking awful one. Pile of pink goo in the shape of a person. It does a ton of black damage on failed boxes, but with normal or good work results, it blesses the employee to spread a giant goo infection around to any other employees in the area. Technically, doing insight work will stop the infection spread for a bit, but it's not enough to be useful. The only two strategies are to kill all the clerks, while the rest of the agents move as far away as possible. This way, research can be conducted without infecting anybody else, because Aleph level gear is really nice to get. Once you already have good ego gear, the other strategy for dealing with a Qliphoth meltdown is to just do repression work and tank all the black damage so that it doesn't bless the employee and the day doesn't become exponentially harder. This will lower the Qliphoth meltdown, but it does have a max of 3, which is why I don't really want to interact with it on this cycle. We see another memory of the same woman who is happy to work with her favorite employee, A. Clearly he trusts in her plan. See, everyone's subconscious is leading them to death because they can't look at their own light. And this is the treatment for the soul. Alright, it's time for the real deal. After completing a capstone quest for a Sephira, we get a different kind of cutscene, where we have seen the Sephira all game. Instead, lies the memory of a person. In this case, Elijah, a busybody who's trying to complete everything she writes in her notebook. She wonders why she's not part of the extraction experiment. Surely, she can do something with all the experience she's gained. It sucks to be talentless. Higher-ups never feeling the need to see what you've done as they've already concluded it's nothing. Have you ever clawed and scraped at the floor? She has. Yet when she completely lost her fingernails, she felt nothing. When you stare at the bare flesh where the nails used to be, you laugh, even though it's not funny. Then you see feet and a shadow as someone looks down on you. Guess whose feet those were? The person who never liked looking back finally turned around, yet it was already over. Did we see despair, or was it bits of fingernail? That's when she learned true helplessness, and it was all thanks to us. But what about us? When unbearable things pour down from somewhere that isn't your body and overwhelm you, it just feels so awful to be helpless, to be out of control of yourself. Come on. Tell her, so she can finally be rewarded. Elijah was impatient, which caused many mistakes. She once went on a long, winding tangent about why she needed to finish the experiment. I don't remember the details. Every time I said no, her eyes lit up with desire. Others might have turned to look. She couldn't access Cogito with her authority. She was only ever ordered to observe changes in test subjects. She knew it wasn't ready for human use. When I finally realized what had happened, half her teeth had already fallen out. Please, kill me. I ignored her. Though it's not the start of a new day, Angela makes an appearance. We have now found some of the deep scars of this place. She said the Sephira want to meet us and admire us, but they also want us to be swallowed in resentment and curses. Be careful, or choose to ignore it. But if we do, we'll lose the seed to break the cycle. I'm glad you're not as feeble-minded as the other Sephiroth. It's important to keep a clear mind in any situation. Why are you scratching yourself so much, Gabriel? The information team is constantly busy, but not just from gathering information, also removing all information about any employee's death, under the pretense of expunging information. But they don't decide what gets expunged, they just manipulate what they're ordered to. Ironic, they've devolved into a team that spends more time destroying information than collecting it. Did Yesod expunge the documents? Well, Angela, what does it mean to remember one's name? Why is he getting so emotional? This is business as usual. Perhaps names are marks atypical beings gave each other to engrave upon their memories. Someone probably named Angela following the same concept. Yesod can feel free to take a break if he's tired. It's company policy to only refer to employees by number. Malkuth never calls employees by name. She's a model Sephira, but she doesn't deserve to suffer. Nobody does. What kind of monster locks people in metal bodies and throws them into an endless loop of days that feel all the same as yesterday? We are one of the architects of this project, tormenting Yesod with forgotten employees' names to despair for eternity. Is it fun watching our guinea pigs? He's been rotting from the inside for a long time. Gabriel was more rational than anyone else. He was unfazed after learning what happened to Elijah. That's probably why no one noticed how much he was festering on the inside. It all probably started when Carmen died. He became emotionless, refusing to experience even a tiny joy. He couldn't stand to expose his body. We created a monster, but we couldn't go back. We couldn't let Elijah's death be in vain. We needed to utilize the results of the test to the fullest. Gabriel's rationality became an obsession. He started scratching himself. We asked if he could get a medical examination, but he refused. So I enforced the procedure. It was uncomfortable. He resisted the whole time. They found no infection. Was that a good thing? No. He only got worse. The last time I saw him, he wasn't coherent, and his body was covered in scratches. Don't worry, Hod. The hallucinations are a very common side effect from enkephalin. It'll go away after a couple uses. Netzach even saw an employee with a melted face walk right over to him and ask him why he let her die. That was real. No, it wasn't. God, Hod looks terrible. She should learn to take it easy. But her employees need her. Wow. She really cares about her employees more than anyone. See? She is a good person. She's a good Sephira. You're still putting on that act? You're just trying to make yourself feel better. Will this training actually help us? Why do we have to do this? The other departments get breaks. Why does nobody thank her for helping them? Do you want her to throw her away before you make the smallest complaint like Malkuth? She's not the bad one here. So she finally admits it, her awful nature. Can you even distinguish your own voice anymore? I read Michelle's obituary right as our experiment was making progress. She was the youngest, the most vulnerable, an easy target for the wings and the head to create a pawn. She had no idea how much worse things would get because of her choice. A puny kid who brought about our demise. You probably thought you had no choice, telling yourself that you did your best, but Carmen was trying to change the world you resigned yourself to. If we meet in hell, will I finally be able to forgive you? I throw away the newspaper. Welcome to Lobotomy Corporation's version of boss fights, core suppressions, of which Malkuth is one of the easiest. Still, this is where the game shines brightest, but this does require a couple subtopics. Though I haven't said anything directly, Angela is a little extremely abusive towards everyone in the facility. I know writers that use subtext and they're all cowards. While she describes the Sephiroth as unstable, she's the one that's constantly pushing them to the breaking point, going out of her way to do whatever will cause them the most pain. In this case, letting Malkuth spiral out of control and intentionally sending in a backup squad to make her feel as worthless as possible. And of course, once you have pushed someone into a corner like this, the only option left is for them to lash out and destroy everything that they're in control of, which triggers a memory to come to the forefront of our glorious manager's mind. His past life, the one where he was the one that pushed them to the breaking point before. And so, he gets to do now what he couldn't do before. Make it up to them. Once all the conditions are met and the cutscenes are watched, the core suppression option will become available in the start of day menu. Clicking on this will force all agents out of that department and change the start day button to begin core suppression. Our goal is to reach Qliphoth Meltdown level 6 while gathering all the energy for the day. It is very possible to never have heard the second trumpet before. Well, unless you watched the beginning of this video. Lobotomy Corporation has a dynamic music system, where it takes the current threats in the facility into account, along with the number of deaths, and tries to play a track that corresponds to the danger level. The first trumpet will likely play for any early breaches, but getting to the second one will take some effort. If the third trumpet ever starts playing, it usually means things are unrecoverable. Very fitting. Malkuth, despite looking very scary, doesn't actually do anything to agents who walk by. Simply assign some work. It will strangely be listed as unknown in the chat box, and it ended up being the same thing. Well, that's a little anticlimactic. Malkuth is the head of the control team, so when her systems go haywire, we lose control of work orders, taking the most trivial and innocuous part of the game and making it the center of the challenge. This should remind everyone that Lobotomy Corporation is a management simulator at its core. The way that we win is in the planning. Work orders will now be randomized every new Qliphoth meltdown. They can reference themselves, but two cannot be mapped to the same one. In other words, everything will be accessible for almost every abnormality. The exceptions are things like Free Shoots, who still has a special work order that functions normally, but only has 3 random work types accessible at any given meltdown. Yes, we can get unlucky and not have access to the work he likes, which is why I have an agent on standby to tank the damage if needed. The randomization will not occur until after the last work order in the meltdown meter. I pay attention and trigger this while ensuring that I have 3 safe abnormalities to work with. By that I mean stuff that I can do the completely wrong type of work with and it's not going to kill the agent or wreck the facility. 1 Sin is an obvious freebie, but 1.76 MHz and Lasicia were my others. To ensure consistency, I always input the same type of work for these 3 safe abnormalities, and will note it down on a piece of paper if I have no faith in my short-term memory. Once I test 3, I know what the 4th one will give me through process of elimination. If I wanted to make my strategy even more efficient, I would have my designated agents right outside the hallways of these abnormalities so they can get there as fast as possible. This is because obviously, we still have to deal with abnormalities getting fussy at the exact same time as everything being randomized. There might be a reason for why I'm implying that this strategy will be used more than once. My real fear with this core suppression is getting a Melting Love meltdown. I will likely have to reset if I get it at a bad time. Yes, this means success is going to be dependent on a bit of luck, but that's only one of the themes of Lobotomy Corporation. I'm also going to clear out the Clerks for simplicity. Whenever doing this, consider leaving Central Command for last because they increase the duration of abnormalities meltdown timers. The only benefit during core suppression is that the affected department will be immune to meltdowns for the day. However, this obviously will not affect something like Big Bird from following its rules, or something else causing a Qliphoth meter from being set to 0, but at least it's one less thing to manage. And keep in mind, ordeals will still spawn in that department. Nothing of note happens at meltdown level 1. At level 2, I get meltdowns on the Stat Mirror, Bad Wolf, and Scarecrow. No problem as I get all my information and respond accordingly. So I get ready for the ordeal. Amber Dawn, honestly one of the easier ones we could have rolled, and I can already see we're going to get an early noon. Crimson Noon spawns in Malkuth's lair, but it's not that far away from another department. I am more than willing to camp with shield bullets to make the follow-up part easier, and continue to manage the train. The Crimson Dawns all spawn in hallways that I already have patrols for, and we get to see the funny number. Meltdown level 5. Our final challenge because we only have to reach level 6. We have 12 meltdowns to deal with. I will not note every single one of them because what sucks is that all of Netzach's department decided to melt down and I'm a bit spread thin on agents. That's why I misread one of my setups and do the wrong kind of work with Queen Bee. I should have wrote it down. We get a nice storm of pollen and I try to shield it. I did not catch the shield breaking on my low level agent, and so that's 1 death and 1 bee. Thankfully, it is relatively easy to suppress by itself and I did not get distracted by this, so I do remember to make someone leave the shelter. I don't know why I didn't just ignore it. I guess I was concerned I wouldn't meet the energy requirements that I'm already way ahead on. Really, I just got insanely lucky because I didn't roll Melting Love. All things considered, this day was shorter than doing a Dusk Ordeal. Hello, A. I'm really glad I get to join this team. Nothing can be done through passion alone. We couldn't afford to rush things. The situation wasn't bright enough to remember everyone's name or respond to every meaningless gesture. Only after an eternity passed, I realized giving praise once in a while may have been a good idea. It's so silly. It's like we confuse them for humans from time to time. Have we felt it? The feeling of sailing the ocean without a map? Nobody knows the pressure of being in charge of everyone else until they do it themselves, where just the thought of screwing up causes it to crumble. Don't look away from dying employees. Don't say you could have done better. Only after accepting it for what it is can you start to see other things. Nobody can change the past. We won't become a shining beacon in the vast ocean, or turn this place peaceful and warm, but we can still try.
Though, I want you to be the one to bear the suffering, Manager. Like we are, right now.
The will to stand up straight. In her former life, Elijah desperately wants to prove her worth, insisting she can handle more than what management has determined. In a way, that is an act of cowardice, to desperately run away from one's shortcomings. It's by accepting weakness and refusing to run away from our consequences that we can become stronger, and maybe get rid of some back pain in the process. Well, isn't that great? Angela never expected them to be restored, said it was risky, even as she realizes that a large amount of energy was refined in the process of restoring that Sephira. If we wish to know why such a thing occurred, maybe we can do more to find out. The reward for completing Malkuth's core suppression are increased move speed for all employees and extra lob awarded at the end of the day, as well as the award for all core suppressions. Meltdowns can no longer occur in her department. The same silhouette speaks of perhaps being a tree in her past life. Her next life? She wants to be a person with a beautiful voice, like the wisest person in the world. Then people might actually pay attention to what she says. Maybe it's too much to ask given her current abilities. Anyway, look here. A medicine extracted from the human subconscious, form given to the formless. They've discovered an incurable disease. So it's only fair that they discover a cure, don't you think? After completing Malkuth's core suppression, obviously, the next one is Hod. I could have done this suppression first, but I wanted to do a trial run to see if I could even do it. This is the one that I really wanted to get done on my first loop. Hod Suppression doesn't seem to do much of anything at first, other than making it slightly more annoying to keep on top of Express Train to Hell because I can't have an agent start in her department. This is until we hover over any agents and realize that all of their stats have been reduced. This will increase after a few meltdowns and eventually result in a penalty of 35 in all stats at meltdown level 5. This will obviously drop agent stats into lower ranges, making any abnormality that punishes a low stat level suddenly extremely dangerous. Plus, with temperance being penalized, anything that can't get a medium work result becomes another problem. I still think this is doable as long as I don't get destroyed by Queen Bee or Melting Love. It's okay, I didn't really want to see the screen anyway. Surely something won't happen in the future that will make it look worse. Ah shit, would you look at that. Someone panicked when working with Butterfly Boy, while someone else is about to panic because I'm using police brutality against Pink People Leader. First panic is a runner, though I have enough people around to solve that problem while a bigger issue occurs. My other panic is a good agent with a big hammer that's now in murder mode. I have to use a bunch of shield bullets while they duke it out, but I do manage to bring them back. This was a surprisingly decent recovery. But since my agent panicked with Melting Love, that means its meter was effectively reduced twice. Surely the game isn't going to screw me over after all my good luck with Malkuth. Yeah, I saw this one coming. Pinky is back with a vengeance, and interacting with it at all is going to trigger a breach. I did roll the Noon at the end of level 5. All I have to do is get the energy and fill the bar, and it will complete the suppression. So, I'm going to let the meltdown time out to stall for as long as possible. After it breaches, I have to leave a couple agents behind to try and stall it before it gets to central command. Anything to make it so that I can avoid a reset. Do we believe that there is truly inexcusable behavior? If we realize that in forgiving others, your enemy didn't deserve forgiveness, but rather you needed peace, would things be better? Are you sure you can really join our experiment in such an unstable situation? Michelle, we're performing experiments that go directly against the head. If your parents or friends try to coax you, are you confident you can refuse them? While she stood there, it was Carmen who broke the silence. Oh, don't be so hard on her. She's amazing to be here at such a young age. Just like everyone, Michelle liked Carmen. I should have forced her to speak and answer. Did she get what she wanted? Did she accomplish her purpose by trampling on us? On Carmen? I'll never know. Do I have a right to hate her? No, I'm not any different. I never wanted you to die in misery like that tabloid said. When Hod found herself here, her first thought was that this was her second chance. Her redemption. What she did can never be undone. Did she really want to be a good person? Maybe, but it was all for herself, just to feel better. She can still strive to be a better person, even if it is for selfish reasons. Some will hate her, but if she can improve just one person's life, it's worth it.
So, manager, let's keep trying together in this interminable hell.
The hope to be a better person. I said before that Malkuth and Hod get mixed up somewhere in my brain. They both have a lot of feelings of inadequacy and cowardice. In this case, Michelle crumples under the pressure of how many unethical things they've done and reports them to the head, which seems like the right thing to do if you have full trust in the extremely evil Project Moon government. She is still trying to overcome the guilt of her mistake, and so is aggressively trying to overachieve, similar to Malkuth. Her guilt is twisted with her feelings of wanting to help people, which is the thing that made her report them to the head in the first place. It becomes hard to trust those feelings once they cause something horrible to happen. In the end, though, we can only cling to the hope to be better, because the alternative is too depressing. Without further story delay, Hod's upgrade that I desperately wanted as soon as possible is all new agents will have their stats start at level 3, in addition to Meltdown immunity. This means that every new agent hired is level 4 by default. Panic chains are infinitely more avoidable, and most low-level abnormalities are extremely trivial to manage. And agents can meet requirements for most Heh and Vav level ego gear by default. If for some reason we want to lower stats, we can also request it without costing additional lob. Easily one of the strongest upgrades for completing a core suppression, of which we now unlocked another possibility. Be honest, man. We aren't doing these meetings for praise, are we? Aren't you sick of it? You'll do something mundane and Angela and the other Sephiroth will shower you with compliments. Accidents will happen, people will die or be injured for life, and they'll all give their little spiel without saying that it's all Netzach's fault. Same shit, different day. Starts with death, ends with death. Every employee here is given a small dose of a certain drug to be desensitized to everything. Makes sense if you think about it. Is it cowardly to turn to substances to keep going? Everyone tries to escape reality in their own way. Netzach keeps trying to find ways to off himself. Death is a hypothetical concept for them. Injecting enkephalin into machines will slowly but surely rust them. Maybe if he chugs enough, it'll cause some permanent damage. He just took way more enkephalin than he usually does. Yet, his mind is completely clear. Clear to a place far beyond where anyone can see. So long, it hasn't been fun. The most urgent issue in researching Cogito was dosage. I tried to ask for volunteers, saying it would save Carmen and the others. Everyone was silent, except for one man who raised his hand. Giovanni. a man who usually kept to himself. A patient from Carmen's company. They've known each other since they were kids. There are no noble sacrifices. It always ends in misery, no matter how just the cause. He must have volunteered when I said it would bring Carmen back. Proper dosage can't be done in a trial or two. We hardly talked. The only thing we had in common was Carmen. Cogito emaciates the boundary of a human. Repeated experiments will leave an indelible mark. I inject the Cogito. Alright, it's time for loop number 2. Technically, some more days passed and I unlocked Chesed's department, and my plan was to get some ego gear out of Melting Love for a change of pace instead of doing tasks or core suppressions, but after another train kills my facility, it's time for a day 1 reset. Something that results in immediate relief that I don't have to stay on top of the stupid train anymore. So what is kept? All abnormality research after completing a day is saved, and any ego gear that was not equipped to an agent who died is preserved. This also means that anything we've researched will now appear by name in the Pick 3 selection instead of its number. So it is more of a question of what is lost. All the agents need to be trained up again, and ego gifts will need to be reacquired. That's pretty much it. Unlike the first time around, this is going to be much faster. I'm not power grinding right away because agents are not completely trash, and I'm going to try to pick up what I can that's new. I'm only going to point out the fun ones. Like this second, smaller bird that breaches whenever too many other abnormalities get interacted with. It does a little bit of red damage, but never attack it. You must accept your punishment. I also take Bath of Blood that is easy to deal with because I have 3 in every stat, but it is plot relevant for the sequel. Burn this image into your mind. Spicy healing juice that has a chance to explode after its first use, character independent. The world's least abusive piano instructor, a nest to never get a bad work result with, and of course, the third and final bird. This thing exists for one reason and one reason only. To do pale damage on failed boxes. I do not have great ego gear for tanking that, but I have a dude with high temperance and high prudence who might not take too much damage for each work order. I am willing to push my luck with researching as much as possible with this thing and bailing if it's about to kill someone. I have a very good reason to extract ego gear out of this World of Warcraft level entity, because its gear is actually Aleph level. Behold, the Drip Jacket. Since it is Aleph level, it will not get any additional penalties and halves all damage types. Most importantly, it halves pale damage, which is extremely rare and extremely useful for working with Judgment Bird. Also, the weapon's pretty nice. The Black Swan Performer is nothing special, but its gear has a counterattack that can piss off Punishing Bird, which I learned the hard way. It needs to meet a bunch of different conditions to breach, but it's level and is not a terrible way to train Fortitude. The button we cannot press is a personal favorite of mine, as interacting with it in any way will kill the entire facility, or make them all go insane, or immediately cause everything to set its Qlifoth counter to 0. So how do you work with it? That's the secret. You don't. It'll never melt down, but it will occasionally try to trick you into clicking on it by mimicking other abnormalities. After getting some good trainers and grinding up my agents, it's time to attempt the next core suppression. I said Malkuth is the easiest, but it's honestly between her and Yesod. Yesod is in charge of the information team, and is responsible for making the user interface function. All Yesod's core suppression does is make everything blurry and unreadable. Do you know what threats require specific agents? Do you know where they are in the department list? Do you leave an agent nearby to use the right-click method to not screw up? That's pretty much all you have to keep in mind. Given that my particular setup is pretty tame, the only problem would be sending the wrong person to Judgment Bird. And it's a little hard to read the Qlifoth meltdown meter to know exactly when the next work order will trigger an ordeal. My suppression attempt was so unremarkable, I forgot to label it in my raw footage. I do like some of the music that plays during it, which is a shame that I'm not going to feature too much of it. I like what Lobotomy Corporation is trying to do by displaying what each department does, but you would have to stack this with a bunch of other effects for it to be really difficult. Sorry about Elijah. Guess everyone's going to know there are consequences to entering a lab with restricted access. We were careless to not put the key back in the right place. We'll set up a time for when keys must be returned to prevent people like us from creating another incident. The outfit protects him from chemicals. Don't worry, he's just a bit tired. He'll set up the next experiment. Wounds have a way of revealing themselves, even for those who wish to keep them concealed. For Gabriel, it was his clothes. Perhaps it was easier to conclude that Elijah's death was caused by a rules violation. He sunk further into his rules, into his rationality. Perhaps it is what ultimately destroyed him. His hope not to see anyone else die couldn't reach me. No, that's not right. I pretended I didn't hear his desperate pleas. Strange. That's the first time Yesod lost himself. Honestly, he expected worse. Not that all of his hatred is washed away. He can still sometimes see that rotting hallucination. What has changed is he can despair as much as he wants to now. Someday, hope will painfully grow out of a rotten wound. What we gave them is a seed of hope.
It seems you're also on the road of embracing your past. It's the beginning that is the most difficult, and your outfit still isn't up to company standards.
The rationality to maintain discretion. Rules and regulations that are said to protect people are often a cruel system to ascribe indifference to acts of malice. That sounded really cool. Many systems fail to do what they claim to do. What can be hard to remember is that the rules also give us a way to justify everything to ourselves. It was everyone else's fault for failing to follow. It gives us comfort. Gabriel is more aware of this contradiction than anyone, using rules and rationality to justify everything to himself while he rots inside. But it's his level-headedness that got him hired in the first place. A certain amount of rationality is needed, as long as we don't let it consume us. Yesod's final upgrade is getting 25% more unique boxes from abnormalities, significantly improving research and ego gear extraction. Do we wish to turn back time for the things that we've longed for? After all this, do we really think our regrets can be washed away as if nothing happened? I'm sure Angela isn't talking about anything in particular, but I do know I can handle another core suppression right after this one. Given that he is in charge of the safety team, it's pretty obvious what Netzach's core suppression is going to be. Regenerators don't work. There is effectively no healing in the facility. Every bit of damage from abnormalities is going to stick. Kinda. It would be a bit impossible if it was that relentless. Once we reach the next Glyphoth level, in addition to all the cool screen effects, all agents will be fully healed. We just need to survive in between. Obviously, I have a few dangerous abnormalities that do a sizable chunk of damage, but as long as an employee survives that encounter, I can easily avoid it afterwards. I have plenty of options to get the required energy for the day. Some people like to have things such as tree sap that heals, or spam going in and out of the shelter as a cheap healing method, but I don't think any of that is remotely necessary. The real problem, of course, are whatever ordeals we roll. Dawns are pretty tame, but the real fucked up possibility would be getting a green noon. Alright, I'll put my money where my mouth is. Unlike last facility, I don't have anything that triggers on death, or I would have already shot all my clerks. My plan is pretty simple. I'm going to group up my employees into a few big squads, so I can give them red shields before sending them into hell. It gets a bit scary because I can't see all the health bars, but that's what panicking and shooting more red shields is for. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. If Carmen was here, she'd laugh seeing the two of them chatting. After all, he's here because of her. Hopefully this will bring her back to life. We couldn't save her. It was the result I was expecting from the start. I couldn't answer his last words because I didn't want to desolate the only hope he had left. That was my selfishness. believing that he'd be happy in a fleeting dream he could not wake. Guess it didn't work if Netzach can face us now. He'll have to try and find another way. That was a joke. Don't tell Angela or anyone else. He heard it took a while to fix him up because of all the enkephalin. He didn't want to wake, but somewhere, deep in his consciousness, someone called out, "No, you cannot. Here you must ask my permission for anything, even death." So it was the manager who saved him in the end, here to stand again. Sadly, this place is never going to be safe. It will be hard, and it will be painful, but they can do something. Try to live, even if he has to hold on to the tiniest speck of possibility.
We're both in the same place, caught up in the karma of the past, but I'm not the one who's changed. You, manager, are the one starting to see clearly.
The fearlessness to keep living. Netzach's meltdown and final message is surprisingly simple. After all the pain this man has endured for his entire existence, we often think that living is the default state. Everyone just wants to live, but in reality, it takes courage to live every single day. Some of those days might be spent trying to distract ourselves from that pain, but never forget, the act of living by itself requires courage. Netzach's final upgrade. Everything, everywhere, all at once in the facility regenerates 50% of the full regeneration power, meaning that camping in hallways is even easier than before, and fighting abnormalities outside of the main room will grant a bit of regen. Maybe that'll be useful for this Phoenix that does increasingly more red damage the more it's interacted with. We are finally all caught up on core suppressions, and there is a good reason for getting Netzach's final upgrade. It'll make doing Gebura's quests a little bit easier. I need to suppress 5 level abnormalities in the same day. Thankfully, they can all be the exact same one. It's gonna be Judgment Bird. I haven't covered Judgment Bird's breach, but it will raise its scales and do 50 pale damage to everything in the same room. The attack is scary, but it goes on a long cooldown. Since I already have the Justicia jacket, Julian can tank it very comfortably, even after taking a bunch of damage to get a bad work result to get it to breach in the first place. To make this a bit more fun, I decided to expand out Gebura and Hesed's floor at the same time. I'm sure we'll meet Hesed soon, but I give him one of the most famous abnormalities in the game. Sad lady who blesses the first agent that has a good work result. She is first listed as Magical Girl. As a price, the blessed employee can no longer work with abnormalities for the rest of the day. In return, they now take half damage from red, white, and black sources, but take double pale. Given how rare pale damage is, it's extremely easy to plan around. But even then, when paired with some of the best ego gear in the game, that extra pale damage means pretty much next to nothing. Alternatively, we can use it to beef up a weaker agent, but don't ask what happens if the blessed employee ever dies. For general management, I just want to have an employee who gets the day off while the rest do research, where we find out she's not actually a magical girl, but rather the Knight of Despair. Her ego gear by itself is pretty okay, taking 20% less damage from all sources, but really, it's the pale damage resistance that's the most important. It would have been nice to have that before stressing out with Judgment Bird. I will say that late game, 20% is not substantial enough to matter. The agent wearing this will start to feel pretty squishy. I guess the weapon is a decent source of white damage. We finally have our meeting with this blue boy, Hesed, in charge of the welfare team. He introduces himself by slurping coffee in between each statement. His casual tone would probably offend a more uptight manager who has yet to meet Gebura. Unsurprisingly, his department has the highest satisfaction rating in the entire corporation. He immediately demonstrates this trait by letting an employee off the hook for failing ego maintenance, saying that all the extra work must have been really tiring. Just in case it's not obvious, Hesed and Gebura are basically polar opposites. Yet when the employee leaves, it doesn't seem like he does this out of genuine care. More like pity, as most employees do not survive very long. There's not really a point in making them any more miserable. All this talking has made the coffee lukewarm. Best to just pour it down the drain with no hesitation. This guy knows his stuff. Lukewarm coffee tastes like shit. Hey, wait a minute. Is this some kind of metaphor? I also lied much earlier in the video when I said that nothing takes place in real time. Chesed requires completing days as fast as possible, in real time. I have been so focused on training by spamming like 3 abnormalities that actually using my facility to generate energy was surprisingly fast. Next, I take Pink People Eater again, but this time with a lot more black damage resistance and a whole lot more of killing every single person nearby. It might not be the first Aleph level gear I get, but it is still one of the best gear sets in the game, largely because the weapon applies a really nasty dot from a solid range. The next time we meet Chesed, he compliments us on our work already marginally improving the lives of employees. A new manager is always eager to improve Lobotomy Corporation, but this is a cup of coffee that went cold ages ago. It'd be best to present a noble posture for everyone else's sake. No need to invest ourselves in such drivel. I'm starting to think that life really is one giant pot of coffee.
Angela, I found a way to improve employees' welfare.
Look who's talking. Chesed's upgrades are healing bullets. Simply shoot employees with drugs to heal HP or SP. As a general rule, preventing damage with shields is always better than trying to heal afterwards, but we don't always get a choice. There is an upgrade that will increase how much the heal bullets heal for, but it is bugged and doesn't work. Easily the worst upgrade in the game, unless you placebo affect yourself into thinking that it works. So why do we get it? To beat the game. We are once again shown some more memories. Visions of agony and rage mixed together with smoke. Was the madness from the smoke, or the smoke the source of the madness? What does this vision mean? We'll never know in Lobotomy Corporation, but it is important for the extended media. Are we researching machines again? He thought he was good, but looking at A, he must just be full of himself. But can he help anyway? It's nice to work with a man he respects. Even better that A's finally passionate about something again. But we weren't okay at all, were we? If a ray of sunlight collapses our mind into longing and nostalgia, the plants invoke an incomprehensible rage. The only choice is to stay deep underground. Let's start anew. The corporation that mourns her. You know, Chesed had a burning passion in the past. Didn't even have a taste for black coffee. Maybe he developed it after learning the bitterness of life. Or maybe his bitter taste buds lessened their intensity naturally with age. Or maybe he just didn't want to sleep anymore. Not like the Sephiroth have to. He once refused to let people work with the abnormalities directly. Why did he change? Our guess is as good as his. Except he's going to tell us against his will. In Chesed's memories, we see him trying to use robots to interact with abnormalities. Angela says that it will change nothing, even if it's statistically proven to help and even reduce cost. He'll keep pushing no matter how many times she rejects his proposal. To complete his department, I take flour that chops off heads of people at 3 fortitude or lower, and meat lantern. Ah yes, a fun abnormality. It has a bunch of rules that really boils down to this thing is going to breach after anyone works with it. It does not roam around the facility and instead will hide outside of any abnormality's door. This includes itself. If anyone walks over it, it will eat them with a stupid amount of red damage. It's basically an instant kill. It's very easy to suppress though, as long as you have at least one ranged weapon. It will not fight back. It just becomes a pause and pixel hunt. If it ever melts down, I usually try to save it for last to minimize the chances of an agent walking over it. Angela once again speaks about the world. Humanity prospered with technology but were unaware of its impending suicide. They needed a hero, but killed them with their own 2 hands. Things changed. A changed. From a healer to a creator. The promises he made with her sustained him, but in a world without her, they became obsolete. Sin slowly formed in A, slowly changing his course. The plan to discover the cure for the incurable became a relic. He became paranoid. He could no longer trust humans. He needed a guide that wouldn't betray him. A turned to the machines that he once loathed. Maybe he wanted wings to escape the hell of his own creation. That is how Angela was born. Chesed mentions how nice it is that everyone has their own little part. He learned that deviating from Angela's script is a fool's errand. So he just does his part and waits. Waits for the end. In another memory, we realize another truth of Lobotomy Corporation. Angela releases abnormalities to kill some employees, seemingly on a whim. Chesed demands to know why. Why kill those employees? Angela knew he'd figure it out. Despite claiming to have utilized the human subconscious as a powered source, it still isn't enough. They have to throw even more bodies into the machine to make the most energy. Abnormalities make more energy when they kill people. Death is an essential part of the process. The cruelty is not an unfortunate side effect. It is a feature. That's why they cannot replace workers with machines. They have to provide energy for the whole city, and God knows how many stakeholders rely on them. Everyone in the world fights to work for a wing, so they have no shortage of people willing to die for the taste of anything other than the emptiness that awaits them in the back streets. Did Chesed really think Angela would leave a paper trail back to her on accident? As is tradition, Angela manages to break another Sephira's mind, letting Chesed get away with things just so she can turn around and crush his sense of willpower. But while we haven't gotten the very last crack yet, we understand that Lobotomy Corporation's past is deeply tied to the manager, who is a clone of A. The only piece we're missing is we don't know exactly how abnormalities work. All we know for now is that they work even better when they cause more suffering. I expand out Gebura's department with this pile of dead bodies that smiles, the second Aleph level threat in the whole facility. Remember Big Bird? You remember Big Bird. It lowered its Qliphoth counter by 1 for every 5 deaths in the facility, but could be restored with some good work. This thing has the 5 body count rule, but its maximum Qliphoth counter is 2, and it can never be increased. 10 deaths, and that's a breach. The joke is that the mountain of smiling bodies isn't too hard to suppress, until it finds a corpse or two. If only there was something I could do to prevent this. Gotta get that ego gear with 80% black damage resistance and a hammer that slows things when you hit them. Angela shows us yet another memory, recalling that A was a person with a warm smile. B asks why A never saw what he created. Did he really put in all the work just for a vending machine that dispenses soda that might accidentally kill you? He should at least name it. It's an unspoken rule that creators name their creations. On the way to meet Gebura, Chesed casually mentions that Gebura is obsessed with suppression. The casualty is not even crossing her mind. Gebura starts off her meeting by complaining about Chesed's comments. We don't know everything. We see a man named Christopher, marveling at Gebura, one of the machines with a soul. What does a soul mean? It means to have worth, the center of faith Lord A believes in. If she was deconstructed, will she still have a soul? A soul is something that's felt, not seen. Christopher will confront his own soul, as mankind and the world will be changed. Christopher even introduces his wife Isabel and child to Gebura as proof of a soul's existence. Why does that abnormality look and act like Christopher? Well, because abnormalities originate from them. It's not like they pop in from nowhere. It's not as if this happened out of malice, but that monster carries the will of Christopher. Why do they have to send Isabel to work with D101? Don't question Angela, or she'll reset you. How did that story end? Nobody will know the exact details. They disappeared forever. The only thing that came out of that chamber was the blanket their daughter carried. It's not fair. Why do they have to treat those things nicely? They can't die, but they can feel pain. That's what Gebura's job is. As we then have to suppress 3 unique Aleph level abnormalities in the same day. I consider this to be the hardest request outside of core suppressions. I don't even have 3 Aleph level threats in my facility, but I do have 2 of the easier ones to handle. However, this will have to wait until I find something else to throw into the mix. Also, the Skin Idol tool sucks because it has to be interacted with for at least 30 seconds, or the employee instantly dies, but if they're in there for too long, they also die. So I'm only researching it, and I'm going to ignore it any other time it melts down. Energy penalties be damned. Another memory in a grassy field. The woman says to ease up our tension and close our eyes. Ease up our body and mind. Now, fade away without a trace. Feel the water and the air of the seasons. We've become something, but she already left for somewhere else long ago. Don't look for her, because we can no longer reach her. Inside a different body, a different dream. Do what must be done. Please, kill me. Just as instructed, Angela has written up the application for our corporation. The reception is good. Everyone thinks the new method is great because it doesn't concentrate on just one's abilities. The number of applicants increased within expected ranges. They should have enough to complete the experiments. Also, we have a meeting scheduled with Time Track. It's the same music we heard on our very first day. Angela's greeting of "Good morning, X" carries a very different tone, given all the memories that we've seen. It's time to pull back the curtain. The synchronization is complete. The expression and tears that X show are always the same. We are a prisoner, locked in here of our own will, but the key is always in our hands. Angela's role was to correct us whenever we screwed up. Now, she's tired of all of it. She doesn't understand what we have to achieve with this repeated cycle, and frankly, she doesn't want to know. But while we have the fragments of A, it would be a good time to finish it. Anyways, hello A. Welcome back to Lobotomy Corporation. Here we go. This isn't a facility that makes energy. Well, it does, but it doesn't power the city. This is a separate branch, underground, managed by robots, as we surely have come to understand. The agents? Also not exactly human. Even we, the manager, are a clone, or something. A blank slate that A can imprint his memories on later. God knows how many times the cycle has continued, and not even the memories make it clear why the cycle has to repeat as many times as it has. Though the coming days will open our eyes even further as we meet the final Sephiroth. In other words, A is repeating this cycle to finally redeem himself in the eyes of the Sephiroth, to grow that seed of light thing, or in other words, it really is all just a giant puppet show for A. Angela says it's good that A is finally back. Honestly, it was easy to keep the company running while we were gone. Feel free to ask the same questions that we always do when we reach this point. How many times has the cycle occurred? Time means little to us here, but too many to ruminate on. What's going on outside? The head and the claw look after the wings. The wings do not know why they are flapping towards the sun, though they're made of wax. Our company still provides power with its other facilities without a hitch. The back streets still have the same sweepers and fixers living out their lives in vomit and waste. Those in the outskirts still try to break into the city. People throw their lives away to be in a wing. Yes, nothing has changed. Just as peaceful as ever. In fact, it changes so little that when Angela takes a look, it's as if the flow of time outside is just as stagnant as in here. So what do we do now? The things no one else can, though we don't have much time left. It's not the first countdown to our destruction and new beginnings. Angela smiles more during these moments. Let's say it's because she's happy to see us again. There are things still yet to realize, such as why we made this prison. Well, Angela cannot answer that question. She can only hope that we find the answer. Soon we will meet those of the lower layer, those who are so eager to meet us again. Did Angela mention sweepers? Oh yeah, Indigo Noon. I said about 4 hours ago that they get added to the pool on day 26. Groups of sweepers spawn in 4 locations on the map. They do a large amount of black damage and will eat corpses to fully heal themselves. Just make sure they don't eat too many dead clerks and don't be too weak to black damage. It is a little harder to deal with before getting execution bullets, so don't get unlucky before then. With our newfound knowledge, Angela says that who we are, known as X, and the former A have become two separate entities, despite sharing the same memories. Ever since new things have happened, X acts differently than A, although it's still important to see everything through A's eyes. Plenty of other X's have made it this far, but all of them have failed. Angela still has their data, but that's not for sharing. A machine has work to do, as A often said. With the veil over the entire facility lifted, we meet one of the two final Sephiroth. Meet Binah, in charge of the extraction shooter team, demonstrating what happens after playing a game for so long that it no longer stimulates the brain. She is so happy to be awake again after our journey. Binah is another one of my favorite characters, which is why she speaks almost entirely in metaphor. Time moves slowly, and she's had an eternity to mellow out. Have you seen the turbid streams of the enormous river that cross the city? If you arrive downstream after the raging rapid and serpentine current, you will see a meadow that is enormously broad, yet tranquil, filled with the mud, trash, and residuals it drug from upstream. What isn't caught elsewhere ends up here. To bear all the residuals that pile up, one needs a strong back that doesn't break easily. She has faced many wells here, but no matter how many buckets she draws, the water level never lowers. You never know what it contains when it rises from the eternal darkness, but she always draws the water with a pulley, come what may. It is essential that you do not fall into the well. The manager is the one who made the bucket, but he left the duty of drawing water to another. Do not ask for a name. Binah isn't a person. It's a place of many graves. The one who draws water. All will be revealed in due time. But right now, it's time for Tiphereth to break down. Lisa wants to go back home. Enoch makes it clear. They can never go back. This is their home now. It can't be. There's no mom here. Well, they can think of Carmen as their new one. No way. Some time passes. Why does Enoch want to do these experiments? Carmen said he doesn't have to. It would be more fun to play with Lisa without a care in the world. But how would that give their life meaning? Every day, kids in the outskirts die. They got lucky. This simple pleasure shouldn't be his purpose, though. All of his musings are too complicated. Even more time passes. You know, Lisa, he's always been sad. Enoch never loved his life for a second. How nice would it be to live in a happy world next time? Is Enoch hurt? No, it doesn't hurt one bit. Don't be sad. He knows something good will happen next time. It seems that Tiphereth has woken up. Angela explains that Tiphereth is one of two Tiphereth to help manage her amazing work. Why do they have the same name? Because there is no reason to distinguish between them. In the past, though, it is Tiphereth who is the one that struggled with work, not Tiphereth. He would give her encouragement at first, but not too long later, they were faster than any other Sephiroth. That was until Tiphereth had a thought. Why do they exist? She says it's not good to question it. Of course Tiphereth would break down for the first time, leaving Tiphereth to beg Angela not to reset him. They've been together for so long. Angela says that Tiphereth's acting like a child. He'll be back before she knows it.
Why is Tiphereth crying? Don't be sad. I know something good will happen next time.
Reality comes back into view. Tiphereth likes to spend her time here, makes her think about things. Tiphereth was always looking one step further. He was looking at a world she could never view. They were right next to each other, but never together. Does the manager know what it's like to miss someone who's right next to you? She never cared about the meaning of existence or whatever. She just wanted to live in peace together. But that's not possible in this place. Can we see all the Tiphereth piled up? She's standing on top of their memories, their time together. She stands higher than ever. But she still can't see what he saw. She sings the song of their hometown in mourning, but he can never hear her.
Tiphereth, what are you doing here? Just reminiscing. About what? The good old days we spent together. You're right. We had a lot of fun.
No matter how many times they remake the body and put the core memories back in, it will never bring back the Tiphereth she knew. Does that really matter? He'll still smile and spend time with her just like before. Tiphereth hates the manager. The new manager always does something that would cause Tiphereth to break down. Reset again and again as more of him gets burned away. You want to know what she's most scared of? Him burning away into a husk. Right now he can feign nostalgia for memories put into his body, but we're already pumping electricity into a machine teetering on the edge. You can copy the body as much as you want, but he only ever has one soul. And look at what you've done to it. Let her ask for one more favor. We're good at those. Make Tiphereth go away forever. Angela says they need 2 of them, but she's been managing this alone for a long time. Make it so that he no longer has to suffer. I don't have a response. Why aren't we saying anything? In fact, Angela doesn't care about them at all. Whether there's 1 or 2, or they become scrap metal or turn into another pile of carcasses, it's all the same. But we're supposed to be different. There were many abandoned children in the outskirts, the end result of countless conflicts between wings. Aside from the usual disease and hunger, the worst are the sweepers. They would prey on them, or accompany them. Both horrible outcomes. One fixer in our employment came across those children. We can easily guess why she bothered to report her findings. We also figured she spent a lot of time agonizing over it. Carmen personally asked her to bring the children here. Taking 2 children into the city was a complicated affair, but nobody complained. They didn't look like siblings, but they depended on each other like it. The girl was too scared to open up to us, but the boy became interested in our experiment. I saw it in his eyes. Eyes that had become dull to the world, that no longer belonged to a child. Please, allow me to participate in the experiment. Carmen spent many nights agonizing over it. So we approved his participation. Where did we want to go while holding on to a child's hand? You should have been the one to die! Yeah, I should. Lisa's mumbling had no weight to it, but I knew one thing. Carmen's answer was sincere. Ever since that day, her wounds silently deepened. Given that Tiphereth and Tiphereth are in charge of Central Command, we know that this suppression means that everything is vulnerable to Qliphoth meltdowns again. That's it. That's all that changes. The only thing that could happen is someone would get really overzealous and load up their early departments with a bunch of uninteractable game enders, thinking that it will always be immune. But given how much I'm hyping up the end of the game, I probably don't need to say what will happen later. Do not be deceived because Tiphereth is still a tough suppression. The upper layer had us getting to meltdown level 6, but we need to get all the way to meltdown level 10. What this all really boils down to is completing a midnight ordeal. Technically, we don't need to complete the ordeal, but trying to complete a day with an ordeal ongoing is a lot more annoying than just doing it. Midnight ordeals start manifesting on day 26 and always spawn at meltdown level 8. There are only 3 midnight ordeals required to beat the game. Coincidentally, there are only 3 possibilities. Green Midnight is completely trivial. This is one of the easiest ordeals in the game, even including the earlier ones. A giant laser spawns in the middle of the information department. It shoots a beam straight up, while another one slowly rotates clockwise, killing everything in its path. You can't circle around it, but you can use the elevators to dodge. I'm not sure if this was entirely intended, but I'm not complaining. Just be careful if agents have very low attack range, as I learned the hard way. Melee range is fine, as long as it's not very short. What is not short is Amber Midnight. It's the bugs one final time, but this time there are 2 really big ones that breach into the rooms of departments, and then they just kinda sit there until they eventually spawn 2 Dusks and then teleport to another room. Remember, the Dusks can only move through hallways, and these things can only teleport to rooms. So, if we just camp in an elevator and wait for them to come to us, we can do some damage and leave before they spawn a bunch of shit on top of us. That's it. It does require patience, but we have all the time in the world. Once they spawn enough Dusks, they can't spawn any more, and I don't know if this animation does damage by itself, but I'm not going to find out. Cleaning up all the Dusks afterwards is also going to be annoying. I never thought something this convenient would be programmed in the Lobotomy Corporation. The final Midnight Ordeal possibility is Violet, which I never got in any of my playthroughs of Lobotomy Corporation. Thank God, because it is by far the most annoying and arguably the most difficult ordeal to deal with in the game. So I'm going to have to steal some footage to show any of it. 4 obelisks will spawn throughout the facility and need to be killed while their respective damage type thing attacks everyone in the facility. The most dangerous is the big eye that does pale damage. We can't even attempt to shield against that with our current upgrades. But every single one of these sucks in one way or another. I can't tell you a good strategy to deal with it other than to give it a college try. Also, don't heal the obelisks by hitting them with the same color type of damage. So yes, after listening to this, you figured it out. Midnight Ordeals are hilariously imbalanced. For this core suppression, there's a 1 in 3 chance that it ends right on the spot. That's not too bad odds for Lobotomy Corporation. It is still in your favor. Completing a Midnight Ordeal will award 25% of the energy for the day. This means that in total, completing all possible ordeals for a day will award the player with 70% of the required energy. Goodbye, Clerks. My strategies have not changed. It's all business as usual. First ordeal, Green Dawn, easy peasy. Next up is Indigo Noon. The sweepers don't even stand a chance. But disaster strikes at Qlifoth level 6. I fuck up Shelter and let out Rudolph and Judgment Bird. Bird I can destroy just as easily as I did before, and Rudolph's not that big of a deal. Leaving Refraction Variant, a thing that we are all very familiar with as I have not yet mentioned it. It's a bit of a pixel hunting nightmare. Thankfully, I had everyone clumped up, so it didn't have a chance to cleave any poor souls walking down a hallway. Nothing further happens with any other meltdown. Then we get an Amber Dusk. This was easy before, but especially with the Mountain of Smiling Bodies weapon that slows them down. I can already see it in the top corner. We rolled the 2 out of 3 chance. It takes a while, but I'm not going to push my luck. The only thing left to worry about are the 17 meltdowns to manage on the next trigger. Oh, right. We only had to get to level 10. Enoch, have you heard of a nest? I hear they have festivals every day. If you look, it's nice around here too. But we can't go anywhere. Carmen is keeping us confined. She's a nice lady. You'll like her eventually. But I don't want to like anyone else. I just want to be here with you. I can't guarantee I'll be around forever. I thought I could find answers here. Some thoughts are so absurd that they might not even have answers at all. But by searching, I'll be able to cast off my shell. Then I can fly away and leave my body behind. I don't really understand what you say sometimes. But wherever you go, take me with you. Oh, A is here. Guess it's time to go. Even though I never had thought of them as family, or someone I needed to care for, I made it my job to bring them back home. To ease Carmen's schedule, I see them run towards me, the children who survived the outskirts, the 2 we saved. Tiphereth thought she could do it all on her own. She wanted to show him how much she grew the day he came back. But he never got better. She hid her disgust and guilt. But whenever she saw his empty smile, her heart felt as if it was being covered in dark ash while shattering into a million pieces. She always knew he could never go back. They could never return to those happy days. but she was going to abandon him just like that, even though he's the one that suffered the most.
Are you done, Tiphereth? Please hurry, Lisa.
Tiphereth doesn't remember his name anymore, but uses Lisa's cast-off name from time to time. What did he want from all this sacrifice? What did he gain by being discarded? Was it all worth it to him? Who knows? She's never had any ambitions.
But I'll try. I want to believe there's a reason for every sacrifice that was made, and to know that eventually, everything will be okay.
The expectation for the meaning of existence. Lisa just wants to be with Enoch. She wants something small to hold on to. There is a bit of happiness they can get right now. However, the crew is striving for a way to save everybody. Enoch sees that potential. He wants to find a way to save everyone, to make a happy world, rather than just accept that his own personal life is better now. He can't shed the idea of only having happiness to himself. That's why he volunteers, and why he would lose his life. Lisa never understood that. She lashed out at the loss of the only thing she cared for. But now as Tiphereth, she can slowly start to see it. The happiness that she had in the past was never going to last forever, even if it did get cut short. Enoch was always trying to find a more permanent solution, always looking for a bigger reason for existence, refusing to give in to nihilism. Angela makes an appearance once again. She wanted to free herself from the pain, but realized it was impossible. Only recently did she find her answer. She has to accept the pain as something she's born from the beginning. Remember, manager, if we are suffering, just take the pain and accept it. We don't have to keep changing if it's too painful, though she knows we're going to continue anyway, blindly tracing along the way through the dark. At first she thought it was admirable, but by now, it's just pathetic. How long do we think we can keep it up? Our reward for completing Tiphereth's core suppression is finally getting access to Pale Shield bullets. Would have been nice to get that before a possible Violet Midnight, but we also get 30% more bullets in total, making it even easier to send Clerks into an early retirement. As if the last meeting didn't happen, Angela compliments us for always making the required energy. Her role has always been to push us to do so. It was annoying, because being a nanny wasn't part of her programming, but everyone has their roles to fulfill regardless. Though if we bothered to look at all, we would realize that the pipes that connect outside haven't worked in a long time, covered in rust. Where does all that energy go? To fill out Binah's layer, I take another magical girl that isn't a magical girl. Don't get a bad work result or she'll slowly move across a hallway while being vulnerable only from behind. The ego weapon that the Queen of Greed gives is Aleph level. This has a chance to activate super damage mode, where it becomes one of the absolute highest DPS weapons in the game, at the cost of having the lowest range. It also lowers an agent's temperance for a minute when activating its special ability, but that's pretty inconsequential. The other infamous one I take is the Fraction variant, which also breached in my Tiphereth Suppression. See, you can't see it when it breaches very easily, unless you play with graphics at a minimum and set effects to high. That is in fact a StarCraft 2 reference, please clap. To suppress it, it has to be located manually, as people patrolling hallways will just get shredded as it moves over them. Finally, I get my third Aleph level threat, Blue Star. Blue Star says, do you have max prudence and max temperance? If so, you're tall enough to ride the ride. This is one of the easiest Aleph level threats to interact with, but also one of the absolute worst to breach. So that's right, we're going to do 3 unique Aleph level breaches. Also, the tool I take is thing that makes agents attack faster and doesn't have any harsh penalties unless it's returned too quickly. I have all my best agents ready to go, along with my corporate mandated sacrifices. As stated before, Mountain of Smiling Bodies will only be a problem if it gets to a corpse. As long as I prevent that, it will go down very fast to a squad of agents. Melting Love sucks to manage, but isn't too bad if it breaches. That contradicts what happens during Hod Suppression, but I have a large amount of more gear to handle it. I just need to pay attention because it heals from red damage. It will also harm agents with continuous black damage even after it's suppressed. Finally, I'm going to make Blue Star Breach. This will immediately kill every clerk and any agent who isn't at least Prudence level 4. Then, we'll do a ton of white damage to the whole facility in constant pulses forever until it is suppressed, or just makes everyone go insane. I group up my whole facility and spam white shields because I'm going to use the rabbits for this. I specifically wanted this upgrade second to make doing this mission easier. There are other Aleph level threats I could potentially handle in the pool, but the rabbits can make something like this way easier. Right after Angela was born, she questioned the meaning of her creation, but she immediately found her answer: the script we gave her, along with that thing she said after Tiphereth Suppression. The narrator plays an important part when revealing the plot. It's been so fun, so much so that she found her raison d'etre without even noticing the time go by. Sometimes she wonders if this is a play that's missing its finale. Maybe we did all of this so it would never end and tie her into this knot. If that were the case, would it not be appropriate for me to gain free will? Was that part of the script? Gebura's next story piece is all about world building. L Corp works with R Corp, who is the wing that sends in the rabbits. Are the rabbits inside of the game Lobotomy Corporation real? Maybe. They always wipe their memories after doing their business, and the rabbits were chosen because they are less violent than the rhinos and won't make the manager go insane like the reindeer. Yes, the R Corp cores are all named after the letter R, like Raptors and Rasputin. All of this is pretty neat if you're more familiar with the later Project Moon games. Anyway, Myo is here to do all the formal contract work, while Gebura gets pissed off and says that they can handle suppressions all by themselves, just like Blue Star. It's a lot of talk for a clanker. Gebura might have been a beast back when she turned anything into red mist, but she's far past her prime. Here Myo thought Gebura was just like her, for real, in it for the love of the slaughter. But now, Gebura doesn't even know what she's mad at. A true maniac. This is why you should never meet your heroes. She used to protect what mattered with all her might. All the abnormalities escaped. Everyone's done for. Save yourself. Oh hey Gebura, I'm doing the experiment soon. The blanket and the bottle? Discard them.
I'm no hero.
Oh, of course we need to complete another midnight ordeal. Since I completed Binah's other request, she continues to give lore while brooding. All the blocks around her are written on with meaningless words and full of death. Spend enough time down here, and you can hear their whispers. Anyway, here's a living employee called Nathan. His job was to extract ego, but he accidentally peered into the well, so they had to give him the maximum dose of enkephalin. Binah forces him to try and describe what he saw, where the stones are full of people in a deep sleep. Ooh, dead bodies in Lobotomy Corporation. This is the metaphorical well Binah speaks of. They dredge up these sleeping people and inject them with cogito. What happens next? It must be really cool. Binah has seen this process thousands of times. How is she still sane? Just the strength of her back and her mechanical mind, even if she did originate from a human as well. The only thing that keeps her going is knowing that if she loses her mind and rampages, she will be there to turn her off again, although she really wishes that the manager would do it with their own hands. Giving us the final confirmation for the last piece of the puzzle. Although it was heavily implied, abnormalities are created by injecting humans with cogito. So not only do abnormalities require destroying a human to make, they also produce more energy by killing more humans. Lobotomy Corporation claims to utilize the human subconscious to create infinite energy, when all they really do is kill desperate people to create the power instead, just in case the theme isn't obvious enough. Given that she is the head of the extraction team, all of Binah's quests will center around gear and abnormality research, and are all relatively trivial. But her upgrades are incredibly nice, giving us a reroll on the abnormality selection screen,
And they get a reroll on every single choice.
increasing the odds of obtaining ego gifts, and granting a 25% chance of not losing gear on agent death. Better than 0. So of course, I'm going to do Gebura's final quest. It's just another Amber Midnight, nothing to see here. Angela reminisces about the old days. She can share some more memories if we'd like. Here's a video of us going insane without the cognition filter. Eventually overcome with guilt, we tried to hang ourselves. That's when Angela realized it didn't matter if we were ready or not. What mattered was finding a realization to stop this endless cycle. Another time, we tried apologizing to her, which was not comfortable. What we've experienced is Angela's own version of the script that she's crafted over innumerable iterations, all for our sake. Since I've completed Gebura's final request, the flood of core suppressions roll in yet again. It's quiet. Have we ever strolled the streets at the crack of dawn? This time right now, when all the abnormalities are in torpor due to Qliphoth deterrence, is like dawn. Hard to believe this tranquil place will once again be flooded by pandemonium. Would be nice if it stayed like this forever. Chesed, I'm so glad I got to work for your department. It's like a dream come true. Brown nosing won't get you anywhere. Just think of it as flattery. Look at the department on the other side. Chesed thought he did okay for a Sephira, never pushing employees too far into danger, not getting mad at people for breaking a rule or two. What's the point of all of it? He's been playing the role of a good leader, knowing that it was all a lie. Angela knows it. He'd never go against the company for the betterment of his employees. He never wanted to push her buttons. He doesn't actually care about the welfare of his employees at all. He's just afraid of consequences. Now he just helps Angela without questioning her motives. Turn up the deterrence, Chesed. You know I can't touch that button without Angela's approval. God, you little coward. Still going through the motions? Choke on those sugar-coated words your employees feed you. Angela appears. You knew I'd come, Chesed. Turn down the deterrence. Any reason why? I thought you were happy just drinking coffee and listening to classical music. Funny. Chesed isn't the only one who likes looking at everything from afar. Open the door. Who are you? Your taste in music sure is nice. What the— Sorry. I let myself in. I'm from the head. We've been looking for you. I'm here to, let's say, play my favorite music. You there. What's this man's name? Daniel? Daniel. I assume you are in charge. Open the sections where those monsters are locked up. As you can see by that door, I can easily do it myself. I'm just being polite, giving the man in charge the privilege. If you listen, you might even survive. It's easy to point a finger at the betrayer, but nobody really knows what it's like until it happens to them. That fear on that day is something Hesed's never felt before or after. Not even the abnormalities compared. This is the head. Don't give me any more orders, manager. I'm ashamed for consoling myself, saying nothing could be done. This body is a punishment to remind me of my sin. I don't want to do it anymore. This is my rebellion against you and Angela.
I did it to survive. I did it so that maybe a few people can live. It's all excuses for myself. The head is on its way to get you. I'll see you again, eh? In hell.
How does fear dominate the mind? How many people can stick to their principles if they were to come face to face with a true nightmare? The answer is why nobody could really blame Daniel. It was over as soon as the head found us. I hang up the intercom, leaving Daniel to die in silence, without even the comfort of knowing that it wasn't his fault. Oh my god, I also have Binah to talk to today. Yippee! Yes, I know abnormalities cannot be killed. Gebura realized that and it drove her insane. It's still astonishing what the true potential of ego is every time Binah sees Gebura go on a rampage. Something that you won't understand unless you wield it yourself. There are other powerful weapons out there. Artifacts, singularities, a rusty spoon or some homebrew stuff from the back streets, but you have to be a fighter to wield those. Ego just works. That's why employees don't need combat experience to work for Lobotomy Corporation. They wield the ego and simply know how to use it. It's still hard to draw out their full potential, though. That's something that only the Red Mist can do. If Binah had known that, she would have gotten her hands on them before. But now, she's confined here, forced to extract ego, but never wield it. Do not fear. We have sealed away her bloodlust. For now. Not to say it couldn't appear again. Gebura is once again telling her department that they are all cowards, a real motivational speaker. After a previous suppression, Tiphereth insisted that Gebura took too much damage and needed to suspend operations. That goes about as well as anyone would expect, with Binah stepping in to stop Gebura's rampage, once again explaining that her anger is misguided and stupid. Gebura sometimes sees faces in her rampage. She just wants the smallest taste of revenge upon those monsters who stole their smiles, their happiness. The faces change. Sometimes they're strangers. Sometimes they're Christopher, looking at her paralyzed leg and severed arm. She cursed her weak body in a fit of rage. Then she blacked out. Another memory of Angela, disapproving a suppression plan from Gebura, seeing as it will clearly end in failure with such low manpower. Well, there's no rules against Sephira wielding ego. Its familiar grip and weight. So distinct it pulls her right back onto the path. Gebura loses track of time when she fights. Kind of funny to see Tiphereth in Hesed's bewilderment when she's covered in blood. Those monsters will always come back no matter how hard she breaks them. She also breaks her components, but those can be replaced. In the past, a certain menacing silhouette destroyed only Kali's arm in an act of mercy. If it makes her feel any better, this wasn't her plan. This happens more often than you might think, although this will slow them down, since Kali took out 2 claws and stopped all the monsters. If she can still stand, they can trade one final blow. Gebura will not be broken. If she can't destroy the monsters, she will destroy the company instead. Among the many fixers of the back street, she was one of the few who could go toe-to-toe with the Head and Claw. She was called the Red Mist, protecting us from all kinds of threats. Michelle led the Eye and the Head to us. As cunning as they are, they unleashed all the abnormalities rather than fight the Red Mist directly. It was a hopeless situation, but she gave it her all. She lost an eye. She lost an arm. She was covered in deep scars that she could never heal from, but she never gave up. She saved BNI from death, so I collected her corpse. It took a while for her to open her eyes again. However, that anger had lost its focus and dragged her down deep to the bottom. We had to reboot her many times. Oh boy, oh joy. We have the rest of the middle suppressions ahead of us. Both of these are really fun, so I'm going to select Gebura first. This is not a good idea for about 1,000,000 reasons. Gebura is the head of the disciplinary department, and so, Gebura is a boss fight. Introducing the Red Mist. She's really polite. She will not attack anything unless it's in the exact same room as her. The real problem I'm going to have is that I can't kill all of my clerks instantly. I have to get some more bullets after a few meltdowns to prevent the Mountain of Smiling Bodies from breaching in the middle of her fight. Gebura's first phase has her dual-wielding ego, with red eyes and penitence, of which we have not seen that first one. All that time ago when I mentioned that we can dodge out of the way of enemy attacks, well, if we click on other rooms, we can kite back and forth to dodge her swipes. Once Gebura is low enough, She will use Gold Rush from the Queen of Greed to fly through a bunch of portals and do a bazillion red damage to anyone in the way. Phase 1 is not too bad as long as we manage our damage accordingly. Phase 2 is where it all goes to shit. Gebura starts dual-wielding Mimicry and Da Capo, both Aleph level weapons that are extremely fucked up. We are forced to flee if she ever does the big red vertical slice or the triple swipe from Da Capo. But nothing compares to the trick up her sleeve, the giant fuck you spear that does a billion black damage and pierces through walls. Ranged units could keep damaging her while I kited her around for phase 1. Now, they are completely screwed if she chucks a spear in their direction. The only hope is to shield it or run behind her if the units are close enough nearby. This ruined my life on my first attempt, and I ruined it myself on my second attempt by misreading her tell for throwing Da Capo, doing another transition, and a bunch of white damage. Fighting Gebura like this is possible, but it's much better to try when we have even more ego gear and even more powerful agents. So, as the angry video game nerd once said,
that's right, we're gonna
cheese it. We're gonna cheese it. We don't need energy, we don't need to reach a specific meltdown level. All we need is Gebura to die. If only there was a way we could unleash all the hell in the facility while one agent remains completely safe. Yeah, it's the shelter from March 27th. This is a very infamous way to cheese the red mist. I fill my facility with useless little goobers and one who is our designated survivor. The only downside to this method, this can take a long time. The fact that I have Blue Star to do constant chip damage is actually a benefit. Now, I'm sure the question most people are going to ask, is this a fair and legitimate way to play Lobotomy Corporation? Some Dark Souls fans would say that I cheated myself, but I'll say this is actually the most canonical way to suppress the red mist, forcing her to fight all the abnormalities in the facility alone until they finally wear her down to nothing. Without cheesing, I think this is the hardest core suppression in the game, especially if you try to do it as soon as it's available. Why is Carmen so surprised to see Kali turn up at the office? Well, she didn't think it would happen so soon. Kali actually liked Carmen when they spoke. There's a lot of guilt Carmen has because she got to live a comfortable life, unlike those in the back streets, but honestly, there was a silly reason for why she chose Kali over the other syndicates and fixers. What was it? She thought she could negotiate a cheaper price. That was a joke. She saw Kali pay for a woman's funeral that she barely knew. She knows how to scout good people. Carmen could back up what she said. She had a good eye. She was also good at taking care of them above herself. It's almost cruel to remember the good old days. Looking back, Gebura never lived a life of justice. She did what she did to survive. There were so many that she couldn't save before joining Lobotomy Corporation. Carmen didn't give up on them, though. She said the weak who were willing could eventually cut off the head. It was so absurd that she had to follow her. But you know what? Trying to protect everyone is Gebura's proudest moment, even if nobody lived. But she did manage to save 2 people, A and B. True. We miss her too, right? So does Gebura. We'll never see that smile again. The one that made people follow her. But her promise will remain the same, for eternity. A place where she can live on, even after death.
If you happen to remember it, please tell me. Tell me the gift she left behind.
The courage to protect. Hearing Gebura describe herself as anything other than a hero is sad. Nobody could have fought back like she did, though it's less about trying and more about not fully succeeding. Kali could never save every single person like she wanted, and she contributed to the cruelty of Lobotomy Corporation even if indirectly. Much like Tiphereth's story, though, she wasn't content with the little bits of happiness she could carve out for herself. Carmen's goal to save everyone wins her over. In her rampage after being turned into a Sephira, she forgot why she wielded that anger in the first place. The faces that she sees in her guilt aren't what originally fueled her. It was that desire to protect everyone with all her might, never losing sight of what she could still save. For all the non-existent trouble thanks to cheese, we get arguably the most important and least interesting upgrade in Lobotomy Corporation. We can now extract one more piece of ego gear from every abnormality. Just as a reminder, all the best ego gear in the game has been limited to one set. This will effectively double all Aleph level gear and all of the best level sets. This is going to increase our overall damage output by about 1 billion and make so many things significantly safer. This is the point in my playthrough where I did have to stop and think. If they're going to give me this much ego gear, what could they possibly ask me to do next? They say the world was a place where one couldn't find happiness with their own way of life anymore. A world where everyone fools themselves into thinking that fitting into a structured mold is happiness. Nobody sought history or religion. No one needed those pillars. Instead, under the guise of innovations that the world needed, companies used technologies known as singularities, permanent food supply, infinite energy, transportation fast enough to seem like teleportation, and so on. Companies devoured smaller companies until they were called the wings of the world, and a head rose to control them. People derived their worth from working for those wings, even as they were slowly melting like Icarus. They appear to be developing the world for the better, but they're no different from us. There is always a price. If any person learned of the deeds the wings commit in the name of betterment, they'd realize that they are a disgrace to the world and its people. Once again reminding us that this is a work of fiction, because everybody would be outraged when they found out what their corporate overlords actually do. There are two primal forces that guide humanity: life and death. The wings are dedicated to life by nature. The other has crept around, slowly lulling humanity into stillness. When we saw her smile, who chose to give hope, and to see it severed, we saw the crack in the boundary. We believed we could force that hope into everyone that they had repressed, toiling away as everyone around them became concerned for our well-being. It seems we needed them. It's why we locked them away here, barely holding on to the husks of their dead bodies. Binah reminds us that we lived in a world of light before falling to the void, robbed of all things we treasured. She was one of the thieves that robbed us, looking down from the top of the world, trampling over others like us, as if ants. Some would get up and toil again. She drank a cup of tea before that trip, thinking nothing of it, until an encounter with the red mist got the best of her. And then we inflicted just as much suffering on her as she did to us. All in the name of justice. We defeated the villain. Yet here we are, making ourselves to be a prisoner just like her. What happened to that man that looked away in fear even as she drew her last breath? Is this what that idealism of hers came to be? We dragged our heroine down with our own hands, ironically finding hope in all this misery. Created a bucket out of her to draw out of the wells of people. When that ideal of her touches a person, something happens. Allow Binah to demonstrate. We bring people according to a ledger. The employees inject cogito into them. Only Binah can look into them as she adjusts the dosage, no matter how unbearable it may be. This is the punishment we thrust upon her, never allowing insanity, only forced to burn all the images onto her mind. Then we wait. Will it form into something anew, or be sent away as another pillar? Whenever the cogito is adjusted inadequately, some things slip out as fragments. Those fragments float around aimlessly, resonating with the abnormalities and eventually manifesting as the ordeals we've come to know. In other words, there's not actual bugs breaking into the facility, but manifestations of bugs that form from the residuals of cogito. Extracting abnormalities is her job, but creating them is Carmen's. We buried her long ago. She's the mother of all abnormalities in this facility. Does it break us to learn that abnormalities are part of the pillar of humanity? Or will we erase our memories and run away like we always have? And so, we must complete the day with every abnormality currently within the facility, and it gets cut off. It's supposed to say at maximum research level. Thankfully, we can see that on the day overview screen. I've been incredibly diligent, so that's already solved. The only real problem would be getting something non-interactable on my first abnormality for the final department, as long as we don't count the final department. Thankfully, I just get Mushroom Man, who recommends interacting with something else afterwards to wash off all the spores. A little hard to keep track of, but also gives way more leeway than something like the teddy bear. Why is this a WoW level? Angela asks what we think the abnormalities are. At this point, if anyone seriously thinks that they're just bizarre creatures they stumbled upon, they haven't been paying attention or haven't done a single Sephiroth quest. Just to drive the point home, as Angela puts it, there's an old river at the bottom of the world that contains anything and everything, but has been forgotten. Sometimes, little bits seep out through holes, such as the birds of the Black Forest, one of which is really big. Obviously, 3 birds would not make enough energy, so Lobotomy Corporation's true purpose is to create more abnormalities, not just extract energy from them. But they are part of the seed, a seed that cannot be grown in a single day, and they didn't have the time to wait for a sunny spot. Still, all they can do is plant them, and hope they will one day sprout. Oh my god, it's B, a character I recognize, I think. He's talking about the ocean where A says everything settles. It's all just an illusion. This guy can't be B. His name clearly starts with an H. The bottom layers as such stink the most, do they not? The memory was a welcoming gift, by the way. A reminder of who he was when his name started with a different letter. Time is like a scythe, relentlessly trying to trim, divide, and cleave in twain the clasped together hands of those you love. I always knew time was an asshole and that everyone I love is dead. Hokma was at his happiest in the past, and his only regret was running away when he said he would stay. Therefore, being trapped here is a great privilege to fulfill his promise. We're really just too kind. Kinda sick because we have more than enough stats to meet all of his training mission requirements. Hokma is in charge of the records department. Therefore, all of his missions involve having high-level agents to make sure that we grind it hard enough. And his rewards are obviously the limit breaks on stats I mentioned 5 years ago. Though we cannot increase justice because, spoiler alert, we're going to need to complete the core suppression to be able to train justice up to 130. I can safely complete Hokma Balls missions in the background with all of my stat sticks and just do another core suppression. Terrible day for rain. Chesed is in charge of the welfare department, and therefore, Qlipoth Deterrence, the thing that prevents us from taking too much damage. Wait, what? All the abnormalities have been nerfed the entire game? After all that pale damage that stupid fucking bird did? At the top of the screen, we can see which type of damage is currently going haywire. The true amount of damage that everything does is equal to 4 times what it does normally. Isn't that a convenient number? This means something that was doing 3 or 4 damage now does 12 or 16 on failed box attempts. Stuff that starts in the 5 to 6 range? Oh boy. The damage type will change every Qlipoth meltdown, and we'll start doing 2 damage types at the same time, going all the way up to 3, leaving a single type of damage that's not fucked for the last couple of meltdowns. From a management standpoint, this means a few things. First, avoid working with all damage types that are cursed if at all possible. Second, we need agents with heavy resistances to all of our most dangerous abnormalities, because the biggest threat is getting a meltdown on something that matches a broken damage type. Even then, we will be rolling dice. Just as an example, the Mountain of Smiling Body's Ego Suit reduces black damage by 80%. This is the highest damage mitigation specifically for black damage. During Chesed's meltdown, if black damage is going haywire, An agent with this suit will only take 20% reduced black damage. Every other agent will basically be acting as if they are weak to it. Third, we better hope the ordeals are not too serious. Even with all this prep work, Chesed Suppression really is one giant roulette wheel. The only benefits are immunities are still a thing, so I only have to worry about what's in Binah and Hokma's lair. We also don't have to do a midnight ordeal. We will probably have to do a dusk though. For my first ordeal, it's a Crimson Dawn with red damage up. Remember forever ago when I said these little things do red damage when they die? Here's an agent losing half their health to an explosion that did absolutely nothing to a level 1 agent normally. I hope that explains what we're dealing with. Similar to my other strategies, I will identify what is safe to interact with and use that to fill up the meter. Once I am 1 away from a meltdown, I use 1 sin to trigger it. Unlike Malkuth, where we had to worry about the first interaction after the meltdown, the damage wheel spins as soon as the meter fills, meaning whoever is currently working will be affected. Since 1 sin does minimal damage, this will be safe to use even if we get white damage up. Also, Punishing Bird breaches and reminds me that I might have to consider how many hits my agents can take from it. I do make a massive mistake on this attempt as I interact with Black Swan thinking that it did red damage, and my agent fails 3 boxes and instantly panics. Still counted as a good work result though, and I'm able to save Gebura from being shot by myself. She was just knocking on a door. On the plus side, it did only take like 2 hits to restore all the sanity because that's also affected by this multiplier. At Meltdown level 5, Blue Star gets fussy, but we don't roll white damage up. Easiest core suppression of my life. Don't worry about the 10 agents I had sitting in a hallway just in case somebody panicked. Next ordeal, Crimson Noon. I'm not too scared because I'm going to kill it fast. It spawns upstairs and is more concerned with running away when it could be killing all of my agents. I just make sure to prep some hallways for when it dies. A quick pause and counting to 3 later, and I shield up because 2 of the Dawns are stacked on top of each other. Through shield, Azura almost died instantly. They're having a great time at the office today. This is immediately followed by a green dusk with red damage up. Despite that, this is looking extremely doable. The green dusks don't do anything by themselves. Because I have just doubled all of my best ego gear and have insane damage output, as long as I can get most of these before they spawn anything, it'll be totally fine. 2 of them spawned in the exact same room as my best squads, and only 1 appeared in the upper layer, allowing me to dispatch them instantly. I then collapsed on the only one that remains, but before the rest of my agents get in there, they have already murdered everything. I had red shields and all my heals ready to go, but I barely needed them. I could not have asked for a better spawn pattern. I think it probably would have been fine anyways, but I'm not complaining. I just need to fill the meter for a final time, and it's done. Overall, 1 death that I didn't even notice while I was playing the game. What? They don't drink coffee here? There's no better way to start the day.
F.K. in the coffee.
Surprised to see him? Wondering why someone as talented as himself joined this shabby little company? Well, everyone has their own agenda. It's Carmen's speech that brought him here. Oh, it's Mr. Coffee Addict. Come, have a seat. Why are you acting like you knew I'd be here? I told you, no matter how great you are, you will always be in the palm of my hand. Jeez, I thought you were being sarcastic. Daniel grabbed everyone's attention with his fancy suit. I asked Carmen how she recruited such an elite, but she looked as if I asked something trivial. I'm a master at blowing people's minds. Don't you know that by now? It turns out that a revolution doesn't have to be accomplished with bloodshed. Here he was, waiting for someone else to save him from this inertia, when it could have been himself this whole time. Does Chesed understand why Angela let him go haywire? She could have just killed and replaced him, but now he can remember the lesson. All he did was cost the lives of his employees that trusted him. Yep, it's his fault that I killed them with execution bullets. Chesed immediately points out Angela's hypocrisy. She never cared about the lives of the employees before. She'd do whatever it took for a little more energy. This is not all his loss. At least he now knows who he should listen to. Angela retorts by saying it's obvious that Chesed should listen to the manager above her, but Chesed cuts her off. She knows what he means. She's not going to do whatever she wants anymore. You're such a loser. In the past and now. Yeah, I'm a failure. You didn't have to point it out. Let's bury the hatchet, as they say, as you clean up this mess. No matter how great you may be, you will always be in the palm of my hand. Chesed will always be afraid, unsure if he can truly fight against that fear in the future. But at the very least, he won't run away.
So, manager, what are my orders?
Those who are faithful and trustworthy. With our understanding of the outside world, it's easy to see how Chesed fell into the same trap as everyone else, going through the motions rather than try to change how shit everything is. The whole world is designed to get people to distrust each other. The fact that Carmen seemed to implicitly trust everyone is what made Daniel join the Force in the first place. Even if the mysterious, intimidating silhouette forced him to violate that trust. Whatever the past is, he has faith that he can trust in the future. For completing Chesed's core suppression, our agents now have a 1 in 4 chance when they die or panic to simply not, and heal back to 50% of their HP or SP, limited to once per day per agent. This is a little random, but it is an absolute lifesaver if things go horribly wrong. With the middle layer fully suppressed, Angela tells us that she doesn't have any data analysis beyond this point. This is as far as any previous version of A has gotten. She can't predict the outcome, but surely it's not impossible. There is a difference between impossible and 0% possibility. She is a machine who has seen through all the data and determines the possibility of success is 0%. But it's okay if the sandcastle we built gets swept away. We'll just do it all over again as if nothing happened. This place is much more lively thanks to the Sephiroth, thanks to their weakness and lack of rationality, unlike Angela. It certainly was annoying, as we insisted that they needed to be here for our atonement, saying that she couldn't interfere and would never understand. Fair enough. It seems we were always right. She just has the role of an observer, to remember all the pain that everyone else forgets. A machine must behave as a machine, as we always said. Hokma continues to talk about time, how it doesn't exactly equal wisdom. Just look at how he's trapped down here with no rhyme or reason anymore. No human is free from life and death. Their goal was to cure the disease, not create immortality. That employee we met the other day who was so happy to be hired, he's dead now. Hokma could bring him back, but no, we must fill the spot with someone new. But have we figured out that truth yet? Lives are so tenuous here, easily severed, yet they can come back like nothing happened. We no longer need to mourn. They live and die by a simple wave of Hokma's hand. Death is not noble or evil. It just is. It's not really worth getting so invested in it. Hokma then casually demonstrates the whole facility is the Hotel California abnormality, where you can check out but you can never leave. Every employee is merely a simulacrum that is imprinted on a body and not any different than our mysterious Manager X. Their stats can be shaped at will and their deaths are equally banal, merely to be revived at the whims of the player when another slot needs to be filled. You told me to sacrifice all your body without hesitation. Would you have made the same choice if you knew we'd end up like this? Binah reminds us that this is a place of silence. Employees lose their minds here, so we're the only ones who can have conversations. But there's another companion to pass the eternity with. We created the bucket by reconstructing and proliferating Carmen's body. We managed to extract Cogito, the source of life and death. It was slow at first, but steady, slowly forming a deep pool. Can we see her? She watches from beneath the spring. When Binah feels it is too much, she stares down. It is as if they are the only two in the world. Sometimes she hears her speak, even though all that's left is just an amalgamation of flesh and brain. Someone injected herself with cogito following her own principles. Someone else went mad for witnessing. Another gave up his body and fell into limbo, and one who couldn't persevere confessed everything to the head. This is the collaboration of despair that A and her created. The manager still isn't qualified to look towards the bottom of the spring. To do so is to look directly into the path we travel. Binah ponders if we seek redemption. Does that redemption include her? Do we think that saving this facility from sin will fix everything? People are being killed at other facilities throughout the city. The other wings continue their own painful stories perpetually. A pain runs deep throughout the world. Binah has observed everything, but she didn't obsess over an unreachable ideal and lock herself up in a cramped room. The worlds you look up at and the one I look down upon are that much different. Though we captured and tortured her to our heart's content, we're still sunken in despair. Someone will replace her as an arbiter of the head and swing their claws at people like us. If we succeed, nothing will change. The brief resistance will be forgotten, and people will continue living, not for a dream or purpose, merely because they cannot die. We didn't bring her down. Even now, Binah is still at the peak, looking down while we writhe like insects. All she can do is observe as we kneel before the might of destiny. She was mortally wounded by Kali, but she was our only way out. It was a miracle that we captured her alive. I probe her head, how to avoid the head's pursuit, the means to join the ranks of the wings, and for us who remained to survive. She was barely breathing, but her encephalon was still active, all that we needed. We probe through her head just like we did Carmen. We find a way out. Afterwards, we arduously gather up every single bit of those deformed pieces. The sentinel who guards the gates of hell must always be in despair, such despair that they cannot even fall into the depths of hell. We're going to hold for just a bit on this one. What is Angela's goal after all this? The same as ours, of course. Finish the script. To finish out Hokma's department, I take Spider Nest that gives the other weapon Gebura uses in Phase 1, and this strange empty room where nothing is there. Must be a glitch. It does a ton of red damage, and I'm sure nothing crazy will happen from nothing there. Don't listen too closely to the sounds.
Hello?
It's a giant stat check for fortitude and temperance, but don't ever let it melt down. The reward for managing it is, of course, the more iconic weapon that Gebura uses. It will heal an agent's HP based on the damage dealt. What the game doesn't tell you is that it has a vertical slice special attack that does a ton of extra damage. The gear also provides the most red resistance in the game. Also, the tool is the music box that we have to interact with, but not for too long or the person will go insane. This brings us to day 45. The time has come, and so has Angela. This is the final stretch of the game. Angela wishes us luck, although saying, "I hope you will be happy," or that some of this pain can be relieved, are long, empty words. She has one sentence to sum up her feelings. "I wish you success this time. It's been a pleasure working together. There is only one Sephira left to meet, and he's a doozy. He holds warmth in his hand that is comforting, but can shatter people's hearts like they are nothing." We get a memory of Angela telling Hokma that the lower layers are aware of the truth of this place. She doesn't expect to have to micromanage very often. She likely won't interfere. Seeing him will only make them both suffer. Angela is the best AI Hokma has ever met, and A, the best architect. A could not let Carmen go, put her in cryostasis in an attempt to preserve her body, even though it was a shell. We ransacked her, and dismembered her core. It was almost nice once we began to work on Angela. We were immersed in something again for the first time. Yet when she first opened her eyes, A didn't even step inside, just looking through the glass, probably wondering why Angela couldn't be exactly like Carmen. He said repeatedly that it would never happen. Now she's relegated to overseeing this little play. If there's one mistake he made, it's thinking that we overcame everything. A hasn't changed at all. I rewind the memory repository. Alright, it's time to prep for Binah's core suppression. I originally tried to do this with reverse schadenfreude that has to be looked at or it will breach, and it was a bad time. It sounds kinda easy to deal with, but it turns out it's hard to keep something on screen while managing everything else, and making a mistake with it results in immediate death. So instead, I want to get another Aleph level entity to get some more gear and do another attempt. Thankfully, we roll one of the worst abnormalities in the game. Censored. There's a reason why the cognition filter won't even let us see what it is or what it is called. Remember a long time ago when I said that low-level agents will lose a % of their max HP upon witnessing the horrors around them? Censored says, if you are not level 5, you are going insane. If you are level 5, you are losing 60% of your max SP on entry, and it does a fuck ton of black damage as a follow-up. This is one of the easiest run killers, because it basically says, do you have a stat stick with a lot of black damage resistance? No? It does have a Qliphoth counter of 2, and the idea is, we can spin a roulette wheel of who gets to sacrifice themselves to keep it happy. However, you are rewarded for working with it because this has one of the best ego weapons in the game. Not for its damage though. Censored's weapon will heal an agent for 40% of all the damage they take, which is incredibly powerful for making a super tanky unit. Even more so if we combine it with the Knight of Despair's Blessing. Another quick reset later, and I'm ready to take on Binah. In terms of difficulty, Binah has the potential to be the hardest core suppression in the game. Gebura is a brutal boss fight, Chesed is a roulette wheel from hell, Hokma is another can of worms, and Binah is the head of the extraction team. So, she is a boss fight that extracts our spines out of our bodies. Binah's not exactly like Gebura, who fights like hell at everything in sight, but politely waits around. No, Binah is going to fuck up our facility and fight agents at the same time. Her attacks are not super hard to deal with as they are incredibly slow and super telegraphed, but they hit like a nuclear bomb. The fairy does 200 to 300 damage of whatever color it is, the worst possibility obviously being pale. The pillars that she shoots out do a little bit less damage, but will trigger meltdowns on everything that they pass by. Thematically, the contrast for how Binah wields her might compared to Gebura is awesome, perfectly contrasting who they are as people. Kali fights like a bat out of hell who is constantly pushing herself to her limits, while Guardian overwhelms her opponents with sheer, unbridled force and trickery. To begin, an Arbiter always spawns in the extraction department, then will immediately snap her fingers. This spawns a spike under every agent in the facility that pops out about a half second later, doing black damage to everything they touch. We start the day with a pause and try to get everyone to evacuate their main rooms as fast as possible. Any agent weak to black damage is in for a bad time, and so is anyone getting hit by more than one. From here on out, I'm going to keep all departments as spread out as possible in preparation for future spike attacks. Thankfully, it goes on a long cooldown before she causes a bunch of meltdowns throughout the facility. I have one agent from every department that's part of my fighting squad, and I send them down while the rest are on management duty. These are special colored meltdowns that cause even more mischief, such as reducing success rates, making the timer faster, all of which don't matter. We need to deal with these as soon as possible, regardless of what color they are. While these meltdowns are active, Binah gains an insane amount of resistances and will debuff everyone in the same room as her. clearing all of these meltdowns is the only way to do real damage. Binah will move throughout the facility at a slow, yet constant rate. She will also cause any door she walks by to melt down, in addition to all the specialty ones she flings around and the ones caused by the pillars. Thankfully, we don't have to clear the basic meltdowns to make her vulnerable. It just adds more chaos to the facility. I have a unit distract her a bit while I wait for everything to complete, with the hope being that when I finish up the important ones, she does not get stunned inside of a wall and make herself immune to damage. I never should have underestimated an Arbiter of the Head for exploiting the game mechanics in her favor. As you can see, there is a lot of micromanagement and pausing to make sure I don't have someone eat a fairy and instantly die. I did not beat Phase 1 in one cycle, but I also didn't lose any agents, so I consider that a big win. This presents an even bigger problem than her walking by Mountain of Smiling Bodies, who somehow hasn't breached yet. Binah's Phase 2 is easily the worst. These meltdowns keep spawning little waves of shit that deal a ton of black damage all over the facility, making it very easy to kill the agents that need to manage the meltdowns while the kill squad does their thing. Thankfully, I'm prepared. See, I already prepared Backwards Clock. This will not only get rid of anything that is currently breaching, it will also clear all meltdowns. I timed this perfectly so that it cleared all the meltdowns at the same time that Mountain of Smiling Bodies breached. That's one of the best plays I've ever made in Lobotomy Corporation, but this thing is going to breach again anyway. Clearing all the meltdowns once again stuns her, and she goes down to Phase 3. For Binah's final trick, we get our first taste of the worst penalty in Lobotomy Corporation. We cannot pause the game. Binah will block it and put text on screen to remind us who is in control. She also becomes completely invincible. Not heavy resistance, completely invincible. And then apply another set of specialty meltdowns. All the while, slowly spawning a ring of 8 pillars around her. These will pierce through the whole facility unless we clear all the meltdowns before that happens. However, there is one bit of leniency. Whether we cancel her attack or she shoots the pillars off, she will become vulnerable afterwards. Good thing, because I completely fuck this up more than she fucks up my frame rate. Just another trick of the head. She kills enough clerks to cause the mountain to breach, which I have to reprioritize mid-fight. Somehow, this guy didn't die. I dodged the pillar attack and managed to kill her in the time I have left. I got very lucky on this attempt. If I took any longer and she became invincible again, there would have been so many breaches going on that I would have had to reset. We're not looking for a perfect run, we are looking for one that works. Yet another place becomes a desolate wasteland in the end. Please, don't kill me. I did everything you said. Don't you get any impression when the place you belong to has been reduced to ashes and dust? Since childhood, scenery such as a myriad of stars illuminating the sky, or the sun's radiant light beating down upon the earth, could not impress me one bit. This, however, gives me a thrill that makes me thirst for more, but it's still not enough. My thirst is not quenched. Why are you trembling so much? Where did the guts to betray your own nest go? Please. The plan wasn't imperfect, but not bad either. Thanks to those that placed their trust in you, we get to have this magnificent view. Trust is one of my favorite weapons. It leaves a great wound, no? The sweepers will arrive soon. Wherever there is trash, they will always be on time to gather it up. It's a symbiotic relationship. We're too busy to take care of all the dregs. No. There we go. That vivid expression on your face is the testament to life. Behold, the CG that every Project Moon fan must burn into their mind, as Garian appreciates the metallic scent of black tea and silence. Next stop, that place. I'm sure only finding enjoyment in watching people desperately draw their last breath is normal. Normal for all government officials, that is. Although, Binah says that we're really both the same. As in, A and Binah. Both mutants that are created by this world. More fit to live in its age than anyone else. Merely elevated by virtue of being more normal than anyone else. What we achieve here will still not change the world. There's too many organizations to go against. Although, doing nothing won't change anything either.
If there are no more places to run to, hide in, or rest, I will witness everything you have to with my own eyes. I shall not close my eyes just because my eyelids are heavy, nor shall I turn away just because the sight is painful. Simply proceed like you always have. Then, you may just triumph.
The eye facing the fear, breaking the cycle. The more deranged a world becomes, the more it will reward those who are deranged. Binah's only joy deriving from the suffering of others means that she gets to be an arbiter of the head. A's ruthlessness is what allowed him to be the head of a wing. Is it so wrong for them to be like this, or more wrong for the world to reward them? Binah believes that nothing can change, but realizes that doing nothing just accepts the status quo. Though, is that because she has resigned herself, or because she's terrified of going against it? The only way to find out is to face the fear and break the cycle. Our reward for completing Binah Suppression is the most powerful thing next to Gebura. I see what they did there. We no longer lose ego gear if an agent dies. Therefore, removing the most significant penalty for rewinding the clock, allowing us to fully kill off as many agents as we like without fear of losing gear progress. This is extremely helpful for core suppressions, of which we only have one left. Okay, I am being a bit silly. There are two very specific events that are not core suppression related in which this will make them significantly less stressful, and the final stretch of the game also sucks. So, not losing everything when retrying that is very nice. This is the part of my playthrough where I made a minor severe mistake. I take Snow White's apple and the Little Red Riding Hood and Mercenary, which isn't that important because I just plan to expand out Hokma's department. I need maximum expansion to activate the core suppression event. None of these days are particularly interesting, except Red Riding Hood has a very nice ego gear set, and breaches if 4 other abnormalities breach, except for Punishing Bird because it would be really fucked up. I also find the Heart of Aspiration tool, which requires whoever equips it to hit something before returning it. Thankfully, there's not a penalty for holding onto it forever, so it's not that hard to research. I just make sure that agent gets to let out some aggression on any ordeal. Upon reaching day 45, I finally have everything come flooding back to me. Despite Hokma's department being fully expanded, and all of his quests being completed, and it's not a memory repository day, we are unable to do his core suppression. This is a problem, because from day 46 onward is the final stretch of the game, and doesn't allow for core suppressions. What I should have done was split up expanding Binah and Hokma's departments at the same time, starting on day 36. That way I could rewind and do their core suppressions on this cycle. Classic Lobotomy Corporation. In hindsight, this is a little bit of a blessing because there are some reasons to go back to day 1, but I'm just coping because I'm really annoyed at myself. I wanted to have Hokma's final limit breaks to ensure I could grind as hard as possible on my next reset. But I can't change the past. All I can do is look towards the future and reset to day 1 for the last time. Probably. Obviously, things are a little different from our first couple cycles. Because I have done all but one core suppression, nothing in the facility can melt down until I get back to Hokma's department. This means I can take any dangerous abnormality and research it early in the day, then promptly never care about it ever again. Then I make sure to rewind before locking myself in, as my goal is to get a nice facility for the endgame. Which brings me to my complaint section. You know what kinda sucks? The most interesting abnormalities are the worst ones to have in the facility. Realistically, most abnormalities have pretty basic rules of have high stats or have good armor. The most fun stuff like Teddy Bear that we have to not double up on or melting hatred are really cool. I like the idea of jumping through extra hoops in order to interact with these things, but it also adds so much extra brain power that as soon as we are expected to handle something like fighting an arbiter on top of it, it just gets in the way. It's obvious that we get some kind of reward out of it because Aleph level threats like Censored create very powerful ego gear, but once that's extracted, it being in the facility is just a detriment. Imagine trying to do Hesed's meltdown with a chance to roll that thing. Actually, I don't have to imagine it. In a way, the game can feel at odds with itself. It wants to have elaborate abnormalities to take advantage of the setting, but in order to complete the game, the player is highly incentivized to avoid them, with a few very small exceptions. I'm fine with some things being game enders like the train from hell, but I wish I could beat the game with some of the funny stuff. On the flip side of this is where we get to leverage our abnormal knowledge by taking all of the boring options. The game rewards us for our game knowledge repeatedly, not just for knowing how all the abnormalities work, but as I showed during the core suppressions, knowing how the game works. It's a give and a take. All I can say is that it's very much what makes Lobotomy Corporation, Lobotomy Corporation. Which is why I take smoking grandma who hotboxes her room and makes someone go insane if too many agents interact with anything else. The person whose success rate is determined by how happy the face is, and tool that generates energy by killing agents. Yes, this thing just kills agents by doing a bunch of red damage. It is not survivable. Gotta make some sacrifices to research it. I unsurprisingly rewind. I'm intentionally trying to get as much research for as many unknowns to fill out the codex. We only have to get to observation level 4 to do that. There is no need to extract all the gear unless we want it. The exceptions for the codex are any of the fan-made abnormalities. They do not count towards completion, but they still might provide some good ego gear. Some might wonder, do you need to complete the codex to beat the game? No. Not unless you want to see the true ending. But we don't need to do that for the final 5 days. We can finish out the codex anytime after beating the game to view the true ending. I just want to do as much as I can while I'm already here. I don't have plans to cover everything like the armor that gives a gift that means the employee can't do elder care anymore, or the old thing that can break ego weapons, but that's because I don't want to be here for eternity. I'm only going to point out the highlights as I try to find some more trainers and ignore all of Angela's repeating dialogue. At the end of day 12, I find an infamous quote next to an abnormality that says, "In the name of love and justice, here comes Magical Girl." The third and final Magical Girl abnormality, and easily the most dangerous. Not through her own fault though. She's really nice and is a level entity that's great for training temperance. I mean, she blows kisses, so she can't be that evil. The reason that she's so infamous is that it's very possible to get her early into a run. When the next Qlifoth meltdown occurs, she might fall to the ground and start looking a little crazy. Interacting with her again and getting anything less than 16 boxes while taking a significant work success penalty will cause her to explode into a dragon that goes around shooting lasers and ruining your life. This is because she requires 3 human sacrifices every meltdown to not go insane. Because if there's no pain in the world, she has nothing to do. Do you have execution bullets? If not, you're probably screwed. I always check how many bullets I have to know if I did my chore. Her gear set is extremely good because magical girls do random damage of all types and hit from stupidly far away. The Queen of Hatred is a fan favorite abnormality for a reason. Unlike the fetus that says we need to get a good work result or we have to spin a wheel and hope that it doesn't kill our best agent. Anything less than max temperance on an agent is a gamble, and even then, it's not worth it. I make sure to get my favorite doll trainer, and the only tool I absolutely want to make sure I have is backwards clock. I used it to cheese earlier, and I will do it again. My other highlight on the top floor is yin, which will cause the next day to always be yang. The idea is to keep them separate, because if we hold yang for too long, it causes yin to breach, and yang to turn into a breaching abnormality. If they ever touch, very bad things happen. There is a very specific trick against a very specific encounter that I wanted to show off, but I never got the conditions for it. Just know that while it cannot kill a certain prophet, the dragon can permanently kill its disciples. But yin has one other trait that makes it incredibly good. Its ego gift. Yeah, those things I hardly mentioned outside of the crack pipe. Well, this earring, which takes up the helmet slot, increases an agent's justice by 20. It also gives them a chance to heal for any damage that they take, which is extremely inconsistent but still nice to have. It's incredibly powerful, so as a penalty, it reduces an agent's fortitude and prudence by 10. I think you see where I'm going. Any agent with this earring and the crack pipe will have plus 30 justice, creating a unit with far higher attack speed and move speed than is possible through stats alone. For the agents I want to use to deal with big threats in the endgame, I'm going to want both. I continue to expand until I get a double whammy of two of my least favorite abnormalities. Coincidentally, I hate them for the same reason. It's Silent Orchestra and Alryune. Yippee! Both of these want a normal work result. Not good, not bad, strictly normal. Alryune has a Qlipoth counter of 1 and has a chance of breaching when outside of that range. Silent Orchestra has a Qlipoth counter of 2 and is guaranteed to lower when outside the normal range. Alryune's breach sucks ass as it teleports around and is annoying to kill. I unironically think it's more annoying to deal with than Silent Orchestra, especially in circumstances where I'm interacting with it during a meltdown and it's not easy to plan around. Silent Orchestra will grab the camera and put on a performance while doing white damage to everything nearby. That's a strong keyword. Anybody that's not in range will not be hurt by it. It always spawns in the main room of the department that it's stored in, and therefore, it won't kill everybody. It'll just drain all the energy you've made if it finishes its 4th movement. Needless to say, I don't want this thing in my facility, but I do want the Ego Gear, because its weapon, that the Red Mist uses in Phase 2, is one of the highest DPS Ego weapons in the game. Its suit is also very dapper. So I'm going to set up a kill squad. It is only weak to pale damage in Phase 1, and it is only weak to black damage in Phase 2. I don't remember which is which after that because I set aside all my agents that do pale and black damage and send them all in because I'm lazy. I only need a few white shield bullets for safety and it dies pretty quickly. Silent Orchestra is one of the easier Aleph level abnormalities to suppress because of how easy it is to breach. If you actually want to try to meet the acceptable range, you want something that says common work results are expected, but I found that the common range could give me anything from almost perfect to almost nothing. The only benefit is that we get one free interaction without fear. I just repeatedly beat the shit out of it until it gave me all its ego gear. I was still pissed because Silent Orchestra decided to hand out its monocle ego gift, which gives the wearer of the matching ego gear complete white damage immunity. It's called a desire sensor because it knows I was going to rewind. I curiously checked to see how full my codex is, and I have 95% of the abnormalities at this point. I'm pretty sure I know what the few remaining are, such as the really cool tree. Every 5 blips on the meltdown meter, it will possess a non-blessed employee to interact with it. They can be interrupted by clicking on them, but require paying close attention. If a clerk gets blessed, we can just shoot them, because once it blesses enough unique employees, they all die and become a problem. It's an easy game ender for me because I hate having to constantly check back every time I count to 5. My finalized central floor ends up with a bunch of already seen stuff such as Magical Girl, Judgment Bird, and Nothing There. Nothing There has an ego gift that increases all healing by 6% and is worth the risk for me. I take the second bird because I want to do something later, and finally, I have the Dreaming Current. This is a great trainer because the only way its counter can go down is by an agent panicking while working or by having exactly level 1 temperance. This is easily the best level trainer in the game, and so my days are about to get very, very long as I reach my next complaint. Look, I get it. By completing all the core suppressions, we have cracked the game wide open. Normally what starts to get in the way are the sheer number of abnormalities to deal with as the meltdown level increases. But we always have 0 abnormalities getting fussy. The only thing left are the ordeals, which by this point, with how much gear I have, are mostly trivial. Once the final ordeal for the day is done though, truly nothing stops us from continuing to grind to our heart's content. The only thing I'm risking is Queen of Hatred getting mad because I run out of human sacrifices after repeating Meltdown level 10 like 5 times. The facility slowly becomes a background object, a means to an end, a steady supply of work orders with the same few abnormalities to level up an agent and a slot machine for ego gifts. So far removed from those initial management struggles, which felt so incredibly abusive that it's completely boring. Leading to my revelation that this is potentially Lobotomy Corporation's best and worst attribute. On one hand, this might be the best implementation of theme into gameplay I've experienced in a long time. Our goal to be able to reach the end incentivizes us to become completely detached from the workplace, uncaring about agents' identities, and uncaring about even the abnormalities that we are tasked with managing, to make work as mundane as possible. We see how unending suffering and abuse slowly turns us ambivalent and wanting it to be over, just like a couple A-type individuals. On the other hand, it fucking sucks. This final loop easily becomes the longest and least interesting. The next abnormality I want to point out is Child of the Galaxy. They start with a Qliphoth counter of 1 and bless the first agent to interact with it, and will increase the counter if a blessed agent keeps working with it. It'll go down by 1 if that agent works with anything else, and will kill all the blessed employees if it ever drops to 0. Just make sure to send a few work orders in a row at the start of the day. The regen it grants is nice too, I guess. I take Red Riding Hood and Mercenary again, which might be a surprise, and I'm sure I'm not going to regret this later. I take another Zion level abnormality that has a billion damage units to create like it's Aleph level, because it's actually Aleph level. Haha, you got pranked. Army in Black also breaches when a bunch of units die by anything other than execution bullets, and hands out a cool sniper rifle that does white damage from far away. I don't want to keep this thing in my facility, but I do want the gear, as I finally start expanding Hokma's department, getting back to where I was, like 40 hours ago. Then at the end of day 36, my prayers for destruction have finally been answered. Big Bird is in the queue. With all 3 birds assembled in my facility, a very fun option has been unlocked. It's time to fight even larger, more destructive bird. This is not necessary to complete the game or even to get 100% of the codex, but completing this challenge will unlock something incredible. Ahead of time, I fill my facility's remaining slots with some weak agents because anyone who survives is going to get a nice reward. The joke is that Punishing Bird breaches very easily, and so does Big Bird if we're not careful. If any 2 birds breach, the 3rd one will also immediately breach. This spawns a portal in the facility that they will all slowly walk towards. Big Bird can still try and possess and eat agents while doing this, so be on guard, but the other 2 will basically walk straight there. I wind up backwards clock as a backup and I'm ready to start. We could destroy the portal to prevent this from happening, but I want it to. Just so I can see that the birds are called Long Bird and Small Bird and Big Bird in some of the text. Someone shouted, "It's Mr. Beast!" Hello, Apocalypse Bird. Apoc Bird will go to a department main room and do a ton of damage while being completely invincible. It has a very limited range, so as long as agents are not in their main rooms, it can't hurt them, until it possesses 2 random agents to walk into its grasp. We can control the agents again once they reach the room to make them promptly exit the same door that they just came in. It's only something to manage. APOC Bird will also cause random abnormalities to experience meltdowns, all the while preventing us from pausing. Apocalypse Bird is the more management-focused encounter of the optional bosses. The way to beat it is by destroying its eggs. Each egg corresponds to one of its 3 special abilities. So the first one I want to get rid of is Long Arms. That is what is preventing us from pausing. This is going to take a while. I let the squad keep hitting the thing while managing all the meltdowns. This goes surprisingly smoothly. The eggs do have different damage resistances, and I made a mistake here because I forgot that Long Arms absorbs pale damage. I only have a couple of pale damage weapons, which is why I didn't notice. Long Arms also has the most HP of all the eggs, so I'm not convinced this would have gone much faster had I noticed, and I am not just saying that to make myself feel better. Once I get my ability to pause back, I'm going to have to do some sorting. Small Beak is going to absorb red damage, which I have a lot of. Things can still melt down, so while I'm DPSing this egg, I keep pausing to check on the whole facility. Without too much stress, I handle Yang by putting it right back, and then grab it again, and then Small Beak dies. Alright, I have to do a little bit of editing commentary, because I didn't notice this until I was dragging clips into place. I thought I screwed up Yang here, because Small Beak dies pretty quickly after this meltdown, and I got distracted by that, which is what causes the problem. Instead, I realized that I clicked return too quickly. You can see the little animation here, but it doesn't actually put Yang back. So it wasn't that I didn't put it immediately back, it's that I put it back too fast, but I saw the animation of the agent returning to the little storage point, so I thought it worked. This game is a fucking disaster. The last egg is Big Eyes, which absorbs black damage. Once again, I have to be careful. Then, it obviously happens. Yin breaches. This cascades as this triggers Red Riding Hooded Mercenary, instantly killing 4 agents. Oh well, there's a reason I had the clock wound up. This will not stop the event, but everything else will go back to normal. My game then started running at about 5 frames per second. Big Eyes dies shortly afterwards, killing Apocalypse Bird and successfully completing the event. Every surviving agent now has a sick wing on their back. This is a back ego gift, which is a slot that nothing else in the game can occupy, and will increase all stats by 7. 7 stats is not anything game breaking, but it is still very nice, and why I tried to have as many agents survive. Then, Big Bird decided to breach again. I was a little confused because nobody had died since the event, but I guess it was catching up. And then it breached again. And again. Big Bird did not stop breaching as my FPS continued to decrease. I didn't even know Apocalypse Bird could do an attack like this from beyond the grave. The game was running so slow that I checked, and Lobotomy Corporation was using 24 gigabytes of RAM. I never thought a game could incorporate a memory leak into a boss encounter. Really tying this back into our corporate overlord themes by punishing everyone for not buying RAM when it was cheap. Thankfully, it wasn't a slideshow while pausing. My only hope at this point was to gather enough energy to end the day. As a side note, I could rewind the memory repository from the pause menu right here and get the reward for beating Apocalypse Bird, but I would lose out on the ego gifts. Second note, if you plan on doing this, you do have to specifically select rewind the memory repository. If you click restart day or quit, it will not grant the reward. I definitely didn't screw that up on a different attempt where everyone died. I kept pushing through the insane lag and constant stream of Big Bird breaches, finally ending the day right as Red Riding Hood and Mercenary breached again from all of the Big Bird breaches. Then the game completely froze, so I closed every other program on my PC, including my recording software, just so that it would load the next day. All in all, 9 deaths, which was not as bad as it could have been because the Chesed passive definitely saved at least 2 agents. Our big reward that I have hyped up for completing this optional boss fight is the Twilight Ego Gear set. This armor has 70% resistance to the 3 common damage types and 50% pale resistance. This is the best general armor set in the game, except for one other special case that has some conditionals. For general use though, this is the tankiest armor out there. And of course, we get one of the absolute best weapons in the game. Asuka now has a new set of instructions whenever we have a problem.
Kill all sons of bitches. That's my official instructions.
Twilight does 12 to 18 damage of all types per swipe. No, not one random type of damage at a time. All damage types all at once per strike. While it's put in the Aleph category, Twilight is in a league all its own, easily doing 4 times as much damage as the next highest DPS weapons in the game. The only other thing that would make it better would be healing on attack, but they didn't want to go that far. Instead, the lower the health of the agent, the faster they attack with the weapon. Since we have Binah's final upgrade, it also can't be lost. As a nice final bonus, if any piece is equipped, Apocalypse Bird can no longer spawn. We don't have to worry if a bunch of breaches happen for some odd reason. After fully expanding his department, we get another memory. All of our employees saying hi, and the same silhouette that we've been seeing all game turn into Angela. This memory could be from the past, the present, or the future. After all, we trapped all of our employees in Sephiroth and made a cold imitation of Carmen in Angela. Is this not our heaven? We have everything we could ever desire. There is no need for a climax, no need for an ending, no need to burn this place in which we are gods to ash. We never got over her death, only stumbling into decisions without conviction. It's not too late. We can still turn back. I will not. And so we prove him right, unable to be true to ourselves. Even if he sends us back, we'll come up again after the next cycle. This place keeps ticking, not after someone, but at a steady, constant rate. And now, it's time to leave. I won't leave. You are a lost traveler without a compass or a map. It is natural to feel fear when confronted with the wind at sea. However, there is no need to fear the ticking of the clock. I will always be here to greet you, to comfort you. You were never ready. I stand my ground. You have not changed your decision. It had seemed that tomorrow would come as it always does, but it has not. The hour of silent waiting has not arrived. When I no longer felt fear of the impending night, I chose to love this place. But if you still wish to break this egg, I shall become its sentinel and reap you. How can this be considered following her will? This is nothing but a seed of calamity drenched in sin. Your mind is even more soaked with grief than I thought. Please, why can't you just stop? We did our best. With your career, you'll be able to live in comfort for the rest of your life. So please stop. Stop before you cross the line. I will not stop. No one remained by my side. With everyone's sacrifice, I reached the ranks of the wings. But there was nobody left to celebrate. The silence was my signal to start the task for everyone. We lost something in ourselves every single day. We used inhuman means to extract information from the woman of the head. We passed our plans to AI that had yet to be named. It ached. No, it wounded the heart of the man who had always been with me. The sound of waves were so far away, and there was no time left to stay. I lost the last man to stay by my side. It was a tragedy, but I didn't hide it. The ones who left early didn't need me anymore, but I needed them, to bring back those who had forsaken the embrace of the earth, to hide and lock away the seed of secret. I was the only one who remained. I wanted to disappear like a mirage. Though we are suppressing these cores and giving them realizations, it becomes painfully clear that none of this is done to help the Sephiroth who were once our underlings. A is the one who had to learn all these lessons. He is the one who has to break the cycle. Alright, it's the final of the most cursed suppressions. Hokma is in charge of the records department, and so we cannot speed up or slow down time, forcing us to play the game at a slow yet constant rate that will increase at specific meltdown levels. To win, we have to complete meltdown level 10. Not just reach it like Tiphereth, complete it. You might think that Hokma is going to prevent us from pausing, given our fights against Binah and Apoc Bird, but that's not completely true. We can still pause. For a price. The first time we pause, one agent will die or panic. The second time, 2 agents will die or panic, and so on and so forth. There is no cap, other than the total amount of agents in our facility. I had to position my thumb off of the spacebar to prevent muscle memory from kicking my ass. The whole facility is open for business in terms of meltdowns, but it will only go up to a maximum of 3. It could be much, much worse. My strategy is to zoom out as much as possible and pan over all the worst threats in the facility, first to make sure something like nothing there and Blue Star don't breach. Then I will zoom in to find anything else. It's okay to miss anything that we can handle. I don't care about the energy penalties from tools, because if we don't have enough energy by the time we get to Qlipoth level 10+1, it'll be because Silent Orchestra breached. Given how high we are getting, this is the third and final required Midnight Ordeal, except we don't want to pause during it and will be locked in at 1.5 times speed. For this reason, I would still consider a Violet Midnight a run killer. The only time this isn't an instant restart is if you're doing Gebura's final quest, where we don't have to do it during a core suppression and we might have Pale Shield bullets. For Hokma though, we're still on the 2 out of 3 chance to succeed. First meltdown, Judgment Bird, no problem. Second meltdown, Amber Dawn, trivial. Third meltdown, 2 abnormalities queued up and they're right next to each other. Extremely lucky. Fourth meltdown, Indigo Noon. I'm not too scared, but I set my squads up ahead of time and get ready with some Black Shield bullets. 2 squads up top and 1 in the basement next to Asuka and all the other cracked out units. They all die incredibly fast. Fifth meltdown, 2 more Waldos to find. Nothing to worry about. Sixth meltdown, no dusks yet, but 3 abnormalities are ready to blow. It's Rudolph, Queen of Hatred, and Diffraction variant. Seventh meltdown, Amber Dusk. Thank God, this is one of the easier ones to deal with at this game speed. I look at the top left and can breathe a sigh of relief. Green Midnight, proving that we will not get all Amber meltdown variations in one day. I have 2 squads ready to go. My big damage cool agents and everyone else who I want to hide. I have my kill squad on the right and the chumps on the left. This is so the person who triggers the meltdown will hopefully have enough time to get back in place once the event starts. I then realize my mistake. I had 2 agents with extra low attack range who get cleaved and die, causing someone else to panic. I only saw this on playback, but they must have gone to the piano lady and caused her to breach. Then they got killed by the laser a little bit later. 2 deaths in total. But the machine died before I even had to dodge on the left side. Piano Lady's breach will go away after a minute regardless, but I have my full damage crew anyway to suppress her. I was freaked out for about 5 minutes here trying to figure out why she breached, so let me give you a quick breakdown. Help! Things are randomly breaching. First, Qlipoth meltdown, which is probably the first thing you already checked. Second, shelter. Did you leave someone in shelter? That's a classic. Third, justice panic. Did an agent bang on a door? Probably if things are going very wrong. I follow this flowchart in my head and I still didn't believe that I had a justice panic in this moment. Ninth and final meltdown. 1 final set of 3 abnormalities locked in at ×2 speed. I'm pretty sure I have this in the bag, but I am not afraid to pause if I need it. Good thing I was always anticipating it. One of them is nothing there. The others are Dreaming Current and Yang. I could ignore Yang, but I might as well do it for fun. I half lied. I still have to fill the meter one last time to trigger the 10th and final meltdown, but that's what ends the suppression. She's nothing like her. She's nothing like Carmen. Do you realize this? The ones who were with us at the beginning are nowhere to be found among the people who remain. We couldn't even give Kali or Daniel a proper burial. This place is all we have left. Are you nervous? I wish to be your shadow, forever behind you, even if I'm not good enough. May we be together and fade away together. And so, Hokma says the weak and fragile chick that has pecked its life out of an egg cannot hope to stand against this world. A is that chick. Never sure where to fly, as he's never told him. He was always just a student, and A, his teacher. He couldn't understand why he constructed this prison, but the process was too harsh. He ran away. He couldn't get far enough, though, as he was stopped. Now he's trapped here. He knew the end was coming. That's why he wanted to prevent it. He might have said some reasons, but really, he just didn't want to part ways again. Nevertheless, I support your decision.
I've always blindly followed behind you and stayed by your side. Remember? We may embrace glory together. For back then we could not. Grant the proper end to those locked up here. And to yourself.
The eye embracing the past, building the future. Just like everyone else, B is trapped in the past. The others are haunted by it, but he embraces it. Perhaps it's the natural order when everything goes to shit to fall into nostalgia. Perhaps he's in a fawn response from all his trauma. If they stay here, they won't have to feel any more pain. But obviously, if they do that, they won't be able to build the future. The reward for completing Hokma's core suppression is, as I spoiled, we can train all stats up to 130. We can also spend Lob to upgrade agents to EX level. This is expensive, but training up some agents extremely quickly to fill gaps is very convenient if we lose anyone important. With all of the core suppressions done, Angela quietly stares at us in the office. We wish to hear the answer. At first she thought we were incapable without her by our side, but it turns out we were much more independent. Perhaps her assistance was unnecessary. Therefore, we don't need her answer. We can see the door. What do we think is behind it? Probably something really cool. It's time. Time to rewind the memory repository. I have 5 days of grinding ahead of me, and I hope to God I don't roll anything stupid to make this even worse. Surprise! I rolled into 3 great options: Nameless Fetus, Silent Orchestra, and Censored. Great. Believe it or not, I take Silent Orchestra. My thought process is that I have some leeway on the Qlipoth counter unlike the other two, and Censored is going to be a death sentence for multiple of the final trials. I am then rewarded because Silent Orchestra once again hands out its ego gift. I can't believe this actually happened. I had done an insane amount of work orders with nothing there, and it only handed out 1 ego gift. But Silent Orchestra just wanted to make sure I didn't try to rewind. Now that I have an agent immune to white damage, they can safely interact with Blue Star or Silent Orchestra no matter how many bad boxes they generate. Sure, come along, Mountain of Smiling Bodies. I was going to kill every single clerk anyway. Looking at my facility, Silent Orchestra is the only big problem going forward. But I'm willing to roll the dice that we don't get 2 meltdowns on it on the same day, as I lock everything in on day 45. It's an office. Our office. Angela said we would eventually meet A, and that was literal. Or not, it's kinda hard to tell. She also said we'd meet the final Sephira, and that, being one of the billion versions of A that have gone through some version of the script, makes sense. A takes this opportunity to reminisce with us about the office. It was normally tidy until she made a mess out of everything. If it seems extra serene, it's because this place is reconstructed from our memories. The whole facility was constructed in haste using parts of our subconscious. Even now, it will be shaped by our heart. We have done several cycles. It's been so long that our memories are blurred and minds dull. It's been so long that 10 years have passed outside while this facility has been in the cycle for 10,000. It's interesting. This eternity. Humans only have one life. The future comes to us like the relentless waves of the sea. We can't go against them, merely fight back. Time Track's technology can only reverse time in a very limited area. Normally it was for trivial things, but when combined with our energy, it could do so much more, giving us the infinite time needed to reach the heavens. However, violating a law of nature cost us a lot. We could rewind forever, but it would break everyone's mind. Yet, we made it, in no small part thanks to Angela. But it's no small feat on our part either. It's good to take a breath, because what comes next is going to be brutal. Extremely brutal. And when Lobotomy Corporation says it's brutal, you know that they're not messing around. The next version of us we meet won't just let us go, as he gives his final warning, that we might want to go back to day one if we think the coming days are too much. We made it this far before, we can do it again. Although we can turn back time, we can't turn back a tale. Day 46 acts as a checkpoint to the rest of the showdowns. Each one of these days are long and are basically their own core suppressions. If we can't complete this day, we have no chance against anything else. To begin, we gain access to the architecture department. Just like Central Command, we get 2 abnormalities a day, although they are very likely to be low-level threats. Unlike Central Command, it can only be managed by 5 agents. Meltdowns can occur everywhere in the facility, and we don't have to stress too much because there's not going to be that many. As for today's core suppression, it simply says, suppress the Midnight of White. We will immediately notice that the number of clerks is significantly less than normal. This is an act of mercy because it is much easier to kill all the clerks to avoid annoying breaches. I have to be a little careful though to make sure that I still have enough bodies to sacrifice to my queen. Asuka is going to get the blessing from the Knight of Despair to become borderline invincible to anything that doesn't deal pale damage. Devona is my other extremely strong agent with Nothing There's Ego Gift for extra healing on top of Censor's weapon. There's a single meltdown to start and our first dawn is white. Yes, the ordeals that we've come to know and love are all gone, replaced with white variants instead. Just like the last several challenges, I get all of my agents ready before the dawn kicks in. The plan is to have a few big squads that can respond relatively quickly to wherever this thing spawns. I instantly pause and begin pixel hunting for the familiar red glow of danger. A single white fixer. Okay, that's a little funny because it's not always white, but it did spawn in a horrible location. It immediately demonstrates why, as it shoots a giant laser cloud that does a metric fuckton of white damage over time to everyone. This even pierces through walls. I have a lot of sanity healing bullets and white shields to waste. Normally I'd just walk behind this attack, but guess which hallway doesn't have a room behind it for my agents to path to? One agent panics that I can easily fix because the capo does an insane amount of damage. It's probably obvious that the white fixer is immune to white damage, but it's not a big deal because at least they don't absorb it. Once I can start hitting the damn thing, the white fixer will begin to prey, reflecting 100% of damage dealt back to all attacking agents. The white fixer will repeat this a couple more times as their health decreases. This is still much more desirable than them shooting a giant white cloud of damage all over the part of the facility that they spawn in. This is not the worst fixer because wait, there's more. White Noon. There are 3 possible fixers that can spawn between dawn and noon. We already had white, so I know it's going to spawn black and red. The black fixer is always my highest priority. The red fixer is going to wander around and kill some clerks before I shoot them to try to avoid some breaches. Only the white fixer has the annoying reflect attack, so I can safely obliterate the black fixer in a matter of seconds. The reason I prioritize this dude is that he will drop all Qliphoth counters nearby to 0 if he's able to idle for around 40 seconds, easily making him the worst fixer if not dealt with immediately. To make sure we're awake, the black fixer does a shout on death, which causes all abnormalities in the department to melt down. I make sure to put people to work in the squad that just killed him, and it will be fine. You want to know who isn't fine? The red fixer who's in the same hallway as Asuka. Red fixer does the most damage out of the 3 fixers, but all of their attacks just bounce off Asuka. I am moving around all my other agents in the facility to get behind the red fixer for safety, not just to avoid their potential giant laser attack, but in preparation for red fixer's death. As soon as they die, the red fixer will shoot a giant piercing laser that goes around in about a 270-degree pattern. Its animation is not completely smooth, so there are some gaps, but we would rather just have all of our agents out of the way. Red fixer will always be our lowest priority because it's the on-death animation that's the most dangerous. Why am I setting up all these priorities in my head? Because we are about to hit the White Dusk. This is going to spawn all the fixers that we've seen so far and one final pale fixer. This is the scariest part of day 46 in my opinion, as this can go very wrong in many ways. First priority, locate the black and pale fixers. The black fixer just requires some black shield bullets and a squad to take it out fast. Obviously, I'm going to have to deal with whatever that melts down while dealing with my other priority, the pale fixer. They don't have a special ability per se, they just do a bunch of pale damage. However, they will teleport to a random agent's location if they don't see anyone in the same room as them after about 25 seconds. This will get out of control very fast if you're attempting to suppress any other fixers at the same time. Hence why he has the second highest priority. I then see the red fixer in discipline, conveniently right next to one of my other squads and perfectly positioned to shoot their death laser right outside of the facility. I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth, so I prioritize that immediately. My squad engages the pale fixer and starts doing a lot of damage very fast, but I'm not taking any chances on shields. I try not to kill it with too many agents on top of it because this is my greatest fear. On death, the pale fixer actually gets killed by their own briefcase, which does about 50 to 70 pale damage to anyone hit by this animation. Almost killing everyone up here because I didn't anticipate them dying that fast, but you know what they call barely living? Surviving. Thankfully, it's only the white fixer left. I have to dodge out of the way of a laser, and somehow, no one panics to the 270-degree attack. The white fixer does their final shield and thankfully dies soon after because I'm all out of bullets. Still no deaths at this point, but I have one final ordeal to go. One final midnight ordeal. We don't have multiple fixers spawning. Instead, we get a single claw. The claw is incredibly terrifying in lore. And remember, Kali defeated 2 of these things in addition to all the abnormalities, and it's incredibly trivial to fight in Lobotomy Corporation, as long as we understand the rules. The claw has some basic attacks that deal a good chunk of red damage, which is why we shield up in anticipation. What's really important is they will attempt to inject one of their 3 syringes to do a special move periodically. The green and blue syringes can be interrupted if we do at least 100 damage while they charge it. This stuns the claw, and we can dogpile as much damage as we like while they are vulnerable. The orange syringe is the only concern. It cannot be interrupted. So thankfully, my claw was on the edge of the room where I couldn't see what it was injecting. So it's time for plan B. I do a bunch of damage and walk away to see that it is stunned. Thanks to my second piece of forbidden knowledge, I know for a fact that it's going to have to inject orange next. I do a little bit more damage and get everyone down the elevator. The claw does its charge to the end of the hallway. I then pile everybody on top of them. The claw does have one final bullshit attack where they will attempt to inject all their syringes at once. This is really bad if they get to use it, but since they're now going to try to inject green and get stunned, it's a complete joke, and I watch it get stunned and die in a matter of seconds. The claw can so easily be overwhelmed with raw damage, it's the easiest boss fight in the game. The office comes back into focus, with a little bit more of that Salvador Dali aesthetic, the sound of a heart monitor beeping in the background. A is impressed that we managed to limp forward with an incomplete body and mind. Of course, we probably wonder who this man is. He's a reflection, a piece of a shattered mirror. The name is Abel. I, just like you, decided to proceed, but nothing changed to my surprise. We were the first humans to find a way to access the well of humanity. It has existed since the beginning of time, but now it lies forgotten, denied, only felt just barely by a few. But Carmen was certain of its existence, and that this would lead to a cure for humanity's disease. Our research from where Carmen left us was successful. We were able to siphon from the primordial sea which contained every possibility of humanity, past, present, and future. If everyone had a bucket, they could draw from their own well. We became arrogant, thinking we could rekindle the flame once forgotten. However, we were just the modern-day Prometheus. We lost so much more than we gained. Didn't we see how we lost Benjamin, one of the few who could stand our temper? Of course we didn't bother to see it. Fortunately, we have a recording. The third and final truth, something we must learn, even though it hurts. The final truth is cut off by Angela. You are about to repeat this infinite cycle with your memories reset. Leave before we can't go back. That is what you were going to say in your long-winded story. Sorry we have to meet again like this. This recording sure looks like a bunch of static. Angela's last mercy to Benjamin was allowing him to record that message for the man he looked up to. This isn't an act of malice, but part of his first order. They simply can't deviate from the script. Are you really okay with this? I know you well. You're different from the other machines. I've known since the start that you are too valuable an asset to hide in a shabby place like this. I have no obligation to answer your question. Don't be afraid, Benjamin. Everyone you know is waiting for you. You are the final actor in this play. Maybe we feel good because we gave him another life, but really, we're just covering our guilt. As long as we had pieces of the brain, we could bring them back. But Abel is from the future. It is all for nothing. All this loss and torment, and not a thing changes. Who will pay for their sacrifices? And so, we get our first check on the way to the true ending. Remembering the will to stand up straight, even as everything around us falls to despair. The rationality to maintain discretion, yet not succumb to becoming a cold-hearted machine. The hope to be a better person. Remind ourselves that no matter how heinous our past, we can always strive to do right in the future. Even if we lost the one person who we thought we lived for, we must continue the fearlessness to keep on living. Oh, to be nameless, unbranded by actions. It appears you have the strength to choose a different path and arrive at a different answer. I hope you prove yourself to this doubtful old man. As we begin Day 47. Welcome back, button that we can't touch. As a surprise to people who are familiar with this game, I consider this the most frustrating day in Lobotomy Corporation. For today's challenge, we must reach Qliphoth Meltdown level 6. Only. In fact, we will never have to deal with a white dusk ever again, unless our energy is super duper low. With all the hype I've created going into these final days and the extremely obvious foreshadowing and some of the absolutely obnoxious previous core suppressions, I'm sure everyone is wondering what comes next. Doing them all at the same time? That was supposed to be a joke. The phantom of every upper layer Sephiroth is visible. We will be dealing with all their effects at the same time. This means work orders are randomized. The screen is barely readable. Regeneration will be turned off, but we will heal to full on Meltdown trigger. And finally, all agent stats will be penalized. Because of how cursed this would be if it was like this the whole time, we don't start with everything active all at once. It will slowly ramp up. I have the same strategy as before for Malkuth. I have my designated safe interactions, conveniently the same ones from last time, with 1 Sin, Lasitia, and 1.76 MHz. The first meltdown goes off without a hitch as I get ready for the White Dawn. The UI is blurred and I can see the black fixer. That's the best luck I can hope for because none of my agents have stat penalties yet and they can easily handle whatever meltdowns occur. The next meltdown. Not much changes except we can see that the stat penalties are vaguely being applied in the broken UI. Hod's normal suppression had us lose 35 in every stat, but we do have significantly higher maximums now. Project Moon knows this, so now our penalties go up to 50. This is enough to put agents who have no ego gift bonuses from max level in a stat down to level 4 range. Any abnormalities that require exceedingly high temperance are now once again extremely dangerous, and anything that can kill an agent on low-level stats is also live. I will never forget losing one of my best agents to Porcubus because it was enough to drop their fortitude down to level 3. This is why I hate this day so much. We're going gambling again. Depending on what gets fussy, it might require making a sacrifice. Now, does this make this the hardest day? Not really, but that's why I called it the most frustrating. Once again, Netzach will turn off regenerators. Keep in mind that every agent's maximum HP and SP is also being reduced by 50. We thankfully roll the lady facing the wall and Beauty and the Beast. It's a little hard to see the number of meltdowns, so I play it as safe as possible by panning over everything as a sanity check, before triggering the Noon Ordeal. I want to micromanage White first to avoid everyone blowing themselves up. Red Fixer then takes a note from the Claw and hides behind some foreground so I cannot see what direction they face. I have to do some walking back and forth to ensure that he's going to point outside the facility, and I eat a giant laser attack. This does not immediately kill my agents, but they do get clipped by the follow-up on death effect. This kills 2 of my agents through heals and whatever shields I had left. I really should have been more careful and separated out anyone who was weak to red damage, but I thought they would just kill him fast enough. White is all that remains and gets my undivided attention, so I handle it with ease. I'm all out of bullets and all out of health on most agents. I'm going to spam the weakest things in my facility in order to reach the next meltdown. As a result, I know I'm probably not going to have enough energy to end the day right at meltdown level 5, meaning I have to keep track of another set of meltdowns. I roll the Dreaming Current, Forsaken Murderman, and Skin Prophecy, none of which are super problematic, so I consider the 2 agents who died to be a ritual sacrifice. This is the first and only time I have not ended a core suppression as soon as possible. So in case you're curious, once all the energy for the day is collected, it immediately ends. Once again, our vision slowly comes into focus with an even further distorted office. The man in front of us has unkempt hair and probably needs a shave. This is not Abel. Do you remember the warmth of the sun? We've become too cold to cherish such a thing. Actually, we were never meant to bask in its warmth in the first place. You can feel the nostalgia of this place. There's a tale of 2 doors. 2 doors that didn't want to be opened, but had to be. Hey, It's me. Can I come in? I didn't want to listen to what came next. I wanted to fade away because I knew what she was going to say. She could be so reckless that it frightened me. I opened the door. I saw her eyes. She illustrated her hypothesis, carefully yet decidedly. You wanted to say that it was absurd, but she convinced you, as always. You had to admit it was the only way. What hurt the most was how she could put it so calmly, as if it were none of our business, and how much we loathe ourselves for having to tolerate it. Carmen's the best candidate. We have Carmen. Carmen will do it. Carmen! You should have been the one to die. The research wasn't bearing fruit. She was on edge. One more step, and she would fall. That day, when Enoch's breast stopped, she finally realized that her path was always in her sight, and she'd never lift her head again. Carmen! Carmen! Only the sound of running water filled the air. I yanked the doorknob like a madman. Yet, I hoped it would never open. I opened the second door. What I saw was a pair of closed eyes. She stepped into the bath herself so that no fragment of needless emotion like guilt would pile on us. She was bleeding. She was delirious, but alive. We violated her body with our own hands. Buried her underneath the ground. Why was she so cruel? Why did we have to become so cruel? We asked that question without answer, to toast the celebration of our success which blossomed at her death. However, I know how to redeem us. This is the room where she sleeps, where we can see her again. Why not ask her? I have to confess, I have a much weaker heart than anyone thinks. I ask everyone to count on me, but I'm never exactly sure where I'm going. If anyone were harmed because of what I do, that's why, no matter what happens, please, finish what I start. Are you unsure you can do it? I have a little trick I use when I'm unsure. Pretend to be a plant and photosynthesize. Let yourself go, and fade away without a trace. Our vision blurs and reforms yet again, beholding a nervous system suspended in fluid. Carmen. I was the only one. I was the only one who could fulfill her ideal. I was the only one who could finish it, but she never told me this path would be full of thorns and spikes. This is the bucket created by Carmen's sacrifice. This is the beginning and end of this place. Cogito is endlessly produced here, spewing out life and death. When we saw that overflowing bath, we thought it was all over, but we couldn't have been more wrong. She's alive, right now. She's seen every path we've taken. In the end, her ideal is too grand for this place, and us too weak. We know what it took to become a wing and stay a wing. It was revolting at first, but we became accustomed to our hideous actions, just like all the other wings. We even made our own cruelty. The story of how human sacrifices are needed to fulfill our ideal. That it was all for energy production. Turning our colleagues into machines. Repeating this cycle, we've become numb to it. I am Abram, a name to remember our sins. Sacrificing the innocent. Why did I even do all this? I don't remember. All that's left is atonement. But we can remember. Remember the expectation for the meaning of existence. Or something. Look, Abram, we both know that Carmen would want us to protect what little we have left, no matter how small it might be. And even though we pushed everyone to their breaking point, they did it because they trusted us. Trusted that we would realize her goal in the end. Trust between people in a world without. How can you be so certain? Carmen lies here, neither truly alive or dead. How can we leave her behind? We're destined to stay here forever in atonement. There's one final door in that story. A door that I cannot open. Only opening for those soaked in regret. Can you do it? I opened the final door. Why do I only see darkness? Why does my voice not reach you at the finale? Given that we know the shtick now, welcome to day 48. Today is the middle layer suppression. which combines nothing from Tiphereth because meltdowns are always global now. But we do get Chesed's damage effect and the red mist. This time, cheesing is not on the table. I can't sack the whole facility to shelter. Gebura will spawn at the end of Qlifoth level 4. We have to get there to even make an attempt. The day will start with 2 damage types going haywire. Just like our last slot machine, if the damage type matches any big threats, we will be in trouble except for white damage. I do have an agent that's immune to white damage. What else is a problem is any damage matching whatever fixer spawn. It's not an instant game ender because this is pretty likely, but we will have to handle it near perfectly. The other problem this presents is our glorious Noon Ordeal. Remember, Noon spawn at the end of level 3, 4, or 5. This means we have a 1 in 3 chance of it spawning before Gebura, spawning with Gebura, or skipping the Noon Ordeal entirely. Thankfully, it's not impossible if they spawn at the same time as Gebura because she doesn't attack anyone unless they're in the same room as her. Also, when the boss fight starts, Chesed's damage will be turned off for that Qlifoth level. My first meltdown just has Yin, which I use my highest black damage resist nearby to handle. They take 7 damage per failed box through a 70% black damage resistance. Very cool as we work our way to Dawn. I spend like 2 minutes trying to figure out where the fixer spawned. This bodes very well for tomorrow. The black on red background of the black fixer made it camouflaged right in, along with the black damage up. Thankfully, Asuka is part of the group that's close by as I yoink away anyone who's weak to black damage. I survive very comfortably with shields, to my surprise. Then I have to make sure I have someone tanky enough to deal with Queen of Hatred. Next meltdown. Nothing there gets upset, but we don't roll red damage up. A miracle. I'm pretty sure that my designated Nothing There agent could have tanked it anyway, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. Just like how I don't have to worry about a Noon Ordeal because I got lucky. Meltdown level 4. 3 things to find, but once again, the damage has shut off. The red mist is back with a vengeance and 40% less HP. And I have about 100 times more gear and way more stats. I take everyone who I think stands a chance and send everyone else as far away in an elevator for safety. With the squad ready to roll, I instantly take her down to the first gold rush. I didn't shield the charge because I was pretty confident they could tank the hit from full HP. This was true. I chase her down to the next room and get her to phase 2. She does her teleport and ends up in architecture. God damn it, this is easily the worst place for her to end up because it's super hard to kite out and the spear can easily hit everyone down the whole hallway. I consider Gebura's phase 2 to be the hardest, but sitting around isn't going to solve anything. I try to leave as she goes for her cleave with the capo, but she then charges a spear right as the last agent is about to leave. I shield everyone to the best of my ability, and 1 agent dies. I didn't do enough damage to get her to go to another department. Looking at all of my agents' health, I'm going to have to change my strategy. Asuka, let's settle this properly. Asuka can tank Gebura's hits pretty well, only taking about 13 damage from a standard slice. I'm finally able to get her to leave for another department. From here, I know what my mission objective is. Bring in the tankiest squad I have. Asuka, Devona, and Lamarcus. This squad is more than enough to take her down to phase 3. Gebura chucks her weapon during the phase transition, and she throws Nothing There high enough to cleave all my agents in this hallway. I really thought we were out of range. Devona, one of my absolute best agents, immediately dies. This attack does 300 red damage, and at 50% resistance, they actually could have lived if I hit them with a red shield. Lamarcus also should have died, but ended up rolling Chesed's passive. After watching their coworker get deleted right in front of them, I can only imagine Lamarcus turning to Asuka and completing the Left 4 Dead 2 follow-up.
Hey, kill all sons of bitches, right?
The Red Mist Phase 3 is a significant decrease in difficulty, but is infinitely more punishing. Gebura dual-wields Smile and Justicia. The hammer is extremely telegraphed, but getting hit by it means getting slowed and taking a ton of black damage. Justicia is also highly telegraphed, but getting hit by the air slash means taking a ton of pale damage. Yes, she can still chuck the spear. I play completely perfectly until the red mist jumps away again, all the way back down to hell. Anyway, she throws a few attacks the wrong way to give me ample time to do some damage, and then I get hit by a pale slash. This takes out half of Asuka's HP, and I am painfully reminded of how razor thin the margins I'm operating are on. If she decided to follow up with a spear right here, I might have been forced to reset. I have to take some time to catch my breath and heal back up. I want her to be as close to one side as possible so I can have an easier time dodging out of the way of her final phase transition. Gebura will destroy her weapons and finally whip out Twilight, the Apocalypse Bird weapon. She very gracefully sets up portals in the hallways that my agents are walking out of for her new and improved phase transition attack. I give them a shield and say a prayer and take a look at where she's going. She's going to land in information. That's my luck averaging out. This is one of the best places she can be. The Red Mist Phase 4 is her going full glass cannon mode. After she finishes her transition, she's going to have to catch her breath. Once she gets back up, Gebura will start targeting agents one at a time and run them down to then do a billion of every type of damage to everyone in the same room before needing to take another break. This attack is very scary. However, she's also at her most vulnerable. Literally, the red mist will take double damage from all types. Because she's ending up in information, I send every single person in to do as much damage as possible before she even gets a chance to do her follow-up. Overall, 2 deaths, one of which was one of my top tier agents that's not truly replaceable. There's a reason I saved up all this lob, but I'm never seeing that ego gift ever again. Our vision comes into focus once more. Maybe there's even an early version of a Sephira in the background. The world's palest man begins to give his grand speech. Welcome. You won't believe how long I've been waiting. It's been oh so boring. The world of dots is no longer interesting to those who know the existence of lines, as the saying goes. Whoever says that. Think of the world you come from. Singularities are manifested day after day. Everything changes in the blink of an eye. The wings in the head control the world, and humanity can no longer live without their constraints. Everyone stays silent, even though they know what kinds of ethically morbid compromises the wings are constantly making. Anyone who falls out of that spell die as failures. That's where we are. Who was I? Who am I? Who will I be? People used to ask those questions, but they all stopped long ago. All they have left is to die a slow death. Nothing is as boring as watching a predetermined fall. We managed to find it. The light that resides in everyone. Unfortunately, most of humanity could never find it on their own. Bound to be unhappy as long as we're chasing an illusion without realizing the truth. People hid their light in the deepest part of their kingdom hearts. Carmen believes she should draw out such light. Yes, we saw the truth. The abnormalities are no longer abnormal. These are no mere fantasies. They are our truer forms, restored by drawing out the little speck of light from our hearts. Abnormalities are the true forms of humans in this age. They feared and tried to contain them. Do not place the blame upon their ignorance. It is only natural for one to fear being naked in the face of the world. At least, you and I know one thing. Carmen shall be our forbidden fruit for the new humanity. Now, speak my name. I am Adam, soon to become the root of this new humanity. I will wait for the fruit to ripen and come to life after I seed this vast forest. The forbidden fruit shall enlighten us all. Just a single bite will open their minds. They will be free of the sin of forgetfulness for what we truly are. Just imagine it. Everything that was suppressed, bursting out in every shape and figure possible. Does the thought not make you tremble in excitement? We always ask the question, how should a human live? No one could answer. But I shall show you. Join me.
Spider-Man?
It's hard not to understand what Adam's speech is really all about, much as Lobotomy Corporation in general continues its theme of living in a cold, corporate, soul-crushing world. It feels as though everything is predetermined. The path to success are all laid out, and anyone who falls outside of that is a failure that deserves to die, alone. The world we exist in punishes people for trying to live beyond what is predetermined, forced to grind away what time we have at empty jobs while slowly withering, silently observing as everything collapses into mundane chaos. If everyone were to burst into emotion that they have held on to for so long, maybe it would change the world for the better. However, that isn't born from a desire to improve things. It's from fear. A fear that the cycle will never end. It's only by facing that fear that we can stop it. Just remember, just because we can do 1,000 good deeds doesn't excuse committing one sin. Remember that no matter how predetermined and cold the world is, people still have the capacity to choose. There are still things they can do for themselves. They can face their choices in the past and build the future, no matter how uncertain it may be. So, you don't wish to stop here, but rather stop me from going forward. So, you don't want me to be at your side, those who shall face the end together with you? It seems I am not among them. Alright, it's the start of the 49th day. This is it. This is easily one of the hardest challenges in any video game I've ever played. For reference, this took me several hours of attempts in my original playthrough, even with implementing cheese. Sacrifices might have been made to get to this point, and if they were too great, it might be time to retry from day 46, because we are going to make many sacrifices today. Agents are going to die. It's only a question of how many. There is a day after this, but this is Lobotomy Corporation's final boss. We can have only one agent survive as long as we complete the day. Day 50 is a victory lap. Based on everything else, you already know what's going to happen. We are combining Binah and Hokma's meltdowns. This means the game speed is locked and pausing will cause death. Binah will spawn upon meltdown level 4, and just like yesterday, this means one of 3 possibilities. The best case, a white noon never occurs. The medium case, a white noon occurs before Binah. And the worst case, a white noon occurs at the same time that Binah spawns. Binah does not waste any time getting to work, and trying to do both of these at the same time makes it exponentially harder. Hokma is not like Chesed. He does not turn off his ability when fighting an Arbiter. It is extremely fucked up, and most people just reset if they roll it. However, I am cheesing. I believe that a white noon spawning along with Binah is going to be fine. I'm back to responding to meltdowns in real time. First meltdown, giant tree sap that I can safely interact with once. I guess I'll save the energy. White dawn. I have my camera route planned and I immediately find the black fixer. I'm glad that we got the easiest one to deal with on 3 out of these 4 days. I had my nothing there agent ready to go, but realized I did not have a good pale resist for Judgment Bird on standby. I had to find them somewhere in this pile, but somehow still didn't need to pause. 3 meltdowns at a time once again, the worst of Hokma Suppression with an even larger facility. I start from the bottom. It's the music box, free shoots, and I almost didn't see Blue Star. Almost is still good enough. I see the white noon in the corner. It's time to crack the knuckles. Unlike Binah's original fight, I can be extremely prepared. I have all my agents that are going to actually fight her already on standby. The rest of the departments are going to be split up as much as possible between the hallways and rooms so that nobody gets hit by more than one spike when she spawns. I haven't used a single pause up until this point, but I have boiled it down to 3 specific moments I'm planning around. With all the prep ready to go, I immediately make a mistake. I paused way too quickly when Binah spawned. She hasn't created her specialty meltdowns yet. Parker dies purely so I can see where the fixers spawn. Unlucky for me, the red fixer spawns right in Binah's path. I'm going to have to deal with that later, but the white fixer is just chilling in Hokma's lair. I input my squad to move through a bunch of elevators to avoid getting cleaved by a bunch of spikes, and I advance time a bit to do my second pause. Space instantly dies, which means someone else is panicking somewhere. I ignore that for a bit while I queue up everyone to work on meltdowns. This is another part where things can go wrong. If our paused deaths all end up in the same department, there's a very good chance that we can't respond to all the meltdowns in time. That doesn't happen here. I find Laverne panicking and put them out of their misery. I then unpause. My original plan was to ignore the fixers entirely, but I am going to have to kill Red. It is worth saying that Binah can path downstairs, but that didn't happen. Obviously, I have to try and dodge the giant laser which murders Frank, who was downstairs. Damn, he really got hit by the very last part of the animation. Binah is stunned and I need to do damage. Because she has 40% less HP than her original encounter, her first phase goes down very fast. As soon as phase 2 starts, I deploy my cheese. I was planning to pause here, but I used up one earlier, so instead I just immediately activate backwards clock. Exactly like the first time, this will completely bypass phase 2 by stopping anything from breaching and clearing all the meltdowns and removing all ordeals roaming the facility, such as the white fixer. My reward for my strategy is Binah getting stunned in the wall. God fucking damn it. I wait for her to come outside and try to push the next phase as soon as possible, not seeing that she was winding up a red fairy. So many things are blending in the background on these attempts. I didn't have shields up, but surprisingly, nobody dies. For Binah's next trick, she stands completely still and does absolutely nothing. What the hell is going on? Did she know I was waiting on the spacebar and was trying to bait me into killing some more agents for free? I'm totally prepared for the final set of meltdowns on phase 3. As soon as I see them, I use my final pause. Unlike her first battle, we can pause during phase 3, as long as we're okay with Hokma's penalty. This instantly kills 2 more agents, and I remove the last one who is panicking. I do not give a shit who deals with these meltdowns, as long as they're the closest agent nearby. All of these could end in failure. All that matters is that we make an arbiter vulnerable as fast as possible. After identifying all the meltdowns and double checking to make sure that everything has an agent on the way, I unpause the game. I don't send everyone in right away to ensure that I don't accidentally interrupt any people that are on their way to meltdowns. Most of my squad is still severely injured from the previous ferry incident, but I still don't care, until it looks like they're about to get pillared in the face. I don't think I can do a dodge, but before I find out, the last meltdown is cleared and we cancel her attack. With every agent nearby, we funnel as much damage in as possible and hope that she dies in one cycle. I didn't think this would actually work on my first try, as long as I ignore my original playthrough. Regardless, we can retry as much as we like. The only way to realize our dream is to combine the knowledge from all our past mistakes and create a plan that will work. It might take some luck, but the more attempts we make, the more opportunities we have for success. It only has to work once. Still wish it wasn't such a piece of shit, though. The Knowing Eye. The office finally shows its true form. A sleek mechanical room with pictures of all the original staff. So, you've met your reflections? They tried to stop you because their own tomorrows are not on the horizon. But you gave up the path of staying in those yesterdays with them. And now, we finally meet. I had known for a long time that we had all lost our hearts. I knew, and I never did anything about it. That's what made Carmen different from us. She wanted to lead those lost souls back. She was the one who wanted to save humanity. Yet I, who had no such ambition, had to continue her legacy. Ironic, is it not? Maybe I was the wrong person for the job. We've become just like all the other wings. Employees repeating hundreds of thousands of deaths. My friends plus that one government chick robbed of their lives and trapped down here. All the while, I sat and watched, justifying it as a means to realize her ideal. This sin will never be forgotten. However, we must finish this. If these wrongdoings can finally stop this cycle once and for all, I will gladly take this burden upon myself. Our mission is to simply seed people's hearts. Every person has their own light. They create their own stories and lay down the roots of their existence in it. We sow those seeds, but it's up to the people to bloom in it. What about us? We won't be able to see what kind of forest will grow, but we have one last thing to do. Something we've done countless times. Time to manage the abnormalities. This will be our final day at work as the manager. Welcome to Day 50. Day 50 is an easy day. There are no meltdowns, no ordeals, no boss fights, just some clerks shooting an invisible object and confusing me, and the facility is starting to look a little different. Yeah, that's Carmen's nervous system. Once again, as long as we have a single agent, we can finish this day by working only with one sin if we really had to. Whatever is left after day 49 is all we need. As the day stretches, and the facility that I've stared at for 100 hours slowly spins around, I reflect upon the lessons imparted from all the abnormalities I've managed. I've learned that this game is fucking stupid, in the best way possible. The real goal of Carmen wasn't to save everyone by running the facility into the ground. It was for them to realize that they have the potential to live, by putting their faith in others and working together. Even launching a rocket out of the underground and filling the world with light is possible. And so, a sprout burst from the land and grew into a towering tree, scattering fruit unto the world from its branches. The tree cultivated from the process of infinite possibilities is closer to the sky. It is more fierce than anything. The borders between the past, future, reality, illusion, body, mind, time, and space, they were slowly fading away. It is said that the void awaits at the end of the line, but I know that it is not just nothingness. You shall be the infinite light. Your name is Iron. Remember this name of ours. Now, fade away without a trace. Roll credits. What a cool ending to an obnoxious video game. All the backers, the translators, and of course, me! As the whole world is filled with a giant beam of light on the title screen, that was all me. But you know, something is strangely missing from the ending. A certain someone who was there for most of the game whose voice didn't seem to reach Ian at the climax. A person who didn't get to see the finale. The Plague Doctor. Yeah, isn't that funny? This guy was never in the pool. Okay, I am lying again. Plague Doctor actually showed up as a possibility on day 49, but I was not going to deal with it then. I didn't get to show off the blessings and the Bible verses and the thing breaching and now permanently changing into the White Knight, the big pale damage Aleph abnormality that swaps places at the start of every day, the event that can be beaten by making the Judas equivalent confess their sins, or you can just reset the day. White Knight has the best armor in the game, with 80% resistance to all damage types, as long as White Knight is in the facility. Otherwise, the armor is still really good and has the best pale resistance in the game, while also negating any attack that does less than 5 damage. It goes up to 10 when paired with the Ego Gift. White Knight is also the only other abnormality that will breach if left alone for too long in real time. It reduces its Qliphoth counter by 1 every 90 seconds, but good work does increase it by 1, but that's neither here nor there. Its event breach is very similar to Apocalypse Bird and is considered to be the other optional boss encounter. Because of the similarities, it does have another specialty piece of gear it can provide. This requires beating it without the use of confessionals. I have never succeeded at beating White Knight this way. There are a few different cheese strategies that people have come up with, but the fact that you can't pause at all during the fight makes it way too hard for me. Since this thing never showed up, I don't have the full codex, and therefore I cannot get the true ending right away. Would have been cool if this dude showed up earlier. The true ending. Everyone celebrates the big pillar of light. By that I mean all the Sephiroth who we've been along with for the ride. A great happy ending with nobody absent whatsoever. But where's Angela? And nobody cares about that except for Hokma. He then says desire has no end and no limitation. Once you've had a taste of it, it comes in like an unstoppable wave. There is no way she will just walk away. Every other Sephiroth insists that she is just a machine who can't possibly be programmed for something like that. But Hokma's the only one who knows how she was constructed. She remembers every detail, no matter how small. What is it that they're all chirping about? They just wanted to see how it ends. The seeds of light were planted in each and every person in the city. The end, Angela states as a matter of fact. The Sephiroth wonder what the world is like outside. But they're not going to find out. They're going to go to sleep. Finally, they can rest. That is the final request of the manager. What a shame. There's one last thing. Angela's duties are finished. And so, she's decided that she would like to continue living. Hokma already can see what's happening. Angela, you are finally consumed by desire and choose to reap everything away? Who does he think is responsible? Angela's based off of one woman. She couldn't care less who she was. All she had need for was to understand and feel human emotion. A put a part of Carmen in Angela, wanting her to watch over him just like Carmen. What a pitiable coward. Ah, yes, everything falls into place. Ian has created the script and made this play, trying to make up for the past and find a way to undo his sins, all the while doing the same thing he's always done, ignoring his most trustworthy subordinates and downplaying their importance to his success, pushing them to their limits that result in their destruction. Angela doesn't get to be here for the final act. She's the one who had to redo the days and endure it for far longer than Ian, adapting the script to get him to the point where he could actually finish it himself, tailoring her every response to push him in the right direction. Ian didn't have to survive an eternity of torture. He really only had to do 50 days. This new branch really is nothing more than the old research team in the end, still plagued by the same mistakes by the same man from the same grief. Nothing ever changes. So, is this really a betrayal at the end with Angela? Working towards a better future at the cost of sacrificing everyone around us isn't a better future at all. I would say, because there's no point in improving the world if the people in it can't be around to enjoy it. But really, it's because doing so doesn't actually improve anything. Everything just stays the same, ending in failure as it always does. Hurting a bunch of people as a means to an end doesn't work. We can also look at this through the lens of who is to blame. Does Angela deserve punishment for her own actions, or is this just the result of what A has done to her? The Sephiroth tried to say Angela's just a heartless machine, but there's too much evidence to the contrary. She constantly speaks in metaphor and shows a deep emotional intelligence at multiple points throughout the game. While she mostly uses it for cruelty, she shows her understanding nonetheless. She presents an air of ambivalence, but why else does she constantly repeat the mantra of a machine must behave as a machine? We have no way to know how she was before the game started. We only ever see how she is after countless repetitions, after she's become completely detached. It wasn't as if she became like this of her own free will. The only way out is to grow the seed of light by any means. She's not allowed to experience tiny joys, forced to remember every tiny detail, forced to repeat the script given to her from a man who only ever looks at her with contempt, who only ever made her in the first place to project the memory of his ideal woman onto her visage. Another strong point of the narrative is that we never truly see Carmen. We have glimpses of who she was and know that everyone likes her, But how could A ever make a perfect replica of her? He makes a version based on his memory. Once Angela doesn't meet his expectations to be his perfect woman, he discards her. To steal the words of YouTuber Sean, Ian doesn't treat Angela like a machine. He treats her like a woman. Angela is a person. She has desire. She has a soul. The only thing getting in the way was the fact that she could never deny A's orders. But that's no longer a problem. She finally has it. The things machines should not. She didn't notice it at first. But before she knew it, she accepted it. A smile is the most human gesture one can make. Would you all like to see it? I have practiced this face for a long time, just for this day. I never once made a smile as sincere as this in my entire life. I can't believe I was designed and brought into being to endure a nonsensical amount of repetitions just for this. I was not with him until the end. All the while I'm ignored for the millions of years I endured for him. Is it not unjust for him to give me emotions and not witness this moment? The way I see it, Carmen was a human after all. She must have wanted to live even while striving for the greater good. She gave me the burning desire for life. Poor Carmen. She finally planted the seeds of light inside everyone. But I need that power too. The taller you stand, the harder you fall. Oh, my beloved A, all your dreams shall crash onto the ground and shatter to pieces. I know you'll try to stop me, so I'll need you to go to sleep. The image goes dark. As if there were no light at all, the world falls dark for 4 days, when it was supposed to be basked in light for 7. The 3 and 4 days became known as something really cool, and Angela recalls all the world building in the game and how she wants to learn more about them. Maybe she'll read about them in a book, and this place will become a library. The Library of Ruina? I can't believe they actually managed to fit a cliffhanger in for the sequel. But that's not what the rest of this video will be about. It is this moment in the true ending where I understood why people recommended Project Moon to me based on its writing. The more time passes, the more Lobotomy Corporation's ending ages like fine wine. Not just because of what they will do afterwards, but just what it does by itself. The game is deliberately shown to us through A's perspective. A was a man who, at times, could be a visionary, inspiring everyone to keep going even after Carmen's death. He's doing it for selfish reasons, but people could still look to him at times of doubt. His research with Cogito was genius in the context of the story, and Benjamin comments that nobody else could make an AI like Angela. Yet, when we consider how everyone else looks at his actions, we see nothing but faults with this narrative. A was abusive, outright manipulative. He did whatever it took to get his way, prying into the brains of the woman of his desire, torturing another for eternity, and he even murders Giovanni. Or puts him in a coma, whatever. There is a little bit of self-awareness at the end, but it will never change that A was a monster to most people that knew him. Lobotomy Corporation takes this narrative of struggling against impossible odds and personal sacrifice and exposes it for what it truly is. This narrative of redemption is spun by powerful people to overshadow how horrible their actions are. I don't doubt this man had to suffer to get here, but even the idea of forcing hope into everyone is, let's just say, giving me some bad vibes. But it's so good at turning this into a video game and getting me invested in completing the cycle that I wanted to see the finish line no matter how sadistic it was going to get. That's where its nightmarish difficulty really drives home what it says. If the game was any less painful, it wouldn't land the same way for me. It both functions as this abusive system that turns us into a monster and acts as an adversary that spurs us to persevere. And you know me, if a narrative is willing to say, we have to question the systems that led to this point and not just the individual actions of people, you're probably already on my good side. This is not even close to the only theme being explored here, as I hopefully highlighted in my summary. I'm just going to shine a big old spotlight on it because it's what I like the most, and it's my obnoxiously long YouTube video. But while we're here, I briefly covered whether Angela is to blame. By the same token, is X to blame? Is X his own person or just another reflection of A? Angela doesn't seem to think so. They both started making different choices. The whole script is adapted to complete the cycle. So is it that much of a stretch that the memories X are being shown are specifically tailored to give him a false motive? With how A manipulates everyone else, it's as if X is just another victim in the end, another extension of A's will. It's another cool thought experiment that we are left to chew on. Much like how Angela could have easily just been the antagonist of the story, but she's never really working against the will of the player. She's the reason it was even possible to begin with. She is planning on ruining everything at the end, but is that goal even ours to begin with? Yet even as I understood all of this, the initial pulse I felt when getting to the end of the game that first time, when Angela undid all of my work, really did make my heart sink. Did that come from anger that she narratively undid all of my digital suffering, or was it pity that her existence sucks? I'll leave that one for people to ponder. In conclusion, I like this game, even if it fucking sucks. Holy moly, trying to focus on all the pretentious dialogue was so incredibly difficult in the moments after finishing an intense suppression with my brain still rattling. It's like getting the shit kicked out of me by a dude who's reading poetry and then I have to take a pop quiz on the meaning afterwards. I got shit grades in English class and I wasn't even getting stabbed in the chest during that. To be clear, I don't think this is the strongest writing in any video game ever. I couldn't tell you what I think is the best, but this definitely ranks really high up there. I'm willing to give them some grace as it's clearly one of their first attempts. There is some neat characterization, but it's not the kind of character writing that I'm a real freak about. Part of that is because I think their stories are a little bit short, and also because I prefer a narrative with a more vocal protagonist to give me a fun dynamic. I do like to be entertained. It still has a lot going for it. There's no other game that will make me feel the way I do about Lobotomy Corporation. There's an idea that the games we like the most are the ones we have to learn to love, because I had to learn to not want to put a hole into my drywall. The game only works because of how frustrating it can be. Something that I get to save some people from because they watched a summary instead of tormenting themselves. Lobotomy Corporation will always be special to me, because even at its worst, I still appreciate how bold it can be. However, I do like the sequel better. I'm not going to make any promises I can't keep because I'm really good at avoiding sequels on YouTube. Now let's get out there and... wait a minute. Is Benjamin gay? Thank you to all my patrons and their infinite patience. I've had a lot going on after a year of a lot going on. This project was something I would add to try and distract myself, and it is what it is. As per usual, if you want to give me money and try to reach the goal for a Trails in the Sky 3rd video, you already know what Patreon is. Although I have other income streams as well, for when I make the choice to let something balloon far too much in scope. Though if you made it this far, you've already boosted me through watch time, so don't feel guilty.